everyone, and welcome back to the channel. My name is Peter Barber. I'm primarily a professional opera singer and music producer. Those who know me and know the channel will recognize I'm in a new room. I just moved to a new house, bought my first house in Arizona, thanks to you all and your support. Incredibly exciting. So I'm still getting it set up. As you can see, my subscriber count is just on a little stool. However, one quick thing, this space artistic postering back here is actually acoustic foam, so that's sound treated. I've got a vocal booth over here, some more foam behind you guys there, and anyway, today for the first time ever I'm going to be checking out Epic the Musical. I have been stormed with recommendations for me to do this, and apparently people of this fan group really like the reaction and analysis, so I will be doing analysis here, talking a lot about vocal technique and the arrangements and anything else I point out. I've been told that the audio is official, but the animation is done by fans, essentially. This one is by Gigi. We're going to get into it. We're going to do all of the first saga today, I believe. I don't know if it's all going to be in one video, because that would probably be super long, but this is The Horse and the Infant. And guys, one more thing, if I enhance your Epic the Musical experience, please do consider joining my Patreon for as little as $1 a month for benefits, or free to just kind of see what goes on there. Otherwise, like, subscribe, leave a comment, and let's get into it. I'm actually very excited for this one. All right, here we go.
Alright, my brothers, listen closely. Tonight we make the Trojans pay. 10 years of war, they killed us slowly, but now we'll be the ones who slay. Think of your wife.
I love this already. First of all, I love the kind of dark synth pop action we get here. I love the sound effects that has been put on the synths by Jorge, I believe it is. Jorge, the composer. I don't know if he also produced everything, but I know he wrote the music for it and sings the lead vocal. And that's all I know about the show so far. So I believe this is him singing, if this is the main character. Anyway, I've also watched the movie Troy a million times and love the mythology surrounding this story. So let me go back one more time and give it one more pass.
Alright, my brothers, listen closely. Tonight we make the Trojans pay.
So listen, we have this kind of duet going on between ding 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 ding, voice. They're going back and forth, and neither one is getting in the way of the other. So it's either the solo voice singing or it's these synths in the background. There's also a clock ticking, which is just a cool effect. And something else that's cool about the synth is there's so much atmosphere around it. It's not like just the synth hits and then it's done. It echoes and reverbs and delays all over the place, giving you the feeling that you're in a much bigger space than, you know, a studio or anything like that. It gives the space of like, okay, there's some atmosphere, there's some epicness happening around here as well.
Listen closely. Tonight we make the Trojans pay. 10 years of war, they killed us slowly, but now we'll be the ones who slay.
Let me get my little keyboard. So we're in C minor, so we just got up to a D4. Vocally, it's what you kind of expect from musical theater, where it's got this very speech-like quality, right? There's very much a focus on the text and the lyrics. This, of course, usually changes when you get to like a big chorus, and there's usually a lot more kind of vocal fireworks and belting and really extending that chest range up. But when you're in the speaking range in musicals, it's very standard to have them sound very much like speaking. So we very much get that here from our lead. Speech singing, very much. And we'll see what happens later.
But now we'll be the ones who slay. Think of your wives and your children. Your families wonder where you've been. They're growing old and yet you're still here. Do what I say and you'll see them again.
Yes, sir.
Die immediately.
Okay. Yeah. Like, I know we're just scratching the surface, but I can already see what the hype is about. This is really cool. Cool stuff. We get this kind of synthy choir happening in the background of towards the actually during this second verse here. Everything else is the same. We got the clock ticking. We got the synths happening. We got the lead vocal, which is now getting a bit higher in the chest range. I'll try to flag some pitches here in a moment. But the main element change was the addition of this choir, but it has a kind of synthy, robotic atmosphere around it.
Wonder where you've been. Be the ones who slay.
Right.
Think of your wives and your children. Your families wonder where you've been. They're growing old and yet you're still here.
And actually, it's following the same pattern as that synth, where it's the synths and the synthy choir singing, and then they cut off with the atmosphere and reverb, and then the lead vocal comes in.
They're growing old and yet you're still here. Do what I say and you'll see them again. Yes, sir! Diomedes will lead the charge. Agamemnon will flank the yards. Menelaus will let our mates through the gates to take the whole city at large. Teucer will shoot any ambush attacking. Little Ajax will stay back. Nestor, secure Helen and protect her. Leo, avenge your father, kill the brothers of Hector. Yes, sir!
Yeah, this is epic. And yeah, the whole story, I'm just like, I keep seeing, even this animation's incredible. First of all, wonderful job to Gigi. But because I've seen the movie Troy so many times, when he says a character, that's immediately who I think of. So the guy who played Agamemnon, the guy who played Ajax, and that whole scenery around Troy, it's just like flashbacks to all the times I've seen that movie. So obviously we get a huge musical change here. This goes into almost more like rap singing, where it's very rhythmic, it's very percussive, and we do actually get percussion. We get these drum. Everything about this the synths is interesting. The choir's not quite a raw choir. It's synthy, right? There's this like electronic veil over everything, which is cool because we're talking about ancient Troy, ancient Greece, right? So it's cool to have this electronic vibe surrounding it.
Do what I say and you'll see them again. Yes, sir! Diomedes will lead the charge. Agamemnon will flank the yards. Menelaus will let our mates through the gates to take the whole city at large.
So we get a lot of electric guitar happening here as well. A lot of electric guitar, and the drums, they're rhythmic, they're percussive, they're driving, but they're also not the forefront, right? It gives us a pulse, but we're not getting like a big dubstep kick snare where that's like a very main part of the music. And this is kind of structure of how the song is made. It's pulsating, but it's subdued in a way, right? It's mostly the low frequencies coming from the kick drum that are giving that driving us forward. We're not getting big snares. We're not getting, big crashes or rides or open hi-hats or even closed hi-hats, really like a it's really just the lower frequencies of that kick is what's going to drive this forward.
You'll see them again. Yes, sir! Diomedes will lead the charge. Agamemnon will flank the yards. Menelaus will let our mates through the gates to take the whole city at large. Teucer will shoot any ambush attacking. Little Ajax will stay back. Nestor, secure Helen and protect her. Leo, avenge your father, kill the brothers of Hector. Yes, sir! Find that inner strength now. Use that well of pride. Fight through every pain now. Ask yourself inside.
That must be G's. Yeah, so tenor high G here is what our lead is getting up to. Still maintaining that speech like even when he's belting. But as you notice when he ascends in his range, he's getting better vocal fold closure. So the vocal folds during each of their oscillations are together for more of the time. This is also called the closed quotient. And a higher closed quotient means higher vocal fold efficiency. It means less air is escaping. It means higher harmonic content in the sound. This is what we as professional opera singers try to do all the time throughout our entire range because, fun fact, opera singers in standard repertoire in a standard opera house sing without a microphone against an entire orchestra. That's a major difference between musical theater and opera, for example. Musical theater singers are always microphoned and amplified. Opera singers are not. That's one really interesting difference between the two. So anyway, But still, when musical theater singers get up in their upper chest range, they have incredible vocal fold efficiency. And you need this to have a really sustainable belt. Something that's very characteristic of especially modern musical theater is sustaining a super long belt way up in that high chest range. And to do that, you have to have really good vocal fold efficiency. If you have a lot of air coming through, you can only sustain the pitch for a few seconds. So high close quotient, very vocally efficient as our lead singer here gets up into the upper chest range, but still maintaining that speech-like quality.
Ambush attacking, little Ajax will stay back. Nestor, secure Helena protector. Leo, avenge your father, kill the brothers of Hector. Yes, find that inner strength now. Use that well of pride. Fight through every pain now. Ask yourself inside.
And you know, we're even getting a little bit of grit actually on these very top notes. There's a little bit of extra turbulence coming into the vocal folds. And one more thing I want to flag. I know, guys, this is detailed. And I was told that there would be a lot of things to talk about, so we're going to talk about a lot of things here. Big change in the drums, right? Before it was just that kind of kick drum, pulsating drums, and now we're getting we're hearing the more epic kind of warlike drums sounding, where you're not just hearing the bass frequencies in the kick, you're hearing the big toms and some of the crashes and things like that.
Ambush attacking, little Ajax will stay back. Nestor, secure Helena protector. Leo, avenge your father, kill the brothers of Hector. Yes, find that inner strength now. Use that well of pride. Fight through every pain now. Ask yourself inside, what do you live for? What do you try for? What do you wish for? What do you fight for? What do you live for? What do you try for? What do you wish for? What do you fight for? Penelope, Penelope, and Telemachus. I fight for us. I fight for us.
What an interesting little interlude there. So cool. We get actually raw strings. We get a violin in the background, somewhat highlighted. We get this kick that really, I think, is functioning like a heartbeat in this section. It's, you know, this little like love moment. And the strings all the way up to A flat 4 there. Really nice efficient belt. And yeah, we'll see what happens next.
Penelope, Penelope, and Telemachus.
Is that A flat?
I fight for us. I fight for us. Penelope, what do you try for? Telemachus, what do you wish for? I'm on my way. What do you fight for? Attack!
So we got some speech-like stuff in there. We've got this electric, got this cool electric guitar motif coming in, and then it sounds like we're getting back into war drums. War drum moment here.
Penelope, what do you try for? Telemachus, what do you wish for? I'm on my way.
Strings, okay.
Attack!
I love the full instrumental interlude, right? We get the big war drums, we get these big epic strings. This is very much, you know, film score like. You know, epic battle film score. No singing, no text, and love that we get Gigi's animation to enjoy as well.
Who was that?
This is these dark, like Stranger Things like synths. Like really down, subdued underneath. It's one of my favorite kinds of synths to use in my own music, by the way. Just a synth that you almost feel it more than you hear it.
Who was that?
The rain and storm sound effects and the birds.
Of what is to come cannot be outrun, can only be dealt with right here and now.
Tell me how.
I don't think you're ready.
I don't think you're ready. Yo, if this ever goes on tour, sign me up. I'm down to play the voice of Zeus? I assume.
Run can only be dealt with right here and now.
Tell me how.
I don't think you're ready. A mission to kill someone's son, a foe who won't run, unlike anyone you have faced before.
This is such a cool combination of these low, dark, epic synths and this very synthy, electronic-sounding choir, all happening. It creates this amazing atmosphere, and we're getting this cool dialogue where we're getting, you know, the kind of meat of the story and the plot as well while this is all happening.
Run, unlike anyone you have faced before.
Say no more. I know that I'm ready.
I don't think you're ready.
It's just an
So well done. So right, we get the chimes, we get the chimes, and we get the harp. These are two instruments very often used to convey innocence, convey youth, conveying, you know, a tender moment or a lullaby. Right, this infant is sleeping. Really great use of instrumentation here.
Think you're ready.
It's just an infant.
And use of falsetto. Infant. We've only heard him singing in chest voice and pretty epic belting, right? Or, you know, intense rap speech-like. And now we get the first moment with falsetto.
It's just an infant. It's just a boy. What sort of imminent threat does he pose that I cannot avoid?
This is the son of none other than Troy's very own Prince Hector. Know that he will grow from a boy to an avenger, one fumed with rage as you're consumed by age. If you don't end him now, you'll have no one left to save. You can say goodbye to...
Nice. Yeah, I'm loving this. I'm loving the story too. I'm loving everything about this. This is gonna be a lot. I'm gonna try and do all 5, I think, in the first part today, which is gonna be like multiple hours of shooting. But the recommenders at B have told me this is a good thing to do it all at once. So saddle up. All right. Anyway.
Young Prince Hector, know that he will grow from a boy to an avenger, one fumed with rage as you're consumed by age. If you
One fueled with rage as you're consumed by age, or whatever it is. Yeah, dude, sign me up.
avenger, one fumed with rage as you're consumed by age. If you don't end him now, you'll have no one left to save. You can say goodbye to. Say goodbye to.
I could raise him as my own.
I love we get the da da da, and then it repeats with the like 808 kick drums basically underneath. Da da da, ba ba ba. Great way to add an epic feel to it.
You can say goodbye to. You can say goodbye to.
I could raise him as my own. Or send him far away from home. Make sure his past is never known. I'd rather wait for ya. I'm on my knees for ya. I'm begging please.
We love the gods.
Love the duet there. A tenor bass duet. This is great. I have to cover this with someone. Recommendations?
Away from home. Make sure his past is never known. I'd rather wait for ya. I'm on my knees for ya. I'm begging please.
We love the gods.
Up to B flat, high tenor, high B flats there. I thought it was getting higher in the chest voice.
Past is never known. I'd rather wait for ya. I'm on my knees for ya. I'm begging please.
We love the gods.
Please don't make me do this. Don't make me do this.
The blood on your hands is something
The blood Rare, you get a full octave jump. The blood. G3, G2 to G3 there from Zeus.
Please don't make me do this. Don't make me do this.
The blood on your hands is something you won't lose. All you can.
Also notice how in this kind of tender, thoughtful, pleading moment, all the drums are gone now, and it's just, we get the rain sound effects, we get, the orchestration, but we get no drums, we get no driving factor.
Please don't make me do this. Don't make me do this.
The blood on your hands is something you won't lose. All you can choose is lose.
Woo! Okay. All right. First one down. First experience with Epic the Musical. All right. This is The Horse and the Infant, part 1 of the first saga, the Troy Saga, I believe. Hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please consider joining my Patreon to support me as I continue making these videos that are, equal parts education and entertainment. Really, actually, more education. My videos tend to be a lot more educational than entertaining. Hope you guys enjoyed. Leave a like, leave a comment, and I'll see you in the next one. It might be right after this, or it might be an entirely new video. So either way, thanks for joining, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel, and welcome back if you just watched part 1 of this series I'm doing on Epic the Musical. My name is Peter Barber. I'm a professional opera singer and music producer, and I am here to bring you a reaction and analysis for this amazing music. This has been recommended to me so many times by my manager and my video editor, and fellow reaction channels like Mortius recommended I check this out. And part 1 was amazing. Storytelling, Gigi's animation was super cool, the vocals, the production, the arrangement, the instrumentation, all of which I talk about here. This is a reaction and analysis for real. So we're going to get into the nitty-gritty, and I guarantee if you stick around to the end, you'll learn a lot about this music, and you'll hear things you've never heard before, and you'll gain appreciation for it. So that's the whole goal. Guys, if I do enhance your listening experience, your Epic the Musical experience, consider joining my Patreon for as little as $1 a month, $1 a month, and higher if you want more benefits and such. But that really keeps the lights on here. It's the best way to support me. Otherwise, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell. Just a man, Epic the Musical. Let's do it. I did watch that one. I did it, Gigi.
I look into your eyes.
So if you guys watched my first video, you'll know I talked about how when there's an infant around, when there's innocence around in a musical theater or opera or a movie film score, harps, chimes, soft plucked instruments are usually ways to evoke that in the atmosphere of the soundscape. And this is great. So he's sitting there, he's holding the boy that he's supposed to kill on the orders of Zeus, I believe. And we have this, very baby-like lullaby vibe music. Say that 5 times fast. And it just perfectly captures the mood. There's nice strings as well. Light orchestra.
Into your eyes.
And the falsetto singing. I look into your eyes. Right? We didn't get any of that in the whole part 1 until the baby came into the picture, and then the falsetto also entered the chat.
I look into your eyes, and I think back to the son of mine. You're as old as he was when I left for war. Will these
This is beautiful. I am just loving the instrumentation and the percussive feel of these plucked instruments and how they're soft and representative of this sweet moment we're having here, but also driving. Like, it's really moving the story forward, but in a very sweet way. Very cool and just gorgeous. Just like really beautiful, light singing, but he's also getting up into that upper belt range, which I talked about in the first video as well, where that vocal fold efficiency is getting stronger. The voice would be much louder if you were hearing it in person without amplification or without a studio editing or whatever. Let me talk a little bit about that, actually.
I think back to the son of mine. You're as old as he was.
So all the way up to G and that nice chest voice connection on an E vowel. And Jorge does have a little bit of that grit in his sound, right? It's not a totally pure sound. There's a little bit of grit and turbulence in the voice when he gets way up into that upper chest range.
When I left for war, will these actions haunt my days? Every man I've slain is the price I pay. Endless pain. Close your eyes and spare yourself the view. How could I hurt you?
It's beautiful. It's just beautiful. I love when this big foundation of choir, again, this kind of, it's choir, but it has like a synthy electronic effect to it that clearly this composer likes to use. Very cool when that comes in, and it just kind of lays this foundation. And it also, when you add more voices into a soundscape, it does inherently make it more human and make it more community. And we feel that. We people, humans, feel that on a fundamental level, even if you don't know why. Voices come in and you feel more attached to the music. I mean, there's a reason why music with voices is always going to be more popular than just instrumental music. And I love electronic music. I produce a lot of electronic music. But electronic music without any voices will never reach the level of popularity or acclaim that voices will, because that's what ties us together, baby. It's the human voice. It's such a special, unique thing, and everyone can relate to it, pretty much. Almost anyone who can hear or has a voice or has heard a voice, it's like the most relatable human thing. So that's my TED Talk on why choirs coming in changes the atmosphere in a very human way. I think that's where I started about 10 years ago.
Will these actions haunt my days? Every man I've slain is the price I pay. Endless pain. Close your eyes and spare yourself the view.
I want to highlight that bass line because I wondered if it was going to go all the way down. I love a stepwise bass motion as the chords changing. They find a way to just have the bass go down one step at a time through the scale, and you do that by using what's called chord inversions, right? So first you have the bass on the bottom, and then let's say the chord changes to a 5 chord, then if the bass, this is going to be complicated. If Mason can throw some graphics up, Mason, good luck. Bass is on the tonic, right? So what are we in here? So we're in F, okay? So bass is on F. Then bass goes to E. But it's not starting the chord on the E. That's a very rare chord. That would be a diminished 7 chord, or a 7 diminished chord. But it goes to E, but if the chord goes to the 5 in F, that goes to C major, and then that bass is the 3rd of that C major chord. So what you would call that is, because it's an E in the bass and a C major chord, C, E, G, that is a first inversion. So you have the bass going from the 1, then the 7 in first inversion, then it can go to the 6 and be on the bottom, then it can go to the 5 on the bottom and the 4 on the bottom. Usually there are a few chords in there where you've got to invert it. Anyway, I was wondering if this bass line would do that, and we're going to see how far it goes.
Close your eyes and spare yourself the view. How could I hurt you? I'm just a man
I totally didn't do what I was going to say I was going to do. Okay, here we go.
My days, every man. Do these actions haunt my days, every man I've slain. Here's the price I pay, endless pain. Close your eyes and spare yourself the view.
Back to the vibe.
How could I hurt you? I'm just a man.
Back to the
who's
4.
trying.
Okay, cool. So it goes 1, 7, 6, 5, 4, 5, 6. I think is the pattern of the bass line. Gorgeous, beautiful.
I'm just a man who's trying to go home, even after all the years away from what I've known. I'm just a man who's fighting for his life. Deep down I would trade the world to see my son and wife. I'm just a man.
He's belting up to tenor high A, maintaining that beautiful chest connection. And yeah, this is nice. I like we get a nice long section here, staying kind of in the same atmosphere where it's sweet singing, but he's carrying the belt up. We get the plucked instruments in the background. We get the steady strings in the background. It's cool this song has so much percussion without any drums, right? It's all these plucked instruments.
My son and wife, I'm just a man.
These sweeping violins.
But when does a comet become a meteor? When does a candle become a blaze? When does a man become a monster?
I love right at the start of, and we just heard it again there, right at the start of this new section, there's this big, what's called an impact in film scoring or audio production where you get like, it's like a kick drum, but with a bunch of atmosphere around it. So it's like a, and it's a great way to transition into a new section and kind of let people know something big is coming. And it happens here as we get into this more kind of questioning reality, questioning who I am section. And then it ends with him, you know, when does a man become a monster? Which is, what a question, right?
Just a man. But when does a comet become
And the epic choir comes back.
When does a candle become a blaze? When does a man become a monster?
Monster. Okay, so we've been in F major the whole time, but now on Monster, he actually kind of transitioned to D minor, which is the relative minor of F major. Same key signature, but you just start on the 6 instead of the 1. If you guys can hear that. Monster. D minor. Very nice.
When does a man become a monster? When does a ripple become a tidal wave? When does the reason become the blame? When does a man become a monster?
So we asked when does a man become a monster twice, but he changed the text for the other bits of that motif, of that phrase. Interesting.
Become a tidal wave. When does the reason become the blame? When does a man become a monster?
New chords and epic drums.
I'm a monster.
Whoa, 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 whoa. That is a very interesting... What chord is that? I'm not even sure. The meat is on the C sharp. Me diminished? C sharp diminished? So you see me geeking out. The bass line, I think, just did a full chromatic progression down. All the way D, all the way down to A. Totally chromatic. I love it when a bass line does that too. I love when a bass line does stepwise, because if a bass line goes just by the chords of a song, usually, you know, 1-4-1-5-1, 6-1-5, whatever. It's rare the bass does a stepwise motion like lead melodies often do. So it's really cool for me as a bass person to hear when the bass does a chromatic movement or even just a stepwise pattern down in the scale. I want to flag that though. Hold on. D natural, B flat, A, 6. And he's about to drop the baby. I was so distracted by the music.
I'm just a man.
Oh, chilling. Chilling. What a combo these two are. All right, let me stop listening to the bass line and just watch this bit. Let's do that, because I was very distracted by the chromatic bass line.
I'm just a man.
Light falsetto to end with the vibrato. Just a man. Really nice ending. And it sounds very defeated, right? He's like, all right, gotta kill a kid. Boop. I do want to commission this person. I was just thinking, so before I sign off for this video, I do have a full album releasing on May 17th, pre-save on May 3rd, which this will be out after then, before it goes public, hopefully. May 17th, it's called Metamorphosis, and I'm already making music videos for the whole thing, like shot with me and collaborators. I'm thinking about getting other animated work done for it, and I definitely might reach out to Gigi about maybe doing an animated music video for a couple. It's probably very expensive because she's excellent. But anyway, stay tuned for that. Okay, guys, part 2 of part 1 done. These are turning out to be about 20 minutes, so I think probably releasing them each separately instead of hours and hours all at once. But I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, again, consider joining the Patreon. It's the best way to support me, for real, for real, for real. And like, subscribe, comment, and I'll see you wonderful people in the next Epic the Musical breakdown. See ya. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. Peter Barber here, professional opera singer and music producer, and today we are doing part 3 of part 1 of Epic the Musical. It's been such a fun journey so far. I'm actually shooting all of these videos for part 1 back to back to back to back to back to back to back, so this is gonna be like 2 or 3 hours. But I was told to do that by everyone who said I should check it out because it's just, you know, getting immersed in the story, right? If you're new to this channel, this is a reaction and analysis video channel, so you will be seeing my first time reaction, but I will be pausing to talk a lot about the music and the vocal technique and the instrumentation and stuff, audio engineering, whatever comes up. Guys, please do like, subscribe, leave a comment, and if I am enhancing your Epic the Musical experience, which I sure hope I am, that's the whole point here, do consider joining my Patreon for as little as $1 a month to support me, and I'd be most appreciative. I would appreciate it greatly. Appreciative. I appreciate it. Something like that. Words. English. Cool. Let's dive in. Part 3 of the Troy Saga. Here we go. Oh, and this is Wolfie the Witch. So the previous 2 I did were by the animations by Gigi, music by Jorge. And this is a new animator, so it'll be cool to see the differences. Let's go. I love we're staying very much in this soundscape where there's a lot of epic drums, right? There's a lot of epic drums, and we get this cool synthy choir action happening. We get Jorge on the lead vocals, I believe, and we get orchestration as well, of course. But there's this very cool blend of electronics and sampling and orchestration and live instruments, and it's actually something I'm a huge fan of, and it's something I am doing a lot on my upcoming album called Metamorphosis. So that comes out May 17th on streaming services. Check it out. I'm sure links will be below. But yeah, this idea of analog and electronic, this old world and new world. And here we get that very much because we're talking about mythology and ancient Greece. And so we're getting that old world, but with like synths and electronics. And it's just this very cool vibe that I think is becoming more common in music, and it's really cool to see it done this way.
600 men under my command, with only one goal in mind:
make it back alive to our homeland.
600 men, 600 miles of open sea. But the problem's not the distance,
it's what lies in between.
And did they cause waiting?
This must be Odysseus, yeah? Cool, and I love that we have some stringed instruments. I think it was a violin, kind of mimicking the melody of the lead a little bit, playing like a little bit of a duet with the melody. We get these cool plucked instruments that Jorge's been using a lot, to using them more like percussion instruments. In I think the second part, Just a Man, the percussion, the instruments, these plucked instruments were used both as melody and percussion, which is really cool because they're plucked, so they have a really quick attack. You can, use them like a drum set almost to keep everything moving forward while you're still highlighting the melody and the harmony. Very cool. I love the use of these plucked instruments.
600 men under my command, with only one goal in mind:
make it back alive to our homeland.
600 men.
So everything cuts out when the choir comes in.
Make it back alive to our homeland.
Just voice.
600 men, 600 miles of open sea. But the problem's not the distance,
it's what lies in between.
And did they cause waiting? My kingdom is waiting. Penelope's waiting for me. So full speed ahead. Full speed ahead.
Oh. Okay, so he's been using the falsetto when there's like moments of innocence, or like when he was dealing with the baby a lot. And it's and the love moment with Penelope, we had like a flashback to a loving moment. The falsetto came in. So that's a very cool pattern. When he's talking about love or innocence, he's making the voice a lot sweeter in his singing. So he's flipping up into that, just like keeping it really light and in that head voice falsetto. Gorgeous. What else did I want to say? Let's see.
But the problem's not the distance,
it's what lies in between.
And did they cause waiting? My kingdom is waiting.
See what key we're in. C minor, I think.
Penelope's waiting.
Oh, that A flat again. He likes that A flat. I've heard him do a few A flats today so far.
Penelope's waiting for me. So full speed ahead.
We are in C minor. Confirmed. You think full speed ahead and you think that will be the driving text, right? Talking about going full speed ahead. But that's actually when the music and the drive pulls back. It's really interesting. Like before that, Penelope's waiting, Penelope's waiting, Penelope's waiting, war drums, all that stuff. And then when he says, full speed ahead, everything pulls back. So that's interesting. That's an interesting compositional arrangement choice.
Penelope's waiting for me, so full speed ahead.
The drums are still there, right? The drums are still there. We still get the drive, but it's less epic and powerful. He's in that lighter part of his range, his lighter registration of singing. Interesting.
Captain, you really got 600 men. 600 men. 600 men with big mouths to feed. And we've run out of supplies to eat.
First the war of whose source depleted.
Like, listen to that electric bass guitar. They didn't have that shit back in ancient Greece. You know, that's what I mean. That's why it's so cool. We do have these epic drums, which are old, right? Super old. A lot of plucked instruments were around, right? There was instrumentation at this time in history. There certainly were not electronic bass guitars and synths and synth choir effects or, you know, tuning or compression, anything like that. But again, it's old world and new world. So we get like these war drums, which evoke that old primal feeling, and then we get like this jazzy electric bass guitar in this verse here.
Captain, you really got 600 men. 600 men. 600 men with big mouths to feed. And we've run out of supplies to eat.
First the war of whose source depleted.
600 men.
600 men.
600 reasons to take what we can. So Captain, what's the plan?
Captain, what's the plan?
Watch where the birds fly. They will lead us to land. There will hunt for food, my second in command. Now full speed ahead.
Oh, now we're back. Okay, so full speed. Look at this nice, well done caption. Speed ahead. Right. It was. This is an interesting because it's like verse, chorus, but the first chorus he was saying Penelope's waiting, and this one he was saying, what was he saying? It was different text, but then it went full speed ahead. Then we went back into that, you know, post-chorus or latter half of the chorus, whatever you want to call it. So just cool that usually a chorus has the same melody, same lyrics, right? This one switched it up. I love it.
Reasons to take what we can. So Captain, what's the plan?
Captain, what's the plan?
Watch where the birds fly.
Right here. Penelope's waiting. Right?
There will hunt for food, my second in command. Now full speed ahead.
And away we go. We're
Off and away
Full
we
speed
go.
ahead.
Off and away we go.
Captain,
Politics.
look! There in the distance, I see an island. I see a light that faintly glows. Maybe they're people lighting a fire. Maybe they'll share some food, who knows?
Something feels off here. I see.
Got some like it's like a hopeful feel, right? They're actually singing land now. We've got this like uplifting choir. The war drums are dialed back a little bit. Still driving, right? We're still cruising across the ocean, but we're not going into battle. And now we see an island, but Odysseus has a bad feeling about it. So like maybe, I don't know. Let's see what happens. But I love this moment here. I love that both duet moments here. All these tenors singing. I'm glad we got a bass in part 1 with Zeus.
Captain,
Politics.
look! There in the distance.
Sounded like Moana, with maybe some steel drums or with the pitched percussion instruments.
Captain,
Politics.
look! There in the distance, I see an island. I see a light that faintly glows. Maybe
Fainalty glows. Sorry, I was going to say it's the last time I point out the captions, but we'll see because they're pretty funny. Fainalty, we got Spiad and Fainalty so far.
distance, I see an island. I see a light that faintly glows. Maybe they're people lighting a fire. Maybe they'll share some food, who knows?
goes off here. I see fire, but there's no smoke.
I say we strike first, we don't have time to waste, so let's raid the place and...
No, polities gear up.
There are moments where it could be more speech-like. I've talked about this, I think in part 1, how musical theater, when the range is in the kind of speaking register, speaking vocal range, it tends to be more speech-like, more natural, more text-driven. There are some moments here between these guys in this dialogue where I would actually like to hear it more like speech. Not off-pitch, but less come scritto, as we call it in opera. Come scritto means like written. So you do something exactly how the composer notated it, as opposed to, making your own interpretation about it. I would like to hear things a little more now. There was one line in particular I'll point out from this second in command here that I would have just loved to hear more kind of thrown out there, like it's dialogue.
But there's no smoke.
I say we strike first, we don't have time to wait.
I say we strike first, we don't have time to waste. Right, that one just feels like there's a little bit more room for still getting the pitch accuracy while also making it sound more like a natural conversation.
Fire, but there's no smoke.
I say we strike first, we don't have time to waste, so let's raid the place and...
No, polities gear up. You and I'll go ahead.
You and I'll go ahead.
We should try to find a way no one ends up dead.
We don't know what's ahead.
Give me till sunrise, and if we don't return, then 600 men can make this whole place burn. Now full speed ahead.
That was kind of funny. He's like literally talking about burning this whole island down, but it's like it sounds very positive, which I guess from their perspective it kind of is. They're like, we got 600 men. Like, if we need to, we can just torch the place. But it's just funny being like a neutral viewer where it's like, oh, they're just like really happy about burning this village down. All right. Nice.
We don't return, then 600 men can make this whole place burn.
Burn it down.
Now full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. We're up, we're off, and away we go.
We're up, we're off, and away we go. We're up, we're off, and away we go. We're up, we're off, and...
High B flat. So that's still the highest we've heard Jorge sing. Way up. I think he is still connected to chest voice, although it could be mixy. It sounded a little lighter. It sounded like it was... When you get up into that really high chest range, it really sounds a lot like yelling. And physiologically, it's almost the same thing. So if you get up there and it sounds almost like too comfortable and a little thinner, it's usually some kind of mixed voice.
We're up, we're off, and away we go.
We're up, we're off, and away we go. We're up, we're off, and away we go. We're up, we're off.
I don't know.
Speed ahead.
That high belt was pretty buried in the mix of the song, so it's kind of hard to tell. And there was a nice edge to it, right? It sounded like it would have had some volume. So, hard to say. Okay, guys, that was part 3 of part 1 of this series. Thanks for tuning in. I'm really enjoying this, and I'm going to try and knock out the next 2 today. It's literally going to be like 2 hours of filming to get this whole first 5-part series done, but going to try and do it. Enjoying it a lot. And hope you guys are too. If you're learning things, if you're increasing your appreciation for this music, this composer, these animators, whatever, throw a little love my way. Consider joining my Patreon for as little as $1 a month. Keep an eye out for my album Metamorphosis, May 17th. Leave a like, leave a comment, and I'll see you wonderful people in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Peter Barber. I'm primarily a professional opera singer and music producer, and today we're back with part 4 of part 1 of Epic the Musical, or Phase 1, or Saga, the first saga, the Troy Saga. That's it. It's been really fun to make these videos. I'm thoroughly enjoying the music and the animation done by a number of different animators, all recommended to me by colleagues on YouTube and my manager and my video editor. So this is part 4. I don't know how we're going to organize these videos, if it'll be 1 2-hour video or 2 1-hour videos or 5 20-minute videos. I don't know. We'll see. So wherever you are in your watching journey, I hope you're enjoying. As always, please do consider joining my Patreon if I'm enhancing your epically musical experience. Like, subscribe, comment, all that stuff. If you stick around to the end, I guarantee you'll learn some things about this music and about the singing and instrumentation, all that fun stuff that you're here for. So let's go ahead and dive into it. This is Open Arms.
You can relax, my friend.
Huh?
I can tell you're getting nervous, so do yourself a service and try to relax, my friend.
And find Puppeteers.
Think of all that we have been through. We'll survive. What do we get into? I know that you're
I mean, this is produced like a pop song. Truly. This is like, we got the claps, we got the like the synthy vocal background and the synth backgrounds. I think I mentioned the claps. The percussion overall is very poppy, and even the lead vocal is pretty poppy. This sounds a little less like musical theater, even though modern musical theater, modern musicals are much more like pop than they used to be, you know, for sure. But even so, this sounds like if this popped on the radio, you'd be like, all right, yeah, I'm vibing. I like it. And I just remember they were, a few minutes ago, or about 30 minutes ago, I took a lunch break after the third video. They were on the ship, Polyphemus, Odysseus. They're on the ship headed towards this island. They're a little unsure about it. So now they're on the island, and their duet that started on the ship seems to have continued.
You can relax, my friend.
Huh?
I can tell you're getting nervous, so do yourself a service and try to relax, my friend.
And find Puppeteers.
Think of all that we have been through. We'll survive. What do we get into? I know that you.
And he also, his vocal approach to the lead, he's allowing more breath to come in, right, which is very common in pop music or modern musical theater, in the middle range, right? When you get up into that high range, usually you're going to get more belting, you're going to get more vocal fold efficiency. That's going to increase the closed quotient, which is literally how much time your vocal folds spin together during each time they come together. All of it sounds very poppy. It's a light approach to the singing. We're not getting any big vocal fireworks yet. It's very speech-like so far.
We have been through. We'll survive. What do we get into? I know that you're tired of the war and bloodshed. Tell me, is this how we're supposed to live? Look at how you grip your sword. Enough said. Why should we take when we could give? You can show a person that you trust them when you stop and lower your guard. Here we have a chance for some adjustment. Give it a try. It's not that hard. I'm telling you.
So is there like a romance happening with these characters? Is this just one take from one animator? Are they homies? Because there's some moments when they look pretty cheeky together. I think there's been a bunch of fan animation done on this music. These are just the ones that are recommended to me by my video editor. So they're the ones I'm watching. I love it, though. I absolutely love animation. It's fantastic. I had something else I wanted to say, but I got distracted by the story.
You grip your sword. Enough said. Why should we take...
Tup, 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 tup. That's very common in Latin music, Latin beats, especially. You think like Latin rap, you think like a Daddy Yankee, right? Rap that comes out of the Latin American scene or just the Latina scene is a very common groove. So it's very interesting to get that groove in the middle of this song.
How we're supposed to live. I know that you're tired of the war and bloodshed. Tell me, is this how we're supposed to live? Look at how you grip your sword. Enough said. Why should we take when we could give? You can show a person.
Throw his sword away.
When you stop and lower your guard. Here we have a chance for some adjustment. Give it a try. It's not.
See, the way Polyphemus be looking at Odysseus, that's pretty like, hey man, I'm into you.
Lower your guard. Here we have a chance for some adjustment. Give it a try. It's not that hard. I'm telling you, this life is amazing when you greet it with open arms. Whatever we face, we'll be fine if we're leading from the heart. No.
Again, we get these like chimes and falsetto that come back in at certain moments. Usually it's moments of innocence or moments of intimacy and love so far in Epic the Musical, where there are certain instrumentation patterns and vocal patterns and vocal registration that Jorge has adopted to kind of convey these atmospheres and these emotions. So now I'm interested to see the text. I forgot to have my captions on. Let's see what the text is here when he switches to that falsetto and we get those chimes happening.
This life is amazing. Give it a try, it's not that hard, I'm telling you. This life is amazing.
Aww.
When you greet it with
There we go.
open arms. Whatever we face, we'll be fine if we're leading from the heart.
Ah, there you go. We'll be fine. We'll be fine if we're leading from the heart. So a moment of love, of intimacy, of friendship, whatever's going on here. That's when we get that falsetto, that lighter singing, that whatever it is, whatever the melody is. That plus those chimes, those almost like melodic drum sounds you hear, almost like a steel drum, not quite, of course, more like a xylophone type sound. Those have been patterns in Jorge's writing so far that indicate these motifs.
We'll be fine if we're leading from the heart. No matter the place, we can light up the world. Here's how to start. Greet the world with open arms. Greet the world with open arms.
Stay back.
Whoa.
My friend, greet the world with open arms.
We're only here for food. 600 friends are waiting for us to show our faces. Stay back.
What a crazy transition, and not even really a transition at all, just a complete immediate shift in the entire musical foundation. Like, everything we knew is no more, and that, I mean, their whole vibe. I mean, it goes from this, with Polyphemus being like, yeah, man, just love the world, and we love each other, and we're gonna have a good time, yay! To like, oh shit, we're surrounded, and you get these like 808 kicks, and you get this like dark synths, and everything totally shifts, and of course the animation shifts as well, and it all kind of synchronizes together. Like right there.
With open arms, greet the world with open arms.
Stay back.
We get this synthy choir. We get this synthy choir, which again has been a feature throughout this whole series so far. This like synthy choir sound.
Greet the world with open arms. Greet the world with open arms.
Welcome.
Stay back.
My friend, greet the world with open arms.
He's like, relax, dude.
We're only here for food.
Food.
600 friends are waiting for us to show our faces. Stay back.
Yeah, there's all this air. There's this synthy air. There's the kind of synthy electronic sounding choir happening all around us. And it's painting this very eerie picture of it sounds spacious, right? It sounds like they're at an open space, right? We're getting all that reverb and delay and the audio engineering. But it's, of course, very ominous, and it's reflective of, you know, this uncertainty we're experiencing in the story.
Back, I'm warning you.
They keep saying food.
We don't get back safely. My men will turn this place into blazes.
See? This life is amazing when you greet it with open arms. Whatever we face, we'll be fine if we're leading from the heart. No matter the place.
It's crazy to imagine this without animation, right? Because Jorge just wrote the music, and all these fans and these fan animators have created this. But like, so it's a cool idea, like these little flower creatures, right? That's not in the music. But that's what this animator thought would, you know, represent these creatures most accurately. Very cool to see what fans come up with.
Blazes.
See? This life is amazing when you greet it with open arms. Whatever we face, we'll be fine if we're leading from the heart. No matter the place. can light up the world. Here's how to start. Greet the world with open arms. Greet the world with open arms.
My friend.
Like, aspects of this very much sound like tropical house music. It's a very specific genre, but if you look up like Kygo or like even a couple tracks by the Chainsmokers, who I don't really like, but some of their music I think is pretty cool. But Kygo is like a perfect example of a guy that produces mostly tropical house music, where the vibe is house music on the beach in warm weather and sunshine. And it is this assortment of instrumentation, usually a slightly faster tempo. This tempo is a little slower than most house music. But it's this is like very much tropical house music. And they are on a tropical island, I believe, so that works.
No matter the place, so we can light up the world. Here's how to start.
Just like we're in Ibiza.
Greet the world with open arms. Greet the world with open arms.
My friend, I wish that I could say that I agree, but look at the way this fruit is glowing and filled with glowing seeds. It took me a while to notice just what kind of fruit they eat. It's a lotus, it controls your mind and never lets you free.
A to A flat. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're getting way up there in tenor belt land here. I also love the kind of mellowed out guitar that comes in. Not a totally raw acoustic guitar, right? It's a mellowed out kind of synth. What's one I use? I use one often when I'm making music that I found in Ableton Live. I got some great sample packs. I can't remember the name of it, but yeah, it's a very mellowed out guitar with a reverb and delay. Very nice.
Open arms.
My friend,
right there.
I wish that I could say that I agree, but look at the way
a nylon string
glowing and filled with glowing seeds.
I wouldn't need that.
It took me a while to notice just what kind of fruit they eat. It's a lotus, it controls your mind and never lets you free. That's what we'd get with open arms.
Lotus eaters, I'd like to show my friend that kind.
Lotus eaters. Lotus eaters. Yeah, you gotta be careful. You can't be too trusting now, right? Positive outlook on the world, but with an air of skepticism, perhaps.
Lotus eaters, I'd like to show my friend that kindness is brave. Could you tell me where there's other food to eat? A cave! You're saying there's a cave where we could feast. And where do we sail to find this food-filled cave? East. Thank you. This life is a mess.
They're so cute. This is so interesting. This is not at all what I was anticipating with this musical, where this music was going. This seems very much like a side quest from the kind of Odysseus, Troy, yada yada yada. But I think Lotus is a theme in Greek mythology. I mean, I'm just thinking like Percy Jackson. They do it with the casino, right? I think at the Lotus Casino, right, where they lose track of time. In this version, it's on this island with these creatures. I cannot remember for the life of me what happens in the Iliad. Have not read that since 9th grade. So maybe this is more in line with the actual mythology than I'm aware of. But the lotus is definitely a theme in Greek mythology.
This life is amazing when you greet it with open arms. I see in your face there's so much guilt inside your heart. So why not replace it and light up the world? Here's how to start. Greet the world with open arms. Greet the world with open arms.
Greet the world with open arms.
You can relax, my friend.
I don't think anyone is going to bat an eye if that comes on the radio. Maybe that middle section where it changes so abruptly. The thing about radio music, most of it, it's produced incredibly well. Like these world-class audio engineers. Anything you hear on the radio is produced perfectly. Like, oh my God, it's really amazing. But another thing about radio music is that the people promoting the music, they don't really want the audience to be thrown or even really like listen to the point of distraction. Like radios do really well when music just plays and no one thinks to change anything. And if you take a risk with something creative or something weird, unless you're already a very well established artist, it's probably not going to have much of a chance getting on the radio, because the radio, similarly to, you know, media online, radio stations want you to listen to their radio station. So they want to play music that's going to keep you on there, right? If you play some avant-garde, really creative, amazing piece, or a piece like this, which is very pop-like for the most part, except for that middle section, the middle section might make a lot of people click away on the radio. But otherwise, very much like a pop radio sound. Good vibe, tropical house. You know, I live in Arizona now, and it's sunny all the time, so, you know, music like this year-round is acceptable and great to listen to. Hope you guys enjoyed part 4 of the Troy saga. I'm going to wrap it up. Just kidding, I realized I didn't watch the last 20 seconds of the video, so we're going to do that before signing off. I don't know what to make of that. Okay. See you in the next one. Bye. Right here, and move on to, I think, the 5th and final one of the Troy saga. So I hope you enjoyed. Check out my Patreon. It would mean the world to me if you guys would, in addition to liking and subscribing to my YouTube channel, donate to my cause on Patreon. It literally keeps the lights on. It makes me having a house possible. So, huge help if you guys want to take that next step. But otherwise, just engage, support, share, comment, subscribe, all that. Thanks so much, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Peter Barber here, professional opera singer and music producer. And I hope you're excited for the 5th and final part of this first part of this larger journey of checking out Epic the Musical. This is the last video in the Troy saga, I believe. This is the 5th one, Warrior of the Mind. So I've done the first 4. Those are already up on my channel if you're watching this, unless part 4 and 5 are together in one video, TBD. You will obviously know. I don't currently know. Figured that out with my video editor and manager. But guys, this has been a really fun journey to dive into this really cool music and all this fan animation with you guys. I hope you've enjoyed. I hope you've learned a lot. Please do continue to like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell, and of course, if I'm really bringing a lot to your musical experience, my Patreon is the best way to support me for as little as $1 a month. For real, it keeps the lights on, so check out the Patreon. And without further ado, guys, let's check it out. Warrior of the Mind, part 5 of the Troy saga. And the animation's by Mercy, I believe. Right, we've just left these little creatures on the island.
Have you forgotten the lessons I taught you?
Oh,
Athena!
Have you forgotten to turn off your heart? This is not you.
So sick. I love the complete flip to like the negative in the animation. It's perfect for what's happening here. I love the piano running happening. I love that we get a female vocalist in here as well. I think it's the first female vocalist we've heard on the album so far. The voice of Athena. Very cool. And I love we get this uplifter to kind of bring us into the song, and then we get this kind of chopped effect leading into the drop or the downbeat of this first verse. Very nice. EDM style.
Have you forgotten the lessons I taught you?
Listen to that crazy piano.
Athena!
Have you forgotten to turn off your heart? This is not you.
We also, again, we get this synthy electronic choir sound that Jorge loves to use and loves to throw into the foundation of this music, where it's voices, it's human voice. Well, it might not be human voices. It totally might be synthetically produced. I have plenty of samples that I use in Ableton Live if I'm going for a certain effect, where it is synthetically produced human voices, and almost intentionally they don't sound exactly like human voices because AI and other devices, other systems can do that now. They're supposed to sound kind of synthetic and robotic in a way. And it really, and I've talked about this before in this series, it really bridges the gap from the old world to the new, right? This is mythology about ancient Greece, but with like synthesizers and sampling and modern day instruments combined with like war drums and some plucked instruments that they would have had, you know, some semblance of back then. So it's a very cool combo of all those things. And this part right here, I just love this movement, this piano movement, just running all over the place.
To turn off your heart, this is not you. I see you changing from how I've designed you.
All right, so now we get the kick drum driving us forward, and the piano part's the same. I don't know what it actually is. I can't sing it, but when the next verse comes in and the kick comes in, it goes up an octave. It just jumps an octave. And so already that's a technique, an arrangement technique used to like enhance and augment and kind of increase intensity in a song. Love it.
I see you changing from
Now it's just higher.
how I've designed you. Have you forgotten your purpose? Let me remind you. Goddess of wisdom, master of war. My life has one mission: create the greatest warrior. I had a challenge.
This is wild. So there's some production things I absolutely love. One is the transition between section to section. There's almost always a little bit of an uplifter, like a shh, and then an impact happening on the downbeat that just perfectly masks the transition from one to the next. I do it all the time on every song on my upcoming album called Metamorphosis. It comes out May 17th if you guys want to check it out. Would love that. It'll be on all streaming services. So risers and impacts are a great way to kind of mask a transition from one section to the next. Great use of that here. The other thing I love about this song is that the piano is a very main feature. It's not just a background instrument in this song as it often is. It is very much featured almost as clearly as the voice. I mean, it's almost like a duet between voice and this movement in the piano, and underneath is just a kick drum, at least in this next section. So really cool to hear the piano featured so heavily.
You, goddess of wisdom,
Listen to that.
master of
Ooh.
war. My life has one mission: create the greatest warrior. I had a challenge.
It's the kind of thing where if you took the voice away, it would still be a really cool piano piece with just that kick drum and the virtuosic piano.
Warrior, I had a challenge, a test of skill, a magic bar only the best would kill. One day a boy came for the thrill, a boy whose mind rivaled the bar's own will. Let's go.
All right, so we get more in-depth movement in the drums, and something I love, she starts talking about the mysticism and kind of magic, right? And we get flutes. We get a lower flute in the left ear first, and then we get a much higher flute in the right ear. And flutes and lutes and instruments like that have their place solidly in Greek mythology, whether it's like a satyr playing a flute of some kind, or God, I'm not gonna be able to think of anything off the top of my head. There are flutes of all sorts in ancient Greece and Greek mythology. And it was supposedly like a mystical instrument with mystical powers, basically, ways to summon creatures and things like that. So very cool when she starts talking about the magic element of who she is, Athena, the goddess of wisdom, that flutes come into the mix.
A test of skill.
Right here, ready?
I had a challenge, a test
Listen in your left ear.
A magic bar, only the best would kill.
And then right ear.
Yeah. For the thrill, a boy whose mind rivaled the bar's own will.
Let's go!
Maybe one day he'll follow me and we'll make a greater tomorrow. Then they'll see I know he'll change the world, 'cause he is a warrior of the night.
This may be the first time we're getting brass instruments. Trumpets, trombones, whatever's happening here. I think this is the first time we're getting brass in this musical. And again, it has a kind of electronic sound to it. It sounds like sampled brass instruments. All of this sounds sampled. It could be. It's buried so deeply in the mix, which is the beauty of burying instruments deep in the mix if they're not actually played, because it gets harder and harder to tell the more they're combined with the rest of the atmosphere and soundscape. But it sounds like sampled brass instruments. But I think this is the first time we hear brass in this whole series.
Rivaled the bar's own will.
Let's go!
Maybe one day he'll follow me and we'll make a
With this kick drum, just
then they'll see I know he'll change the world, 'cause he is a warrior of the night. Maybe one day I'll reach him and we can build his skills as I teach him. If there's a problem, he'll have the answer. He is a warrior of the night.
there's another cool moving piano part that comes in the second half of this anthem style chorus. It sounds very, very much like a pop anthem.
One day I'll
Right here.
of the night.
And
Maybe one day I'll reach him and we can build his skills as I teach him. If there's a problem, he'll have the answer. He is a warrior of...
it's like a modified piano of some kind. It's not the piano we heard featured earlier. It's a different kind of piano-like sound.
the night.
Show yourself. I know you're watching me. Show yourself. I can see you.
How can you see through my spell?
I was lying.
I love the way it shifts from like pop anthem, like very upbeat, to like dark pop, dark electronic, almost some elements of like dubstep. Obviously not the big bass growls and stuff like that, but some of the cool sound design and soundscape creation that is used by dubstep producers. I also produce dubstep. You'll hear a little bit of that on the album. Anyway, like dark electronic. It's really cool to hear this shift from like this anthem, like, oh, we're dancing, like four on the floor, we're at the club, we're on the beach, whatever, tropical house, like in the last song, to like dark, right? Dark and mysterious.
Warrior of the night.
Totally different.
Show yourself. I know you're watching me. Show yourself. I can see you.
How can you see through my spell?
I was lying, and you fell for my bluff.
Ah.
Well done, enlighten me, what's your name?
You first, and maybe I'll do the same.
A flat. Jorge loves the A flat. He's got a lot of really nice high A flats throughout this whole album so far.
Well done, enlighten me, what's your name?
You first, and maybe I'll do the same.
They're singing the same notes, right? He's repeating exactly what she's doing, and it's cool to hear how different it sounds in a female voice versus a male voice. The female voice, it sounds so easy, right? Because her voice is going to naturally be sitting higher, most likely. And you can tell him it's more yelly. Like, he's got to stretch his vocal folds more to reach those notes. But they are singing the same thing. It sounds almost like she's singing lower than him, but they're actually singing the same notes.
How can you see through my spell?
I was lying, and you fell for my bluff.
Well done, enlighten me, what's your name?
You first, and maybe I'll do the same.
Nice try, but two can play this game.
Nah, don't be modest. I know you're a goddess, so let's be honest. You are Athena. Badass in the arena, unmatched, witty, and queen of the best strategies we've seen.
If you're looking for a mentor, I'll make sure your time's well spent.
Sounds like a plan, goddess and man, best is a friend.
You'll see where it ends.
Okay.
We do get more of a kick snare here with some snaps, I believe, in the background. I love how it goes into this, like, Athena's a badass anthem. It's like part singing, part rap, but very text-driven, right? Oh, I forgot to put these on again. I did that in the last video, too. Very text-driven. I love the balance between, it's like, where is it singing? Where is it rapping? Where is it speaking on pitch? A lot of gray area there, right? Hard to define these things. So it's cool to get that genre blend. Style blend.
You first, and maybe I'll do the same.
Nice try, but two can play this game.
Nah, don't be modest. I know you're a goddess, so let's be honest. You are Athena. Badass in the
He puts a little growl on Athena. He puts a little growl in his voice.
So let's be honest, you are Athena. Badass in the arena, unmatched, witty, and queen of the best strategies we've seen.
If you're looking
Piano still
for a
heavily
mentor,
featured.
I'll make sure your time's well spent.
Sounds like a plan, goddess and man, best is a friend.
You'll see where it ends.
Okay.
Maybe one day they'll follow me and we'll make a greater tomorrow. Then they'll see.
See, now it's back to a pop anthem. We're just dancing.
We are the warriors of the mind. Maybe one day we'll reach them and we can.
It's so good. It really just feels. I mean, I've been to a number of music festivals and electronic music festivals, and this just feels like all 50,000 people in the crowd are just like grooving along. You know, everyone's best friends. You're just vibing. You're just vibing, baby. So this is cool. This is like vibing, like, you know, pop, progressive house music, whatever, but with like the theme of ancient Greece. It's dope. Greek mythology.
Tomorrow, then they'll see. I know we'll change the world, 'cause we are the warriors of the mind. Maybe one day we'll reach them and we can build their
Nice two-part harmony.
skills as we teach them. If they
And listen, there's that secondary cool piano that comes in that's, again, going all over the place.
maybe one day we'll reach them and we can build their skills as we teach them. If there's a problem, we'll have the answer. We are the warriors of the mind.
I love them doing that harmony together. Mind. They're staying like probably a third apart. I don't actually know how the harmony's structured, but cool to hear that movement in their voice at the same time.
The warriors of the mind. I still intend to make sure you don't fall behind. Don't forget that you're a warrior of a very special kind. You are a warrior of the mind.
Up to tenor high B. That is the highest note in chest voice we've heard in this entire series. It does come from our Athena, so it's a little different coming from her than from him, but even so, that's our highest pure chest note so far.
Don't forget that you're a warrior of a very special kind. You are a warrior of the mind. Don't disappoint me.
Yay! Ah. Cool. So that was what happened when he caught the apple, I guess. Oh man, this is so fun. This has been so fun. I hope you guys enjoyed. I love the heavy piano feature on this one. I loved getting the duet between Odysseus and Athena. That was really awesome. I love the dark the dark pop, the dark cinematic, even a little, some of the sound effects, not the meat of the piece, but some of the sound effects have dubsteppy elements to them. Cool to hear brass, cool to hear a lot of, this is a really good finish to this saga. I think this is the end of this saga. So hope you guys enjoyed, hope you learned something. I bet you did. Bet you noticed something about the music you hadn't heard before. That's the whole goal here. So if I enhanced your experience, consider joining my Patreon. Otherwise, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. And I will see you at some point for more Epic the Musical. Please leave comments and suggestions below. Thanks for joining, guys. Peace. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. Peter Barber here, professional singer and music producer, and we are back with a cut song from Epic the Musical. This is called Your Light. After I released my Open Arms reaction and analysis video, people said I should check out this one before going on to the second saga. So this is my first video I've done since getting through the Troy saga. You can check out all those here, wherever my editor, media manager puts those links. Check it out. Done the whole first saga, and about to get into the second saga, but we're checking out Your Light first. Guys, early access to all the Epic the Musical videos will be on my Patreon as soon as they are recorded and edited. So if you want to see all of this content early, go head over to my Patreon. Links in the description. And without further ado, let's check out Your Light.
Oh, I know the world's not over.
This first thing say, hold on. AKA Odysseus and Polyphemus being gay for 3 minutes. Okay. Roger that. Who's the animator here? Lazy Indigo. Got it. And apparently Polyphemus is a different singer for this than he was in the Troy saga. Casper alerted me of that. So those are the things I'm taking into consideration here.
Oh, I know the world's not always pretty, and there are days that seem to last for way too long. Oh, I know the world can get real lonely, and there are times you feel too hopeless to go on. But
Super high tenor voice here. Oh, it's a full octave jump. Okay, so it's going from F3 to F4, but those high Fs are so easy for this singer's voice. Just full chest voice connection, no problem. Not even getting up remotely into like a belt. And for a high F, so this is a very high tenor voice here.
It seemed to last for way too long. Oh, I know the world can get real lonely, and there are times you feel too hopeless to go on. But hey there, bro, don't you know? Look deep inside, and there you go, hanging in your heart. I'm always there.
Your heart, I'm always there. All the way up to tenor high A there, and it's still keeping it very light and floaty. That's pretty amazing. That's pretty remarkable. Again, this song, just thinking, it almost sounds like "Hey There, Delilah." Doesn't really, but just the kind of instrumentation. Again, this again sounds like it's something that could absolutely be on the radio, pop radio. I mean, just sounds like an acoustic pop song. It's really interesting hearing. There are all these moments so far in Epic the Musical that usually what happens is there'll be a section that sounds very much like pop music, but then it will go into something else. Like in Open Arms, it sounds like tropical house music, and then they go into that dark section when everything gets, where you're like, you don't really know what's going on, right? So it's really interesting to have this kind of blend of like pop and also cinematic, and also, of course, there's, you know, standard musical theater elements as well, as this is a musical theater piece. But yeah, this is just like a beautiful acoustic pop song.
But hey there, bro, don't you know? Look deep inside, and there you go, hanging in your heart. I'm always there. And hey there, bro, can't you see?
Hey there, Delilah.
What, you still have me. So when you need a friend or when you're scared.
No, it does sound like "Hey There, Delilah." I take that. I said it does, and I said it doesn't really. It does actually. Great song, one of my favorites from that time.
Have me, so when you need a friend or when you're scared. Just let me be your light. Let me be the stars you see at night. Let me be the arms that hold you tight. When life gets hard, or when you're lost in the dark, let me be your light. Let me be your light. Let me be your light.
This is very sweet. This is very, very touching. And this Polyphemus just did get up to a tenor high C. That's when I was like, I made that face, because it's just like a just still super light and not like aggressive at all. And usually they get up to a tenor high C. And unless, I mean, this could be in some kind of mixed voice, but his voice sounds high enough to where it could be still in at least a very chest dominant mix, and just keeping it so light, all the way up to that tenor high C. So that's blowing my mind right now. Just where this tenor's voice sits is so high.
Or when you're lost in the dark, let me be your light. Let me be your light.
Crazy.
Let me be your light. Oh, come on. Why are you so serious all the time? Hey, look at me, I'm the captain. All right, listen up.
What?
This is what you sound like.
I don't sound.
Not perfect captions here. Look at me, I'm the cartoon. Doesn't sound anything like Captain.
So serious all the time. Hey, look at me, I'm the captain. All right.
Look at me on the cartoon.
Oh, come on. Why are you so serious all the time? Hey, look at me, I'm the captain. All right, listen up.
What?
This is what you sound like.
I don't sound like that.
Sure. Do you remember when we would run through the forest looking for the largest threat? Well, you would run, I would follow.
Oh, I remember the thrill and the fun.
Until the day we found that giant boar's den.
That was terrifying.
We were rather young, and I was oh so scared. I saw him lunge and I stared.
You tried to move, but your muscles wouldn't give.
But then you jumped right in his way. You forced the boar down and saved the day.
I only took the blow so you could live.
Whoa, and hey there.
It's just a really beautiful duet. I love the back and forth through this second verse here. They're like recounting on childhood and growing up together, how their friendship or relationship developed over the years, some experiences they went through together that kind of shaped their bond. They're both singing way up in that tenor range, although clearly the Polyphemus has a higher voice naturally than our Odysseus. I think we're getting up to high G's there. At least Odysseus was, Jorge. Just a really lovely duet, and I wager when we get into this next chorus, we'll get a duet, not kind of a. Right now, it's more of a handoff, right? They're going back and forth. I bet in the chorus we'll get, two-part harmonies between them. Polyphemus on top and Odysseus singing the lower harmony. But let's see. Let's listen about the second half of this verse again. It was really, really lovely.
We were rather young, and I was oh so scared. I saw him lunge and I stared.
You tried to move, but your muscles wouldn't give.
But then
The high G.
you jumped right in his way. You forced the boar.
Just sitting on a high C there.
But then you jumped right in his way. You forced the boar down
wild.
and saved the day.
I only took the blow so you could live.
Whoa, and hey there, friend, don't forget that even when the sun has set, hanging in your heart, I'm always there.
We have a nice string part added in the background here. It's been a lot of this. We've got some like shakers, and let me just get a quick foundation here.
Pour down and save the day.
I only took the blow
When did that? So the string's been in there actually, but we've got strings. I guess like a lead violin.
so you could live.
Whoa, and hey there, friend, don't forget that even
Piano, of course, and we have a much higher. We have some higher synths going on as well.
when the sun has set, hanging in your
Really chill percussion. You hear the percussion elements, but there's no hard kick or hard snare or anything like that.
heart, I'm always there.
And there's some mellowed out synths to kind of fill out the foundation there. But it's pretty, there's not a whole lot going on. It's probably fewer than 10 instruments and voices altogether.
Hey there, friend, can't you see? No matter what, it's you and me. So when you need a hand or
stars you see at night. Let me be the arms that hold you tight. When life gets hard, or when you're lost in the dark, let me be your light.
There we go, into this final chorus, and it's just this beautiful two-part harmony between them. Really, really nice. And their voices blend because they're, even though the Polyphemus is a higher voice, their voices are both relatively light voices, especially the Polyphemus. But Jorge's voice is also quite light. No pun on the name of this song. Just generally, there's not a lot of weight to their voice. Sometimes when Jorge gets way up into his belt range, up about that G, A flat, A area, it gets a lot more weighty because that's kind of what has to happen naturally, unless you float it or unless you mix it. But for the most part, it's just these very light voices, and they're blending so beautifully together.
Let me be your.
Can't you see, no matter what, it's you and me. So when you need a hand or when you're scared, just
Let me be your light. Let me be the star.
Let me be your light. That's Jorge's first, Odysseus' first line there. Just kind of pick out what's going on with these harmonies. It's fun to see how they're working so well. It's like, how are they working so well?
so when you need a hand or when you're scared, just
Let me be your light.
Okay, so they're a third apart, just descending there. Let me be your light. That's Polyphemus, and let me be your light. That's Odysseus. So same motion, just a third apart.
just
Let me be your light. Let me be the stars you see at night.
That was the first difference, was just on that last note where they didn't do the third apart singing.
Let me be the stars you see at night.
Light at night.
Let me be the stars you see at night.
At night.
Night, night, at night.
Just kidding, that is the
Let
same.
me be the arms that hold you tight. When life gets hard.
That was beautiful. You tied. They're just staying a third apart the whole time. I lied. They're not, so far they're not shifting harmony patterns. They're just staying 1/3 apart, and you know what? That works. It works. It's beautiful. They're blending. Hey.
Let me be the stars you see at night. Let me be the arms that hold you tight.
I love that
When
one.
life gets hard, or when you're lost in the dark, let me be your light. 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 Light.
let me be your light.
I love this last part where they go back from trading back and forth between this light or whatever the harmonies are. They're trading, then they do it at the same time, and then one of them sustains while another person does a moving line over top or underneath, and it just shifts and shifts and shifts until this last section when it's even more stripped down, where there's fewer and fewer instruments until it's just voices and, like, I think on that last bit, just maybe piano and acoustic guitar. But I want to listen to this last section again because it's really nice how these harmonies develop and shift and intertwine, sometimes alone, sometimes together. The patterns are changing. It's a really nice way, and it kind of decrescendos in a way, diminuendos all the way to the end of this song.
The arms that hold you tight. When life gets hard, or when you're lost in the dark, let me be your light. Let me be your light.
Back and forth, now together.
Let me be your light. Let me be your light. Let me be your light. Let me be your light.
Just acoustic guitar. Nylon string.
Let me be your light.
Yeah, very cute, very touching. Oh, I love that.
serious all the time. Hey, look at me on the cover.
All right, this is fun, guys. I'm glad I got this recommendation to do this one. That gives me a lot of perspective and insight into their relationship, friendship going forward. So coming soon, after this comes out, sometime soon in the coming weeks, will be all of the second saga of Epic the Musical. Completely blind. I'm not getting any spoilers from anybody. I'm just taking what I've learned and heard from the first saga and applying that to the second saga. So I want to give you guys that blind reaction. I get all of these comments about information about the show that I'm learning from. You guys are doing very well at not spoiling anything for me, which I very much appreciate. It really adds to my experience and thus to your experience. If you guys are gaining appreciation for Epic the Musical and Jorge's writing and the singing and instrumentation, anything, consider joining my Patreon. That's where you can get early access to all future Epic reaction and analysis videos. So I will see you guys there. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Hi everyone, welcome back. My name is Peter Barber. I'm a professional singer and music producer, and today we are back at the start of the second saga, the CYCLOPS saga of Act 1 of Epic the Musical. And it's about to get crazy. Man, I just got through the first act. I'm doing this all in one take. Now, I have learned a few things. After doing the first saga, excuse me. Few things I've learned. So, gods can create sounds out of nothing, essentially. So when the gods are involved, there are more electronic elements in the background, as opposed to when the human characters are singing or performing. You know, it's more traditional instruments. There are a lot of leitmotifs. This is a coin termed by Wagner back in the day, where there will be themes and certain instruments used based on characters. So like Athena, for Athena, the piano is there to, you know, kind of demonstrate dexterity and skill. For Odysseus, it's I think the nylon stringed guitar predominantly, many things like that. There's a lot of depth to this show. I was just doing a little bit of background research on it. Nothing about the plot or anything like that, but just a little background research as to how Jorge, otherwise known as Jay, composed this piece and kind of how it started and his kind of thinking about these gods and myths and all this stuff. So be taking everything I've learned from the first saga, the Troy saga, and applying it to this saga. Guys, early access to all my Epic the Musical releases will be available on my Patreon before the public gets the release. So basically, whenever I get them edited, recorded, edited, and I can upload them, you guys will have early access to that, and you get that starting at the $5 a month tier. That's the Artist Circle. That's a great way to support me on my journey. Thank you guys for being with me up to this point. Currently sitting at almost 178,000 subscribers. Let's keep this going, guys. It's a pleasure and a joy for me to be with you and to be here doing musical analysis. So let's get in. This is song number 1 of the CYCLOPS saga, and this is Polyphemus, who is the giant Cyclops, I believe. Let's see what happens. Oh, and yes, shout out to Mercy for this animatic.
Over here. Look at all this food. Look at all these sheep. I can't believe this cave has all this for us to keep.
I've gotta hand it to you both. This is quite the treat. There are enough sheep here to feed the entire fleet.
Awesome. So I love this first impact we get. This we get from Odysseus actually shooting the arrow into the sheep. Right, they're exploring this cave. They don't know what danger awaits them. I already hear this guitar instrument that is indicative of Odysseus being a part of the scene happening. Right, that's that leitmotif idea I was just talking about a minute ago. We still get that choir. This is a treble choir way in the background, along with this kind of rhythmic driving guitar motif. And they're in a bit of an exploration mode, so there's a little bit of that. It's not like pounding drive, like we're not getting any big like war drums, but we are getting that kind of forward motion from that guitar pattern.
Over here. Look at all this food. Look at all these sheep. I can't believe this cave has all this for us to keep.
So ominous, too.
I gotta hand it to you both. This is quite the treat. There are enough sheep here to feed the entire fleet.
It's
So A flat minor, 7 flats in that key. I think it's the same as Misty Mountains. I think it's A flat minor with 7 flats in that key signature. I'm sure Mason will throw up a graphic to show you how crazy that looks.
Sheep here to feed the entire fleet.
It's almost too perfect, too good to be true. Why would the Lotus Eaters pass up on all this food?
Yikes! I see they still have they brought a little lotus creature with them, at least in Mercy's animatic. I love that. You get this cool string going from the right ear to the left ear, getting that full stereoscopic image. Doo, doo. This is just leading into this next section. We also get some relatively high belting. I think Jay went up to that flat 7 of that minor A flat scale. So that's up to G flat in A flat minor. That'd be a G flat. So relatively high belting. A lot of E flats there. Nothing crazy, but we are getting up into that stretch part of the vocal range there. The higher part of that chest range for both of our singers who start out on this song.
Perfect, too good to be true.
That's that G flat.
Why would the Lotus Eaters pass up on all this food? Hey there.
Wow, he's a big dude
just travelers.
in this animatic.
We come in peace.
You killed my sheep.
I wonder how they're doing this voice. I mean, it's obviously modulated, right? Wow, I got to hear that again because this guy. I love how there's actually a number of. Let's see. I think 2 mainly so far. 2 or 3 maybe. I know for sure in Open Arms, that's all good. We're doing the Tropical House thing, right? It's all good, and then when the Lotus Eaters pop out, it gets really dark, and like these kind of 808-like kicks come out.
Greet the world with open arms. Greet the world with open arms.
Stay back.
The synths get super dark and ominous. A very similar thing happens here where they're like, hey, look at all this food. This is great. And then it's like, oh, this is really bad.
Eaters pass up on all this food.
So we're still in A flat minor, and we're just droning that really low A flat with the subwoofer. It's actually going doo 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 doo. So B natural, A flat. You can hear the fire sound effects.
Hey there.
Within the cave. There were cave sounds right at the very start, but now we're getting a fire. Like there's a fire lit somewhere. Maybe they had started cooking the sheep, or they've got torches, right? So we're hearing the fire crackle.
Hey there. We're just travelers. We come in peace.
You killed my sheep. My favorite sheep. What gives you the right to deal a pain so deep? Don't you know that pain you sow is pain you reap?
Don't you know that? So they've got, I think it might be Jay's voice, but obviously modulated a full octave down, and with other editing involved as well. I am absolutely obsessed with the instrument choice for Polyphemus. I think it's either a cello playing super low or a double bass. Absolutely, just like big, dark, ominous. But something about, you know, if you're playing on a proper bass instrument like that, it's still a crisp sound, even though it's super low in the frequency range. Polyphemus cares about his sheep too. He's like, my sheep, my sheep.
You killed my sheep.
You killed my sheep.
My favorite sheep.
My favorite sheep. So it's like very dark. Like the timbre's very dark. I don't think, unless they might have like an undertone happening as well, like an octavizer. Because one pitch is doing what I was just doing. You killed my sheep. But it sounds like there's something lower happening too.
What gives you the right to deal the pain so deep?
Yeah, there's either an octavizer or it's just intentionally kind of robotic sounding, kind of giving it the impression of an undertone. It's a very interesting sound design here on this voice.
Don't you know that pain you sow is pain you reap?
I think there is an octave. Don't you know that? I think there's an octave happening below the don't you know that. Very similar actually to kind of how subharmonics work. With subharmonics, you sing the pitch in pure chest voice, and then you create the subharmonic. Very cool.
Don't you know that pain you sow is pain you reap?
Hey, crying.
Time to drink your blood over where you stand. Your life now is in my hand. Before I'm done, you will learn that it's not so fun to take.
Listen to these drums in the background. They're very subtle. It's just like pulsing bass, but they are low kick drums. With the subwoofers happening. We also have a lower, you know, in the beginning we had very obviously a soprano, mezzo, alto choir, right? Very much a treble choir. In this one we've got some lower voices. Again, fitting. You'd expect Polyphemus's, you know, choir that he can summon, as we also talked about in the intro, to be lower voices, right? It wouldn't make much sense if they were these high angelic voices. It makes more sense to be like dark and ominous. I kind of wish Jay had gone with like almost like a Mongolian throat singing style choir, or like a you know, a choir with a number of like basso profundos or something, like a Russian octavist choir. Maybe work even one step better. But it's very different from the choir we heard in the background at the start of this piece, which is just wonderful contrast.
Your life now is in my hand. Before I'm done, you will learn that it's not so fun to take. You came to my home to steal, but now you become my meal. A trade you see, take from you like you took from me.
Me. This Polyphemus is just horrifying. This is much scarier than a traditional Cyclops, in my opinion.
You see, take from you like you took from me.
There's been a misunderstanding. We never came here to steal. But now that I see we've done some damage, maybe you and I can make a deal.
I like how we're getting these like, we're getting the low pulsing bass, but we're also getting the kind of warlike drums as Odysseus is here pleading with Polyphemus to, yeah, make a deal, bro. Don't eat me. Let's figure it out.
Standing, we never came here to steal, but now
I've said this a number of times. Jay loves that high A flat. He writes a lot of those high A flat belts for himself. So that must be like really his sweet spot when he gets way up into his high range.
misunderstanding. We never came here to steal, but now that I see we've done some damage, maybe you and I can make a deal. I'll give you our finest treasure, so long as we live.
Dude is huge.
You can keep the world's best tasting wine.
Wine?
Have a drink, one sip and you'll understand the power that's in your hands. A wine so fresh, you'd never want to eat human flesh again.
Odysseus, smart dude, notorious for his intelligence. What's that quote from Troy? Great, where Odysseus is trying to get Patroclus, Achilles' cousin, to come fight in the war, and he's using, he's being smooth with him, and Achilles is like, don't play your tricks on my cousin, use them on me or whatever. And Odysseus goes, you have your sword, I have my tricks, we play with the toys the gods give us. I really, really always loved that quote.
Have a drink, one sip and you'll understand the power that's in your hands. A wine so fresh, you'd never want to eat human flesh again.
Something I really like about a lot of the lyrical writing that Jay has done is that you hear it once and it's good writing, but it's also very intuitive in a way. Like you kind of can hear where the rhyme's going next, especially if you have some idea about the story and like the context of what's happening. So like, you hear it once, I just backtracked and already I'm like singing along to it. Cause it just like, you hear it once and you're like, you get it. You kind of like, all right, that's great. It's so great. Just a quick tangent. I'm working on the hardest piece of music I've ever had to learn or memorize or anything for the Aspen Music Festival this summer where I'll be performing. It's a world premiere piece by a new composer named Matthew O'Coin. And it's the hardest. The music is so hard at moments that I can't even follow it while I'm looking at the sheet music. And I've been a professional musician for like a decade at this point. Very fluent in reading sheet music, sight reading hard sheet music. Fiendishly difficult. And I'm just like, it just doesn't have to be that hard to be great music. Complexity says nothing about how good the music is or how impactful the message is. And I love that, Jay will do writing like this. Now, it's not all simple, right? There's plenty of complicated things happening, especially in the music production side. But there are moments where it's just very easy to follow, and it is no less impactful. I mean, my jaw's been on the floor half of this song, despite that. So shout out to Jay for doing the perfect amount of complexity and simplicity when it makes the most sense to best tell the story, which is what it's all about, telling the story.
Then we shall be on our way. No bloodshed in here today. A trade you see, gift from you and a gift from me.
I like how he mimics the riff that Polyphemus did. Gift from me. Really nice. Nice echo there.
Gift from you and a gift from me.
I'd like to thank you. Stranger, what's your name?
My name is Nobody. Nobody. Nobody.
Nobody.
No. That must be B natural. Yep, high B natural in a very light head voice. Floating. This is, he's sounds like trickery to me, right? He's floating a high. He's being mischievous with that light head voice there. I can't remember what happens in the story here. Probably good. This will be a surprise for me.
I'd like to thank you. Stranger, what's your name?
My name is Nobody. Nobody. Nobody.
Nobody. For your gift, I've one to reply.
I'm so glad we see eye to eye.
You shall be the final man to die.
Now that is a very interesting vocal line here. So man to die. So even Jay had to sing that, but you can tell he doesn't really get down there. His voice really bottoms. Do 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 down to that G flat below the A flat there. That really sounds like the absolute bottom of Jay's vocal range. But okay, so that's just me assuming that he is voicing Polyphemus, because even with all the modulation, it still sounds like his voice. So I might be wrong, but it just sounds like the way that there's things about the text and the diction and this is hard to explain. You can almost, like, I can almost hear, I think I can almost hear the timbre without the modulation. And it sounds like Jay's voice that has been heavily modulated. Anyway, whoever the singer is for Polyphemus couldn't quite get down to that E flat, which you hear in this dissension here, which is really, and Polyphemus is singing an E flat 1. There it is. Underneath, there's that undertone happening.
For your gift, I've won to reply.
I'm so glad.
That's about the bottom for that singer.
Eye to eye.
Yes, you shall be the final man to die.
That's really, it's just like all air. When this singer sings it, there's like no really tone there. It's more just like gravel.
The final man to die.
What? Watch out!
Yeah. The cliffhanger. The final man to die. Epic. I didn't mean to say that. This is probably my favorite one yet, because I love the dark themes. I love the dark synths. I'm obsessed with the instrument choice for Polyphemus, that kind of leitmotif instrument, either the cello or double bass. And the story just very compelling. I just found myself very much on the edge of my seat, kind of seeing how Odysseus was going to handle this. And really wonderful animation from Mercy on this one. Brilliant. I think this is my favorite one yet, for real. So I'll see you guys in the next one. This is about 21 minutes in, so I'll probably do the second saga just like I did the first, making each video its own release. Hope you guys enjoyed. Hope you learned something. Consider joining my Patreon, both to support me and to get early access to future Epic videos and all other kinds of benefits. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Peter Barber. I am a professional opera singer and music producer, and today we are back with Epic the Musical. This is the second song from the second saga from the first act of Epic the Musical. This is from the Cyclops saga, and this is called Survive. So check out my latest release on the first one of this saga, Polyphemus. Incredible. My favorite one yet. For real, out of all 6 of them I've heard, 7 I've heard of them so far, because I did Your Light as well. Polyphemus was my favorite. Absolutely loved it. So, loving this saga so far. Hope you guys are enjoying. If you'd like early access to all my future Epic videos, consider joining my Patreon. Links in the description below. Would greatly appreciate it. You know, you get other benefits as well, but one big benefit for the Epic lovers is that early access. Let's get into it, guys. I will be pausing, to talk about vocal technique and instrumentation. I've got a big background as a singer and music producer and composer and arranger and all that stuff, so there's a lot of things I like to comment on. And even though you guys know so much more about this story and about, this music than I do currently, I'm still seeing tons of comments of like, wow, I never heard that before. Wow, thanks so much for pointing that out. So if you stick around, I'm sure you'll hear something you haven't heard before. So stick around to the end. Let's get into it. This is Survive from Epic the Musical. Oh. Animatic by Mercy. I think I said Mercy on my last one. I think someone told me it's pronounced Mercy.
Mercy!
And also, wait. Yeah, see this here? This is called IPA. This is the International Phonetic Alphabet. So we learned to read that as opera singers. And this would be, yeah, Mercy. It's been a while since I've taken classes on it, but the T with that F swivel is a ch sound, I think. So, Mercy. See if that's right. I think just that F looking symbol is a sh, and when the T there, it's a ch. So, Mercy. Fact check me in the comment section. Let's go.
My they wait at the beach. And if we're defeated, their good is dead. Straight ahead, that is who we're fighting. No backup.
All right, we're in C minor. So we were in A flat minor last time. Now we're in C minor. Big vibe shift from the last one. Big vibe. This is, we've got war drums. We've got a big male choir, it sounds like, in the background. We've got this epic roar from Polyphemus. So super epic. Yeah, we have a gore and flash warning as well. Okay. There's a lot happening. I love it. Big kicks, big drums.
My brothers, the rest of our fleet, they wait at the beach. And if we're defeated, their good is dead. Straight ahead, that is who we're fighting.
So we pretty much just have bass, war drums, kicks. I think kicks outside of the war drums as well.
They wait at the beach.
Yeah, we got that constant plus the war drums, plus the bass, and then we've got Jay singing lead, and that's it. So there's not much happening. Despite it being a big wall of crazy sound, there are not that many elements to it.
My brothers, the rest of our fleet, they wait at the beach. And if we're defeated, their good is dead. Straight ahead, that is who we're fighting. No backup, no chance for support. So draw out your swords. Our foe must be thwarted right here and now. Show me how great is your will to survive.
There's up in Jay's like favorite part of his range. It's that high G. One more. It's that high G, high A flat area. He writes a lot of high belts for his voice in that area. So I said this in the last one. That must be kind of his money spot. I'm sure he knows his voice very well, and finds those big moments to really let it rip on those high Gs and high A flats.
So draw out your swords. Our foe must be thwarted right here and now. Show me how great is your will to survive. 600 lives at stake. It's just one life to take. And when we kill him, then our journey's over.
So war drums gone for this once we see the boats, and this big string section now comes in. Big sweeping string sections to kind of replace the meat of those drums.
Will to survive. 600 lives at stake. It's just one life to take.
And the choir comes back as well. Just a big choir on oh. Oh, whatever the chords are. Big choir on oh, big string section, right? We still got that really low kick drum happening as well, but no war drums.
Great is your will to survive. 600 lives at stake. It's just one life to take. And when
A flat again.
we kill him, then our journey's over. No dying on me now. Defeat is not allowed. We must live through this day. So fight, fight, fight.
We got multiple G's and multiple high A flats from Jay, and it just sounds great up there, right? It's not to the point where he's like really stretching it. Like I'm sure he could go a bit higher. I think we've heard him go a bit higher in the Troy saga, but it's like I said, right in that wheelhouse where it's gonna be a high enough to be intense and powerful, but not so high where it sounds really uncomfortable or strained. Again, it's right in that money zone for his high notes. And the war drums came back for this section here too.
We must live through this day, so fight, fight, fight.
So that last chord on fight, 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 that's the 5 chord of this key. It's on that G. And that creates, like, we want that to go back to the 1. So it's a great place to hold a chord, and it kind of sounds suspended before resolving back to that 1. Fight, fight, fight. Then goes back to that 1.
Attack from behind, keep distance in mind, and stay in his blind spot and strike his heels. Strike the heels! Show him that we're deadly!
High B flat. High B flat. I love this animatic too. Murchie, absolutely killing it. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, those incredible roar and yell sound effects from Polyphemus were like just awesome, so epic. I wonder, God, I keep saying that. I'm not me to say that. It really is epic music, like epic version of musical theater for real. So I'm gonna keep saying it.
This day, so fight, fight, fight! Surround him! Surround him! Attack from behind, keep distance in mind, and stay in his blind spot and strike his heel.
So notice how little melodic content there is. After we get this yell, we get like drums and kicks, but there's not like an obvious chord progression. We don't have our big strings highlighting the harmonies. We just have Odysseus basically giving battle commands with like a lot of battle-like elements happening behind with the drums and the kick and the. So it's really cool that, you know, we've gone from, I don't know, like storytelling mode almost into like battle mode, where it's like, this is what's happening right now. Like, it's battle time. And so distraction's gone. It's just beats and men yelling to destroy this common enemy. Obsessed.
Surround him! Surround him! Attack from behind, keep distance in mind, and stay in his blind spot and strike his heels.
You don't even the way he's delivering that text is more speech-like. Now, Jay's done a great job throughout this whole project of even when he's singing, it still is very text-driven, as I think musical theater should be most of the time. So it just sounds like battle commands, and then his soldiers aren't doing anything pitched at all. It really is just like a call and response. You don't really notice he's like singing until he sings that last line, da da da, when he's got those sustained pitches. Until then, it's like almost just like dialogue.
Surround him! Surround him! Attack from behind, keep distance in mind, and stay in his blind spot and strike his heels. Strike the heels! Show him that we're deadly! Exhaust him! Exhaust him! Don't let him get close! He's strong but he's slow! He can't land a blow if we're out of reach. Find a breach, stand up and fight for your lives!
So just like staying way up in that bell range. Da 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 da. So G, F, B flat, A flat, G, all around, all just right in that money zone for Jay. And it's really keeping the intensity up, right? To stay up in that belt range for a long period of time takes a lot of stamina. When you're doing a powerful, fully chest connected style belt, really adds to the drama of this moment.
Exhaust him!
Like that little yell, exhaust him! He lets his vocal folds kind of blow apart for like a real yell there.
Show him that we're deadly! Exhaust him! Don't let him get close! He's strong but he's slow!
Just high.
Land a blow if we're out of reach. Find a breach, stand up and fight for your lives!
600 lives at stake. It's just one life to take. And when we kill him, then our journey's over.
Push, push!
So full war drums continuing. Now when we first got this motif, Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. That was when we were looking at the ships. The drums had cut out, right? That was when the string section came in, if you think back about a minute or so. And now we've got that same melody that Jay was singing, sung by the entire chorus, and I think just octaves. I'm not sure there are harmonies in there, but just octaves, if you want to call it. Octave harmonies, perhaps, you could call it. High octave, low, so tenor octave, baritone octave, basically, with the war drums going, right? This is awesome. Awesome.
It's just one life to take, and when we kill him, then our journey's over.
Push forward!
We must live through this day, so fight, fight, fight.
Tenor high C. Yeah, tenor high C from Jay. Definitely some kind of like mixed belt, but he still managed to keep enough intensity for it to be pretty dope. Would love to hear that just full chest, like full on yell up there. Would have been like another just a little more juice, but he did quite well with that high mixed belt.
Push forward!
Still has an edge to it. Still has a cut.
We must live through this day, so fight, fight, fight.
There's a crazy synth going in the background here. It sounds almost like a bagpipe, like an electronic bagpipe synth. I'll say when it comes up.
We must live through this day, so fight, fight,
1, 2, 3, 4. Insane. With of course the war drums and everything else, and especially the yelling sound effects, right? Like you hear the army, right? You hear them charging. But pay attention to that little moving synth. That it adds. That's the kind of thing that will, even if you don't hear it, which maybe you didn't. I mean, it's pretty layered. It's layered pretty deep in there. You've really got to listen for it. But it's the kind of thing that would add to the intensity without you even knowing. And that's a beautiful thing about music production that you can do in audio engineering, is you can put in elements like that the audience might not even really perceive consciously, but it adds to their experience. But this is why I'm here, to point out fun little things like that. Leave a comment if you hadn't heard that little bagpipey sounding synth. Leave a comment if you still don't hear it.
Captain!
Enough.
He's got a club. He's got a club! What are our orders? Captain! Captain!
You've heard me enough. 600.
Wow, that got really dark.
Hey, this is the editor, Mason. In this next section, Peter gets completely distracted by the double bass and he somehow doesn't even realize that it was Polyphemus who got killed. So for this last part of the video, he's going to seem very unfazed about what just happened. But don't worry, he'll realize what happened at the start of Remember Them, the next video.
And this is like, hearing this like double bass is like, it feels like a Rains of Casimir. It's like some Red Wedding shit going on. And it goes down super low. I was chest frying it. I want to see how low that actually is. Maybe a G1?
Captain!
Oh,
Enough.
God.
He's got a club.
No, it starts on a G1.
He's got a club. He's got a club! What are our orders? Captain! Captain!
Oh no, I think it starts on the C. Sorry, it's taking me a minute. It starts on the low C, and then goes down to G1.
He's got a club! What are our orders?
Yeah.
Captain! Captain!
A flat one. We got it. Okay, it starts on the C, which you'd expect because it's C minor. It gets down to A flat one. A flat one is the low note you're hearing in the double bass part.
You've heard me enough. 600 lives I'll take. 600 lives I'll break. And when I kill you, then my fate is over. You're dying here and now. Escape is not allowed. You won't live through this day now. Die.
Oh my, guys, this saga is absolutely unhinged. I really liked the first saga, but I am like 10 times more invested. Because I love the dark shit. You give me some dark shit, I'm all in. Polyphemus, absolutely insane. Love the double bass. Love the war drums. Love the chant. Love the not singing parts, like they're just chanting. Love Jay singing the lead in that first bit, and then the chorus all singing the same melody later. The story where you really feel like they're gonna win, and then Polyphemus just kills everyone. Some Red Wedding, some Game of Thrones shit right here. Oh my gosh, absolutely sensational. Hopefully you learned something new about the music, or heard something you didn't before, or just gained appreciation with me freaking out about it. Early access to all future epic videos on my Patreon. So if you're enjoying these videos and want to see everything early, check that out. And if you just want to support me and what I'm doing, check it out as well. If you guys want to hear some music I made, I just released an entire album. A lot of dark themes with electronics and orchestra. Some kind of similar vibes to moments in this show as well. I'm also going to try and get Jay on my podcast for a chat, because I know a lot of you guys would love to see that conversation. So I'm going to reach out to him soon. Links to everything in the description. Thanks for the support. See you guys in the next one. Peace. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the channel. My name is Peter Barber. I am a professional opera singer and music producer, and we are back with the third song of the Cyclops saga, the second saga of Act 1 of Epic the Musical. We have just lost Polyphemus to Polyphemus in the battle. And I was actually so kind of entranced and captivated by, especially that double bass cello part. I was like very distracted by that and trying to figure out what notes it was doing. But I actually didn't realize it was Polyphemus who died until I ended that video, and then I went in Discord and messaged my team, my editor, and my editor Mason and Casper, was like, "This saga's insane." And Casper's like, "Dude, did you watch Survive?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "Polyphemus," and I was like, oh shit. So I went back and watched that ending part, just kind of took that in. So that's where we're at right now. Absolutely brutal. Said it was like Game of Thrones. Definitely stand by that statement. Some Red Wedding shit going on. Anyway, this is Remember Them. This is the third song. And if you want early access to all the stuff I do for Epic, consider joining my Patreon family. Get early access to all my Epic videos there. This is a reaction and analysis for those who are joining new, so I will be pausing and kind of using my background as a singer, producer, composer, arranger, all things musical, to comment on what is happening in this music. It's really what I do here on the channel. But I will say the reaction portion of these videos is bigger than it usually is, because there's a lot of shocking things that are happening in this story, especially in the last two videos. So both reaction heavy and analysis heavy. Let's do it. Let's get into it. Remember Them. And this is by Wolfie the Witch. Animatic by Wolfie the Witch.
We must move quickly. We don't have much time. He didn't notice I mixed lotus in his wine.
Okay, so we know that guitars of various kinds are Odysseus's instrument. That's what Jay picked for Odysseus. Now we have these heavy electronic guitars. We've heard nylon guitars. We've heard like lyres. And the last one we've heard acoustic guitar, I believe. Now we've got like heavy metal guitar. I can only imagine Odysseus is hell-bent on vengeance of some kind. Just full of anger, right? I do how it right in the beginning of this song we get this, which is kind of where I thought it was going. We get this very like melancholy feeling, very melancholy soundscape, especially fitting with the black and white, which is different in this video than the previous ones by Murchie. But then it quickly goes into intense, angry electric guitars. So let's see where this fuel takes him. See, we're sad, we're pondering. Now we're fucking pissed off.
Captain! We must move quickly. We don't have much time. He didn't notice I mixed lotus in his wine.
I love the really soft spoken like singing. Lotus in his wine. Even though there's all this really heavy instrumentation. Oh man. That's so dope. And it gives his voice a long place to... It starts very subtle and it gives it a long place to kind of build and climax to. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother.
He didn't notice I mixed lotus in his wine. Mark my words now. This is not the end.
But Captain, what do we do with our fallen friend?
So we have two kinds of guitars. I wonder if that's intentional for Odysseus specifically. Like he's got two feelings going on. We got the really heavy guitar, and then we have a much lighter, possibly back to that nylon string guitar, playing higher above those really low, heavy electric guitars.
Mark my words now. This is not the end.
But Captain, what do we do with our fallen friends?
Remember them when the fire begins to fade. For the fallen and afraid, we are not to let them die in vain. Remember them.
Again, this sounds like a radio rock, radio metal song. It's so wild, the diversity in this composition. I mean, we get like full-on tropical house music to like weird dark dubsteppy elements to metal and rock sounds to choral sounds, right? Jay, very, very impressive composition, especially as just far as raw versatility. Like a lot of these songs, you could hear them on the radio and probably not bat an eye, at least for sections of them. But, you know, like I said, you got house, you got rock, you got EDM, you got choral. It's really amazing and so captivating.
Fallen friends.
Remember them when the fire begins to fade. For the fallen and afraid, we are not to let them die in vain. Remember them, we're the ones who carry on the flames of those who've gone, and our comrades will not die in vain. I need all our hands on this.
Some really cool kind of distorted buzzing synths happening, not super obvious, but just kind of adding to the chaos of this atmosphere we have here, this like angry chaos. There are some subtle elements that are just adding a little buzz here. They're kind of moving around the stereoscopic image, right? So they're going left to right and all around, creating like this whirlwind of craziness.
Ones who carry on the flames of those who've gone, and our comrades will not die in vain. I need all our hands on this club. This is how we're getting out of here. Use your swords to sharpen a stub and turn it to a giant spear. Let's kill him. His body is blocking the path. If we kill him, we'll be stuck inside.
Captain, where do we attack him?
We gotta stab him in the eye.
Yes, sir.
Now we're in D minor. This whole saga has been in minor. We had A flat minor and C minor and now D minor. Just kind of indicative of the whole vibe of this saga, which is much darker. And there's a lot of dark themes in this story, in the story of Odysseus, but there's a particularly dark moment in that story.
In a stub and turn it to a giant spear. Let's kill it.
Spear! And he's getting way up to high A's. Spear! Again, just a lot of this for Odysseus too, for Jay, has been very high belting. All these intense moments, he's keeping his voice way up in the stratosphere. Man, I really hope this piece gets performed live. It's going to be one hell of a production. Like as far as, you will need somewhere like Broadway in New York City to put it on, because you're going to need a super high budget production for this to cover all the different. You got to think like how many sets they've been in. They're on a ship, they're on the island with the lotus creatures, they're in the cave, they're at the castle of Troy, right? There are all these different sets that have to be amazing and believable, and each one of those sets cost a bunch of money, and also all the production needed. But I'm auditioning for that shit. I'm gonna play that Cyclops role with no vocal modulation, just sing crazy low bass shit. Let's go. But I hope it gets performed live. It'd be awesome.
Swords to sharpen a stub and turn it to a giant spear. Let's kill him. His body is blocking the path. If we kill him, we'll be stuck inside.
Captain, where do we attack him?
We gotta stab him in the eye.
Yes, sir. Remember them when the fire begins to fade. For the fallen and afraid, we are not to let them die in vain. Remember them.
I love this. So those are syncopated, right? It's the beat is do 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 do. So that's really nice. That's a really great way to add drive, is not to kick the whole time, but have a few kicks in the beginning and then a break and then a rapid kick going into the next downbeat. It's a really excellent use of drums there.
We're the ones who carry on the flames of those who've gone, and our comrades will not die in vain. Now! Scatter!
Now we get a solo on this electric guitar after they've dealt what kind of only guess is the killing blow. They've done it. Also, animations are so different here. We get a very different, more traditional Polyphemus here than the one by Murchie. Really cool to see both of their interpretations of this music. It's this crazy guitar solo.
Scatter!
Also, all the background. Whoa, what else is going to happen here? Also, the background chorus, soldiers' chorus, going off as well.
Scatter!
Who hurt you? There are more of them? Who hurt you?
Oh, shit.
Hide.
Who hurt you? Captain, we should run.
Wait.
Who hurt you? Captain, please!
Wait.
It was nobody. Nobody.
That's right.
If nobody hurts you, be silent. Don't go.
Let's grab the sheep and away we...
That's, obviously that was going to tie in. I just couldn't remember how it happened. He tells Polyphemus his name's Nobody, so that Polyphemus, not a terribly smart dude, if he reports it to anyone, he tells him nobody did it. Boom. There we go. Very clever. I'm going to say this quote again from the movie Troy, because I think it's great. Odysseus is trying to get Achilles cousin to come fight in the war. And Achilles says, play your tricks on me, not my cousin. And Odysseus says, you have your sword, I have my tricks. We play with the toys the gods give us. Brilliant dude. Tricky dude. And this is one of his tricks.
Captain, please.
Wait.
It was nobody. Nobody. If nobody hurts you, be silent. Don't go.
Let's grab the sheep
A
and
nice low D from our choir here. Really nice low D.
let's grab the sheep and away we go.
Have you forgotten the lessons I taught you?
Hey!
He's still a threat until he's dead. Finish it.
No.
No?
What good would killing do when mercy is a skill more of this world could learn to use? My friend is dead.
Then we get this epic virtuosic piano that comes back when Athena jumps back into the mix, who's also an excellent singer. But I love the piano. To me is so cool, having the piano as like a truly as like the truly prominent main instrument in anything outside of a piano piece, like a piano concerto or something. To have the piano as the main instrument, it's quite rare. You get it occasionally in like an Elton John or like a Billy Joel. In musical theater, it seems very rare to me where the piano is the truly leading instrument.
Have you forgotten the lessons
clock.
I taught you? He's still a threat.
Time and skill,
until he's
right?
dead. Finish it.
No.
No?
What good would killing do when mercy is a skill more of this world could learn to use? My friend is dead, our foe is blind. The blood we shed, it never dries. Is this what it means to be a warrior of the mind?
Don't.
Hey, Cyclops! When we met, I led with peace, while you fed your inner beast. But my comrades will not die in vain. Remember them. The next time that you dare, choose not to spare. Remember them. Remember us. Remember me.
So we get a lot of like really high, powerful belting here. And we get some of that true yelling quality, right? When he really just lets his voice rip. And we get all that turbulence and grit in the sound. And it adds so much to the intensity of the piece. To sprinkle that in with the really clean, high belting. And he's getting up here around this, around that high A. Kind of hovering around that high A on the biggest moments. You throw in a couple yells with that, and it changes it. It takes it from the kind of controlled arena into a little bit more chaotic, right? And he's heated right now, right? He's heated. It's amazing that he, is choosing to kind of leave them and not go for vengeance at the moment, given what's happened. But yeah, he's heated for sure.
No?
What good would killing do when mercy is a skill more of this world could learn to use? My friend is dead, our foe is blind. The blood we shed, it never dries. Is this what it means to be a warrior of the mind?
Don't.
Hey, Cyclops!
That yell?
I led with peace, while you fed your inner beast. But my comrades will not die in vain. Remember them. The next time that you dare, choose not to spare. Remember them. Remember us. Remember me.
I love again, those drums leading into the next measure, leading into the downbeat. And other than that, it's just the pulsating drums, right? There's no war drums. You don't get that. But we still get that last part that leads into it. And not every measure, right? It's not every measure it's doing it. It's not that much drive, but every once in a while it like re-engages the kind of forward momentum.
I'm the reigning king of Ithaca. I am neither man nor mythical. I am your darkest moment. I am the infamous Odysseus.
Go back before we catch the ending. I like how he yelled that last line, right? He didn't, not pitched, Odysseus! Instead of some beautifully sung line, it's more of a yell. Don't forget me, right? Epic. There it is again.
Remember me. I'm the reigning king
Now we get the war drums, we get the choir in the background, right?
of Ithaca.
We get that electric guitar solo coming in. There's another like motif or another mood of Odysseus.
I'm the reigning king of Ithaca. I am neither man nor mythical. I am your darkest moment. I am the infamous Odysseus.
Oh, now he knows his name. That's what he was smiling about. Oh man, excellent, excellent, excellent. Yeah, I'm really loving this saga. I loved the first saga as well. I really liked it, but this one, for me, just given the source material and the instrumentation and I love the dark stuff, man. The dark stuff really pulls me in. So this saga's been really getting me jazzed up. Very excited to do the 4th video coming to you soon. By the time this is out, it will certainly be available for early access on my Patreon, so please go join if you haven't. If you want to support me to get the early access or just to support me in everything I do here on the channel and elsewhere. Hope you guys enjoyed. Hope you learned something. Hope you heard something new. And I will see you guys in the next one for the 4th song of the 2nd saga of Act 1 of Epic the Musical. Peace. Hi everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Peter Barber. I'm a professional singer and music producer, and today we are back with the 4th song in the 2nd saga of Act 1 of Epic the Musical. This is called My Goodbye with the animatic by Wolfie the Witch, and this has been an incredible saga so far. As I've said before, I really enjoyed the first saga, but this one for me, this one does it for me. I love the dark themes. You know, I was comparing Polyphemus getting clubbed at the end of Survive, like the Red Wedding in Game of Thrones. Not that bad, truly. Nothing compares to the Red Wedding in Game of Thrones, in my opinion, but really bad, really intense, really sad. It's been an emotional roller coaster. The music is amazing, singing is great. The instrumentation is spot on for the character choices. Really loving it, guys. If you want early access to all my future Epic the Musical videos, you can head over to my Patreon. Early access to all those goes up there as soon as they're recorded and edited. Let's get into it, guys. 4th song of the 2nd saga. Super excited. I'm doing them all in one session, so all 3 previous videos I just recorded in the last couple hours. Let's get into it. Let's tie a bow on this incredible saga. Whoa. See, that's already a cool sound design thing. So we get this impact, and then we get the, and then does a little bit like the reverse of that before we start into this. So there's like a little introduction to this first verse here. Sick. Must be Athena. Yeah, that piano, baby.
You were reckless, sentimental at best. That's not a teaching of mine. You've grown soft, your dead friends can attest.
Hey,
Put your emotions aside. You're
Damn.
meant to lead the rest. I don't know where I went wrong, but I warned you, and you failed the test. So now I'm gone this way.
Phenomenal vocal. Wait, I gotta hold on. BRB. I'm gonna find out who the singer is. Athena, sung by Tegan Early. Is that how you pronounce her name? Tegan Early. Phenomenal voice. Phenomenal voice. And just a savage. She's like, yeah, dude, you were soft, so your friends died. Like, pfft, grow up. Absolutely savage. But Athena, she's got the intellect, she's got the logic, she's got the skill. So it's very calculated with her, right? But goddamn, our boy's hurting. She's like, dude, grow up. Love the piano. The virtuosic piano is just phenomenal. I love that represents her skill and her precision. Very, very cool writing.
You were reckless, sentimental at best. That's not a teaching of mine. You've grown soft. Your dead friends can attest. Hey, put your emotions aside.
Side. It's got a really good low F there. F there. Side. It's actually that note, but for me, it's essentially an octave lower. Really nice, just resonant chest voice as she dips down to that low F.
Mentally the rest.
Up to a high B flat there, I believe. What are we in? Where are we harmonically right now?
Your emotions aside. Your word.
I think we were in F minor.
That's not a teaching of mine. You've
F minor, I believe.
grown soft. Your dead friends can attest. Hey, put your emotions aside. Your word.
Yeah.
Mentally the rest. I don't know where I went.
Beautiful high C with some growl, with some grit on it too. Ooh, awesome.
Mentally the rest. I don't know where I went wrong, but I warned you, and you failed the test. So now I'm gone. This way, you'll know what your place is. This way, you can't cross the line. This way, when all is over, you'll keep yours and I'll keep mine.
Strongest singer in the cast. Athena right here. Really, really excellent. Everyone's good. Obviously, everyone's a good singer. They wouldn't be in this cast if they weren't. But Athena is like, to me, to my ear, to my background, standout singer. Just excellent technique, excellent control, so much clarity. And that's how you really tell vocal fold strength, is when you get up into that, really throughout the range, if there's really good vocal fold closure, if it's a very efficient sound, that's a very well-trained voice. And she has it just top to bottom. Her vocal folds are like, psh, no air's getting past me. Just super efficient sound. Really, really, really excellent top. And she can put a little grit and growl in there. Woo! Tegan, hello. Amazing.
So now I'm gone. This way, you'll know what your place is. This way, you can't cross the line. This way, when all is over, you'll keep yours and I'll keep mine. This way, you won't disappoint me. This way, you won't waste my time. This way, I'll close the door. Consider this as my goodbye.
That's just like
Dang. Saying goodbye. Like, figure it out, man. We get a very different foundation here, right? We get the piano as the main instrument, which is crazy. There's no war drums anymore. There's a lot of interesting percussion. Like, we get all this driving percussion, but without the drive that, previously in the saga we've gotten from war drums and like heavy kicks, right? This one, it's higher pitched percussive instruments. Clicks, clacks, right? There's much less on the bottom. There's much less bass and like low kick in this soundscape. Still got that choir though.
Keep yours and I'll keep mine. This way, you won't disappoint me. This way, you won't waste my time. This way, I'll close the door. Consider this as my goodbye.
that's just like you. Why should I be surprised? Selfish and prideful and vain, unlike you. Every time someone dies, I'm left to deal with the strain. What?
Then we get a total groove change switching into Odysseus. So for Athena, it was very much like, and now for Odysseus, it's right? We get it pretty much goes into halftime with where they're putting the emphasis in the percussive elements.
This is my goodbye.
That's just like you. Why should I be surprised? Selfish and prideful and vain, unlike you. Every time someone dies, I'm left to deal with the strain.
And now we have acoustic guitars. So we've heard like every form of guitar now for Odysseus to represent all his different mental states and emotions, right? We've had nylon string, we've had acoustic, we've had solo electric, we've had really heavy metal rhythm section guitar as well to represent all these different, this roller coaster of emotions. And I know I use that phrase a lot, but that's what our boy Odysseus is going through. I mean, what an absurd sequence of events that he's had to deal with.
Should I be surprised? Selfish and prideful and vain, unlike you. Every time someone dies, I'm left to deal with the strain. What's a title that he got his land? If I'll never sleep at night, I'll remind you I saw you as a friend. But now we're done this way. You're out of my head now. This way, you won't plague my life this way. When all is done, you're out of sight and out of mind.
That's wild that he's like, yeah, whatever. Like, we'll go our separate ways. Like, I don't need you, God of whatever. He's like done with her. It's like, I don't have your sympathy. Like, screw you then. We got that rhythm, that the percussion came back, right? It was gone. It was in that kind of halftime when Odysseus started this phrase, a little more kind of reserved and a little despondent and like disappointed in this response from Athena. And then it kind of revs up when he kind of goes on the attack and he's like, whatever, fine. Right then that faster beat comes back.
I'm left to deal with the strain. What's a title that he got his land? If I'll never sleep at night, I'll remind you I saw you as a friend. But now we're done this way. You're out of my head now. This way, you won't plague my life this way. When all is done, you're out of sight and out of mind. This way, you get what you wanted. This way, you can save your time. This way, you close the door and have your damn goodbye.
You're not looking for a mentor. I'm not looking for a friend. I mistook you for a general. What a waste of effort spent.
Absolutely killer vocals. Up that C sharp 5 above tenor high C, full chest connected, getting up into that really yelly quality, but still maintaining an efficient tone up there. That's vocal fold strength, baby. That's it. That's it right there.
This way, you can save your time. This way, you close the door and have your damn goodbye.
You're not looking for a mentor. I'm not looking for a friend. I mistook you for a general. What a waste of effort spent.
At least I know what I'm fighting for while you're fighting to be known. Since you claim you're so much wiser, why's your life spent all alone? You're alone!
One day you'll hear what I'm saying. One day you might understand. One day, but not today. For after all, you're just this day.
Damn, this dialogue is amazing. Kicking each other right where it hurts on both ends.
I'm not looking for a friend. I mistook you for a general.
She like lets her voice rip a little bit just on that one part.
A waste of effort spent.
At least I know what I'm fighting for.
This progression, like that progression up, we haven't heard that before, and it's really nice. And it kind of hints it's like I'm about to give you something, right? I'm about to say something that you're not gonna like.
For a friend, I mistook you for a general. What a waste of effort spent.
At least I know what I'm fighting for while you're fighting to be known. wiser? Why's your life spent all alone? You're alone.
Let me say, it's not just he asked the question. Life spent all alone. He's like, you're alone. Like after, like not a rhetorical question. It's like kind of a rhetorical question, right? Meant to be insulting, and then just tells her, why is your life spent all alone? You're alone. Like, that goes hard, dude. Odysseus goes hard.
To be known, since you claim you're so much wiser, why's your life spent all alone? You're alone.
Love this animatic. Perfect capture of that.
You'll hear what I'm saying. One day you might understand.
And then it's beautiful. All the way up to those high C's again, but of course this time she's operating in a much lighter mechanism, more like a very light mixed voice. That's what I'm talking about with control in this singer. Like she can do the full chest belting up there, or that she can just absolutely float it, but still with really good vocal fold closer. It's not like she's like, one day. Like it's not like it's some light, crappy thing. It's like it's a very efficient tone, but it's just a much lighter tone. That is very skilled singing.
One day you'll hear what I'm saying. One day you might understand. One day, but not today. For after all, you're just this day you sever your own head. This day you cut the line. This day you lost it all. Consider this as my goodbye. Consider this as my goodbye.
She also right? The gods can conjure voices. Doesn't she do that here? Right here. So presumably that is voices conjured, right? It's not a soldier's chorus. It's just the two of them. Those are voices conjured by Athena for this moment. Yes?
But not today, for after all, you're
Just a man. Oh, and just a man? Just a man, hearkening back to the second song, I believe, of the whole show.
for after all, you're just this day you sever your own head. This day you cut the line. This day you lost it all. Consider this as my goodbye. Consider this as my goodbye. This is my goodbye.
Vocal control. Bye. Oh, that high E flat. God. High E flat is ridiculously high for a belt.
This is my goodbye. This is my goodbye. Consider this is my goodbye. This is my goodbye.
I love this whole build up, the drums. It's very much like a build up to a drop in EDM, and then it cuts out right as they kind of go away and smoke. The drop, we don't get like a big drop. We just get the end of that build up, and then the piano comes back. It's like whispers of Athena, going away.
Consider this is my goodbye.
Kick.
This is my goodbye.
Love those sound effects. It's like this white noise with pitch happening in the middle of it. Oh my gosh. Second Saga is overpowered. So fantastic. Guys, I hope you have enjoyed this journey that we're going on together. If you'd like to support me and what I'm doing here, early access to all future epic videos, check out my Patreon. Otherwise, thanks for being here. Thanks for joining in these videos and indulging me and allowing me to, you know, break things down musically, vocally, audio engineering. That's what I really love to do on this channel. It is, I'd say, 3 parts educational, 1 part entertainment. So those who are here to appreciate music more, here to learn something, and be able to take those lessons going forward in your musical experience. So I hope you guys are enjoying, and I will see you at some point in the coming weeks and months for all the rest of Epic the Musical. And I am super excited to keep going on this journey. So thanks for hanging out. See you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the channel. My name is Peter Barber. I'm a professional singer and music producer, and today we are back with Epic the Musical. This is the first song. It's called Storm, and it's the first song in the 3rd saga, the Ocean Saga of Epic the Musical by Jorge Rivera-herrans. Very excited to be back with this amazing piece. It's been such a joy to follow the story and the mythology that I've loved, you know, since I was a kid, since we read through all those books in high school. I think in high school we read the Odyssey, and I'm pretty sure. But it's really amazing what Jorge has done with the music, with the characters, with the specific instrument choices, with the soundscapes, all of it. Really amazing. Really looking forward to the day when this wonderful piece is performed live. It'll be a huge production, worthy of Broadway, most certainly. Guys, all early access to future Epic videos will be on my Patreon, so head over there if you want to see all these videos before anybody else. It's the best way to support me as well. And last thing, this is a reaction and analysis, so I will be pausing to talk a lot about, you know, vocal technique and instrumentation and music production, as I've done all these things for a while. And there's always a lot to talk about. So, this is an animatic by Jimena Natzel. I think is how you would, something like that. And have not seen this animator before. This is a new animator. So this is recommended to me by Mortius, who all of you know, surely. And I'm excited. So let's dig into it. This is Storm, first song of the 3rd saga, Epic the Musical. Wicked cool intro. All right, we start out. You can feel he's writing it. Some of the movement in that first kind of leading instrument we heard really felt kind of like a rolling ocean in a way. Classical composers have been known to do this. There's a song called Les Berceaux, which is an art song by Gabriel Fauré, and he, you know, has a certain style on the piano that really signifies the rolling and the rocking of the boats, which is very cool. So we get a little bit of that early on, and then you feel a building, and then, you know, it hits, and it's like, okay, this really feels representative of a big ocean storm, right? F sharp minor. Big leading brass section. We have not gotten a whole lot of trumpets and brass as far as I remember in the show so far. But we get big brass, we get big drum hits, we get this big epic choir sound, and it's all, you know, kind of painting the picture of like chaos out there on the sea. Surely about to deal with Poseidon, right? One can only assume they're on the ocean. Poseidon's got to make an appearance. Let's see. Big ass trumpets.
These waves and tides have grown in strength and size. Is it nature or divine, or a blessing in disguise? Our homes inside, this storm's our final fight. There's no time to die. Comrades, brace for a storm.
So we know Odysseus, his musical instrument that Jorge chose for him is guitar, varying kinds of guitar. We've heard him with acoustic playing underneath. We've heard him with nylon string. We've heard him with big lead solo electric, and then of course more like almost like rhythm metal or rhythm rock guitar, which we feel here as well, which of course is another really great representation not only of whatever headspace Odysseus is in or emotional state, but also the storm, right? It's like a boat crashing through the waves. Really nice. I love that motif that keeps coming back.
These waves and tides have grown in strength and size. Is it nature or divine or a blessing in disguise? Our homes inside, this storm's our final fight. There's no time to die. Comrades, brace for a storm.
Starting out this very, very much in that speech-like range for Jorge most of the time, although he does belt out a couple high F sharps in there as well, and that's getting up into his money zone, which I've identified multiple times. He really loves belting up in that G A flat area. That's like his big belt money zone. So we're not quite there, but we are getting up into that really high chest belt range just for a few moments. The rest of the time really is very much, speech-like, text-driven singing, as we often get, especially towards the start of musical theater pieces, right? They want to save the big belting for the end, save that climactic moment for the end. And in musical theater, the climax is usually very based on what's happening vocally. You think of like a Let It Go from Frozen. That huge high chest belt from Elsa is towards the end of the song, which he really lets it rip. And you see that pattern everywhere in musical theater and opera and really any style. I mean, any vocal style is, the climax is going to be based around, the voice and how it's interacting with the foundation.
No time to die, comrades! Brace for a storm! The likes of which we've never seen before. Brace for a storm! With hope so close, we must keep pushing forward. Full speed ahead.
I love that the trumpet, big like Maynard Ferguson level trumpet. Look up Maynard Ferguson, absolutely unreal. Like that kind of trumpet lead, kind of mimicking the lead vocal line. Just like right at the end of those lines is like super badass. So he's singing that, Jorge's singing that, and then the really high trumpet is also doing that line, underneath him or in the background.
Lights of which we've never seen before. Brace for a storm. With hope so close, we must keep pushing towards the island, but avoid the crashing waves. Tread where the tide is flat, and then you will be safe.
So you can just feel the drive happening, right? We got that like metal-like rhythm guitar happening. We've got the drums cooking along. It all feels like this is the song "Full Steam Ahead," right? That was in the Troy Saga, and I can't remember what it sounds like because it's been a little while. But I remember commenting and saying it seems like, you think like full steam ahead, you think like big charging music, right? Boat blasting through the waves, the soldiers are all hyped. This is more like that. Like they're back in the boat, they're going across the ocean, full steam ahead. But, it makes sense that the storm has given this music its edge, its kind of intensity. But yeah, all this drive happening in the music. The vocals are very similar to the first verse, we can call it. Is in that speech-like placement so far, right? Still not getting up in any big kind of crazy belting, but it's really the underlying instruments that are just driving this boat through the water.
Close, we must keep pushing forward. Full speed ahead towards the island, but avoid the crashing waves.
there's a synth buried way in there that's going something like. Listen for that. If you have nice headphones on, you might be able to catch it. It's like way deep in the mix. It's not buzzy or anything. It's a pretty subtle kind of mellow synth, but it's a lead synth, and you can hear it deep in there. It just kind of adds to the movement of the water.
Towards the island, but avoid the crashing waves. Tread where the tide is flat, and then you will be safe.
Captain, we will capsize with these waves, our fleet will fail.
Have them follow my ship, all ensure that we prevail.
So that's another pretty big high F sharp belt there. No problem. I would still call that Jorge's comfy zone. I was just doing a video for Diana Ankudinova, and I was explaining how quickly, range-wise, it shifts from being very comfortable to really having to stretch, just based on physiology, really. And of course, technique is another limiting factor. Limiting factor or beneficial factor, depending on how good your technique is, right? But you can go from an F sharp, which for Jorge sounds super easy, but then if he goes up a whole step up to a G sharp, A flat, then it starts to get pretty darn high in his full chest belt range, and that's just one whole step. So when you get to the extremes, it goes from being very comfortable to not nearly as easy and requiring more effort really quickly.
With these waves, our fleet will fail.
Have them follow my ship, all ensure that we prevail.
We're taking too much damage to survive.
We'll beat the storm.
At this rate, we won't make it out alive.
Time. I was trying to listen to this time signature. Is it 7/8? Dun 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 dun. No, it's not set. What is this time signature?
We're taking too much damage to survive.
We'll beat the storm.
Dun, 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 dun. Is it just throwing me off because it's usually I'm quite good at identifying time signatures. For some reason, this one's throwing me off. Can't get it. I'm gonna have to look it up. Can't get it.
Have them follow my ship, all ensure that we prevail.
We're taking too much damage to survive.
Nope, Mason, you're gonna give me a minute. I'm just gonna figure out what the fuck this is because it's driving me crazy. It is 7/8. Okay, I do believe it is in 7/8, but there's a beat. There's a beat in there, a shortened beat going into the fifth beat of the 7. I think that was throwing me off, but I think it is 7/8.
We're taking too much damage to survive.
We'll beat the storm.
At this rate, we won't make it out alive.
We get this big, call and response basically from Odysseus and the soldiers chorus, right? Which is different than the first part of this music. Now we've got the brass, we've got the big drums, we've got Odysseus lead, chorus doing a big call and response moment. It's all the storm is growing essentially. There's literally more happening. There's more chaos out there.
We're taking too much damage to survive.
We'll beat the storm.
At this rate, we won't make it out alive. Island in the sky.
You really just grab the harpoons. as many as you can find.
What do you have in mind?
We're gonna shoot for the sky.
What?
I love the those flutes coming back, right? The flute's a very mystical instrument. I think I mentioned this during the Troy Saga. So, you know, often, at least as far as I can tell in this show, when something mystical or magical is happening, there's often some kind of flute-like instrument that comes in. So now when the clouds part and we see this island in the sky, we get the flute coming back. So it's like this, we're no longer in the realms of men, now we're in the realms of the divine, of the gods. The flute is representative of that. And to get out the harpoons, is he trying to just lay an assault on the castle in the sky here? So we get this flute, very clearly the kind of leading instrument in this moment, and we also get the ooh, like this very like nice, silky smooth background choir as well. All the war drums gone, right? Representative of what they're looking at. The purity in the divine.
Island in the sky. You really just grab the harpoons, as many as you can find.
What do you have in mind?
It's like, what you about to do, bro?
Shoot for the sky.
What?
What? 6, 7.
Everyone grab a harpoon and aim it high. We're shooting for the island in the sky. In the sky.
Yeah. Then we get some. I'm gonna wait to see what that just hit. So this really cool. Now we're getting the big belting, right? We're getting into this final section. We've got harmonies. We've got more harmonies from the vocals as well, and much higher belting harmonies, specifically from Jorge, like I mentioned earlier. Ah. So that's up to that high A. That's where I was saying that's like his high A, high G sharp. That's like his money spot for the big chest belts. So you can tell he's written so much of this music to really fit that, and that's what you should do. If you're writing music and you're going to be the lead vocalist, you write the music that's going to fit your strengths as a singer, and clearly he loves belting in that range. So that's just F sharp, G sharp, A over and over again. So that's just right in his wheelhouse up there. I want to say I appreciate how he did a true ooh. We're shooting. It's when you get up that high in your belt range, it's very common to do vowel modification to kind of sing what's comfortable up there. But he really does shooting for a night, shooting for an island. Like he's very true to this the English vowels, which is really admirable.
We're shooting for the island in the sky, in the sky.
The high A. Look in the sky. If you just ripped a high C sharp, that'd be badass.
The island in the sky, in the sky.
Oh, it hit something. I hope it didn't hit Poseidon. You're gonna be in trouble. All right. Song 1 of the Ocean Saga, the third saga in Epic the Musical by Jorge Rivera-herrans. Really, really fun. I'm loving this journey, guys. I hope you are too. If you want to see the next videos I do in Epic the Musical, head over to my Patreon. Links in the description. You can see early access to all future Epic videos. Hope you guys learned something. Hope you are thinking about the music a little differently. You're able to, carry what you heard here and bring it over into your other listening experiences. That's my whole goal. It's like 3 parts education, 1 part entertainment, because these are first-time reactions. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed. See you in the next one. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. My name is Peter Barber. I am a professional singer and music producer, and today we are going to be diving into song number 2, Luck Runs Out, of the Ocean Saga. That's the 3rd saga of Epic the Musical by Jorge Rivera-Herrans. Amazing piece. It's been such a joy to go on this journey with you guys. I hope you're enjoying. If you'd like to see any future videos I make for Epic the Musical, please consider joining my Patreon community. The link is in the description. And I hope to bring you guys, you know, more love for this music, more appreciation. I hope I point out things that you haven't heard before, nuances, details in the music that just deepen your appreciation that much more for what's going on. So stick around to the end, and I'm sure you'll hear something you haven't heard before. Without further ado, let's dive in. Luck Runs Out. One more thing, guys. I forgot to give a shout out to the animator. This is Jen, who only has 299 subscribers, so must be new to the scene. Go subscribe to Jen. He, she, they, don't know, can't tell from the profile. Did a wonderful job with this song. So go support this artist.
Please don't tell me you're about to do what I think you'll do.
You've heard the legends of the island in the sky. This proves they're true. We're in the home of the wind god.
We don't know for sure.
How many floating islands have you seen before? This is the home of the wind god.
And what's your plan?
I'm gonna climb to the top and ask him for a hand. You
Again, it's so interesting. Just the diversity is one of the things that's really amazing me about this piece. We go from, like, I mean, truly pop song, a piano pop song. We got piano, we got strings, we got 2 tenors duetting. It's very much like a pop song. This could pop on the radio, and you'd be like, all right, let's go. I'm jamming. This is great. Good vibes. And then it'll go into, like, something super dark. Something twisted will happen in the story, and everything completely changes. And then it is completely out of the pop world, right? But right now, we got piano. We got some backing string-like instruments. They sound synthy, but kind of meant to sound like a string section-ish. And then we got the duet. We got the duet between the homies. So that's what we're up against right now. Pretty stripped down, pretty simple. There's only like 4 or 5 elements total. But yeah, very good vibe. A flat major for this one, I believe. Yep, A flat major.
Please don't tell me you're about to do what I think you'll do.
You've heard the legends of the island in the sky. This proves they're true.
Love that little slow riff back up. True, true. Or you could have just left it down there. Proves they're true. But he goes, proves they're true. That's a nice little addition to the end of that line.
Of the island in the sky, this proves they're true. We're in the home of the wind god.
We don't know for sure.
How many floating islands have you seen before?
Something else I want to point out again, I think I mentioned this at some point in the 2nd saga, just how catchy the music is to where, right, I mean, this is my first time hearing it, seeing it, yet I listened to it once, and then I go back and play through it again, and I'm already singing along with it. Especially when you have the lyrics popping up. It's just like, it just sticks in your brain. These songs are all like complete earworms.
We don't know for sure.
How many floating islands have you seen before? This is the home of the wind god.
And what's your plan?
I'm gonna climb to the top and ask him for a hand.
You could be caught off guard and lose your life, or piss off this god and infuse us with strife. Don't forget how dangerous the gods are.
Have faith, friend, we've come this far.
Yes, but how much longer till your luck runs out? How much longer till the show goes south? how much longer till we all fall down? You rely on wind and people die on it. Whoa.
So, what was I gonna say? Very similar composition of the song as we get into what I can only assume is the chorus, just because we've heard the title of the song now. Luck Runs Out. We do have a kick drum now, so feeling much more like, you know, house music, progressive house music. And there have been a number of house songs where piano is kind of the featured instrument. Piano, backing synths, kick drum, lead vocals. And some of the songs in this album, I've said it before, sound a lot like EDM house music. Tropical house, especially in the first Saga. And other forms of pop and EDM as well. We even get some like darker dubstep-y elements, especially in the second Saga. Yeah, really cool. But this one foundationally has pretty much remained the same throughout the whole song so far.
Be caught off guard and lose your life. Purpose of this God and infuse us with strife.
I've made a comment about this singer before, if he's the same one that was doing it in Full Speed Ahead and since the beginning. The delivery of the text just, I think, could be a little more natural. In musical theater, it's so text-driven and so, like, a lot of the text is basically just, it's, you know, dialogue, but it's being sung. And there's a certain, like, precision to it, how the singer does it, where it just kind of takes me out of that, like, natural conversational flow that I would personally like to hear. Just a little more, like, of course, you have to sing all the right notes. You've got to sing all the right rhythms, but there's always a little flexibility there to where, I mean, the whole point is to convey the message, and you want to do that in the most organic way possible. So, like, obviously singing the text is already not organic, but it's a show, so we kind of accept that as part of the reality. Then within that, you still want to make the text sound natural, like you're thinking of it for the first time, like it's spontaneous, like you're having a real conversation. It's very difficult to do with singing, but I would like to hear more of it from this particular singer.
Don't forget how dangerous the gods are.
Have faith, friend, we've come this far.
Yes, but how much longer till your luck runs out?
We get all this like multi-voiced moment here just on the word how, which is very interesting. That it's kind of chorused, even though it's just the two of them singing together.
But how much longer till your luck runs out? How much longer till the show goes south? How much?
And it is harmonized. How. I think it's just a third, maybe there's another one in there.
How much longer till the show goes south? How much longer till we all fall down? You rely on wind and people die on it. Whoa.
I still believe in goodness. I still believe that we could be kind.
Another motif that pops up when a theme of innocence, you know, pops up. There's often a shift into the falsetto register, that much lighter head voice register, and there also the harp. The harp comes back. We first saw this when Odysseus realizes his task is to kill this baby, and he sees the baby, and then he starts singing in his falsetto, and we hear the harp. And those two themes are not just specific to this musical. You hear that in a lot of music and film scoring and stuff like that, where innocence, youth, babies, naivete, that's often invoked with lighter singing, and harp is just like the perfect instrument for it.
And people die on it. Whoa.
I still believe in goodness.
Still got that kick drum going
I
though.
still believe that we could be kind. Lead from the heart and see what starts.
And what will we do when it tears us apart?
Where is this coming from, my friend?
I just don't want to see another life end. You're like the brother I could never do without.
And suddenly you doubt that I could figure this out.
Captain, how much?
Okay, so this is kind of like verse 2, mostly similar to the first verse here, except we do get this constant kick drum. So we're getting that drive, we're getting a little more forward momentum, but still it's very conversational, back and forth, right in the speaking range for both these singers. Nothing terribly complicated happening, which you don't need, which I will say again and again and again. Complicated music doesn't mean it's good music. So I think something that Jorge has done so well in this show is there are moments of very complex music, time signatures, just arrangement and instrumentation. There's some far more complicated moments when necessary, but there are also some very, very simple arrangements. I mean, this is just A flat major, 4/4, and there's like 5 or 6 things. Like it's a very simply made song, but it tells the story, which is the whole goal. So I'm a big proponent, supporter of simple music if it works, and complex music when it works. You know, either one is good. So this one's very simple as far as, you know, comparatively to some of the other things we've heard.
Where is this coming from, my friend?
I just don't wanna see another life end. You're like the brother I could never do without.
And suddenly you doubt that I could figure this out.
Captain, how much longer till your luck runs out? How much longer till the show goes south? How much longer till we all fall down? You rely on wit and people die on it. Whoa.
Yeah, dude, this is a straight up pop song. So far we haven't gotten any deviation from it. Like in Open Arms, we got that. It sounded like Tropical House. It sounded like Kygo, and then it went to like dark mode when the Lotus Eaters popped out, which obviously wouldn't go on pop radio. This is straight up pop song, right here. And I'm here for pop. I actually love a lot of pop music. Mostly for the talent is immense. They're phenomenal singers, and the music production is the best in the world for like American pop music. It's just, as someone who's a mixing engineer and produces music, so much appreciation for the best producers and mixers in the world. It is unbelievably hard to mix a song well and to mix it loud and have it still be so clean, have the vocals crisp and the kicks coming through and the bass clear it's a whole art. It's for sure a 10,000 hour mastery kind of thing. Anyway, we're in the pop zone right now.
Captain, how much longer till your luck runs out? How much longer till the show goes south? How much longer till we all fall down? You rely on wit and people die on it.
Whoa. We do get a much crazier, more virtuosic piano part, only so far, which we've seen when Athena pops up. I know that's like her instrument, skill, prowess, logic, accuracy. That's like her shit. But here we're getting it, and Athena, as far as I know, is nowhere to be found. They even kind of had a quasi breakup with Odysseus, so I think she's pretty long gone. But we're getting that Athena-like virtuosic piano here, which definitely adds something to this second chorus.
Fall down, you rely on wit and people die on it. Whoa, how much longer till the snake breaks free? How much longer till your great day sees? How much longer till your strength takes leave? You rely on wit and people die on it. Whoa.
He's straight calling people out. Also, luck runs out is interesting because, like, yes, they did escape, some of them, from Polyphemus, the Cyclops saga. But also, like, Polyphemus died, and a bunch of his soldiers got clubbed and beaten to death. So definitely not like, it's not like he's gotten out totally unscathed, So, like, his luck's already run out in some respects, for sure. What's he talking about with this snake, though?
How much longer till the snake breaks free?
Till the snake breaks free. What is that? I can't remember what that is in the significance of the story. Leave a comment.
How much longer till your great day sees? How much longer till your strength takes leave? You rely on wit and people die on it. Whoa.
I love if you just read this deadpan. You rely on wit and people die on it. Whoa.
On wit and people die on it. Whoa.
Thank you for the concern, but brother, I can assure you, our journey is almost done. I understand that we're tired, I understand that we're phased,
Oh my
But don't
gosh.
forget how much
Hold
we've
on.
already faced.
You know what's funny? So he said brother, and before I really picked up on what was happening in the musical background, of course, think, "Hey Brother" by Avicii and who is it? Aloe Black, I think. And that song, like, very two main characteristics are like kick drum and acoustic guitar, which is kind of an interesting combo for electronic music. And here we have kick drum and acoustic guitar. And acoustic guitar, of course, representing this other side of Odysseus, which is, you know, far different from the, you know, metal section rhythm guitar that we heard in the Storm song and all the other versions we've heard. So, a couple little Easter eggs there.
Thank you for the concern, but brother, I can assure you, our journey is almost done. I understand that we're
Nice.
tired, I understand that we're phased, but don't forget how much we've already faced. I took 600 men to war, and not one of them died there. In case you knew,
Wait.
took 600 men to war, and not
Okay.
one of them died there.
Right.
In
No one had
case
died
you
at that point.
need a reminder. If you'd like to speak more, let me pull you aside then. I need to talk to you in private.
Getting up to that F. Not up to his big belt money zone, but right at the top of that, like, really comfy range. Nice vocal fold closure. Still very text driven, very speech. Like, the words are so clear, so easy to like. You don't need the subtitles. I just have them to help me with context and stuff. Crystal clear though. It's easy to tell, you know, exactly what words he's saying whenever he's saying them.
Side then, I need to talk to you in private.
Down to C sharp in the bass. I think what we're saying, A flat. So that's the 4. That's the major 4 of the A flat major. D flat technically.
I can't have you planting seeds of doubt. I can't have you disagreeing each route. I need you to always be devout and comply with this, or we'll all die in this. Okay.
Yikes.
Okay.
That's like kind of scary and manipulative, isn't it? A little bit of a tyrant undertone there, and then he's like, "Okay." It's like, "You're gonna do exactly what I ask you." Okay, and then smiles. Creepy. All right, so we're seeing maybe a different side of Odysseus that we hadn't really seen before. In this moment, I think, for the first time.
I can't have you planting seeds of doubt. I can't have you disagreeing each route. I need you to always be devout and comply with this, or we'll all die in this. Okay.
I like how previously we got the whoa, but now he does okay. It's like a play on that little phrase.
We'll all die in this. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ooh, boy. Whoop. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, boy. I've heard whispers that this one is not one of the favorites from Epic the Musical, which I understand. It's a little more basic, you know. It's a little more pop all the way through instead of pop with like crazy, dark, weird dubsteppy interjection, which makes it a lot more interesting and kind of unexpected. This one was pretty much like verse, chorus, verse, chorus. Boom. We did get to see a little glimmer of this different side of Odysseus, which is quite interesting for the plot. Odysseus in acoustic guitar mode, which I think we might have heard that once so far in this whole show. It's less common than the other modes, as far as I can tell. Great though. Enjoyed. Guys, early access to all future Epic videos on my Patreon. By the time this premieres, whatever the next video is, I don't know yet, the next video in the saga, that will be on my Patreon right now. So go check it out, and I'll see you guys in the third song of the third saga of Epic the Musical. Peace. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Peter Barber. I'm a professional singer and music producer, and today we are back with the third song in the third saga of Epic the Musical by Jorge Rivera-herrans. This is Keep Your Friends Close with an animatic by Gigi. Guys, if you would like early access to all my future Epic videos, please consider joining my Patreon community, my Patreon family. Link is in the description below. And once more, this is a reaction and analysis, so I will be pausing to talk about vocal technique, music production, audio engineering, instrumentation, arranging, all that good stuff, of which I love and have quite a bit of experience with. So I'm here to bring 3 parts education, 1 parts entertainment to you guys. Let's do it. Keep your friends close. Epic the Musical. Yes, this sounds like the place for a wind god, doesn't it?
Wind god, Aeolus. I don't know if you know this, but our path to home is blocked by an impenetrable storm.
This is the perfect soundscape for this wind island, right? We got flutes, we got chimes, indicative of the wind. We have literally wind sounds as part of the soundscape, right? A little bit of like film score type stuff. Jorge's done a lot of that in these productions, which is amazing. And I don't know if he wrote it and produced everything or just wrote it. I actually don't know all the details there. Leave a comment below if you know a little bit more about how the thing actually came together. I'm trying to get him on my my YouTube channel and podcast to chat about this and about his work and everything about him. So go spam his comment sections and tell him to come talk to me. I've had a great mini guest on my podcast, and I would love for him to be a part of it. Anyway, really great structure musically and just atmospherically for this home of the wind god Aeolus. Wind, flutes, chimes.
Great wind god Aeolus. I don't know if you know this, but our path to home is blocked by an impenetrable storm.
And we are still in A flat major, which is where we were in the last video as well. So we have some connectivity there.
Blocked by an impenetrable storm. I ask for your assistance so we at last can go the distance. Can you cast the perfect winds for us and aid our journey home?
Ha ha ha! I am the wind, twisting and turning. I give the fire enough to stay burning. Let's play a game.
A game?
That's what I'm serving, and if you win, you will get what you're yearning.
Deal.
Oh, she's fun. And her voice sounds adorable as well. Okay, cool. Playful wind god. Love it. I also like, there's one more, it sounds like we have some, is it voices or is it like electronic voices? There's some kind of choral ooze happening in the background during Odysseus' verse.
You cast the perfect winds for us and aid our journey home.
It's like either natural voices that have been like heavily edited or synthesized voices. Either way, it's cool, adds to the vibe. It is still mystical, right? So we still want a bit of mysticism whenever we're dealing with the divine, and I know that's part of Jorge's thinking when he writes this music is when gods are present, there can be more, non-analog instruments, there can be more electronics, there can be more, there can literally be choirs conjured out of thin air. So perhaps that's what we're dealing with here.
Assistance, so we at last can go the distance. Can you cast the perfect winds for us and aid our journey home?
Ha ha ha! I am the wind, twisting and turning. I give the fire enough to stay burning. Let's play a game.
A game?
That's what I'm serving, and if you win, you will get what you're yearning.
Deal.
Take a look right here at this bag. It has the winds of the storm all trapped. All you gotta do is not open this bag.
Sounds too easy, what's the catch?
Ha ha ha!
Ha ha ha! Yeah, she's fun. This is fun. I'm having fun. Are you guys having fun? It's funny, a lot of these moments, and especially in the verses before we get into like the high belting stuff, the range is so small. Just one octave. So there's a lot of sections throughout this musical that are just like one octave, especially when it's dialogue, the more dialogue heavy sections, when it's just two or three characters talking to each other. It's more speech-like, and the range is much more compressed, which is much more similar to speaking voices, right? When we're just speaking naturally, especially comfortably to someone, our voices probably don't really stretch much beyond an octave. It's only when you get excited about something that your voice starts to get way up here and then way down here, right? We have like a much bigger contrast. So the normal speech-like stuff, it actually makes a lot of sense compositionally to keep it in a very similar vocal range.
And if you win, you will get what you're yearning. Take a look right here at this bag. It has the winds of the...
Oh, wait. What's that ludicrous song? What you got in that bag? What you got in that bag? Oh.
What in the world is in that bag? What you got in that bag?
I mean, that's a hell of a connection. We're going from a musical to ludicrous, but yeah, check out the great song by Ludacris. I should know it off the top of my head, but Mason and I will put it in here.
Storm all trapped. All you gotta do is not open this bag.
Sounds too easy, what's the catch?
Ha ha ha. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Never really know who you can trust. If they wanna get the bag open, you gotta say no, sir. Sometimes killing is a must. What?
You got like this break beat. We got like very non-traditional drums and percussive sounds. Like sounds pretty industrial, and these big breakbeat kick drums. That was a total shift, and not what I would have expected on the whimsical island of the Wind God.
Sounds too easy, what's the catch?
Ha ha ha. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Never really know who you can trust. If they want...
Okay, so there's Aeolus conjuring voices, right? Right, bringing a choir out of nothing here.
And your enemies closer. Never really know who you can trust. If they wanna get the bag open, you gotta say no, sir. Sometimes killing is a must.
What?
Also, clearly modulated up to sound like they're tiny creatures, right? Like Alvin and the Chipmunks type. That's what happens if you just modulate a voice up without accounting for what's called the formants, which are representative of like the shape and size of the vocal tract. If you just pitch something up without accounting for those, in your editing software, then it'll
just start to sound really Alvin and Chip.
And just like if you do the opposite, it'll start to sound really like extra dark and weird. So we're getting the kind of Alvin and the Chipmunks editing for these little creatures.
And your enemies closer. Never really know who you can trust. If they wanna get the bag open, you gotta say no, sir. Sometimes killing is a must. What? 'Cause the end always...
He goes, what did they say? Sometimes killing is a must, and Odysseus goes, what?
Gotta say no, sir. Sometimes killing is a must.
What?
'Cause the end always
What's up, dude?
justifies the means. Friends turn to foes in rivalry. So keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Never really know who you can trust. Never really know who you can trust.
It's so funny. They're like dropping this wisdom and logic bomb on him about like, don't trust anybody. Like it's a very dark message, and it's coming with such a happy sound, right? They're all dancing, they're all singing in A flat major, but they're like, don't trust your friends. Sometimes you got to kill people. Yeah. Jorge. Oh man, that's funny.
Friends turn to foes in rivalry. So keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Never really know who you can trust. Never really know who you can trust.
Captain, what's happening? What's trapped in that bag? Something dangerous, friends, we mustn't lag.
It's treasure.
What?
Bye-bye.
Open the bag. Let's see what you got.
No, do not! Everybody listen.
Those little head wind creatures stirring up trouble. Also, I think there's a lower voice type in this chorus here. We've heard one whole, well, Polyphemus was like a profundo, but it was a modulated sound that I was attempting to sing in subharmonics. During that song, if you haven't seen that, go check it out. Singing like the super low, like super low contra notes that he's doing. But Only other bass so far was Zeus, and maybe not. Maybe yeah, I think but probably bass baritone voice, something like that. Not very many basses in the show so far. It's my one qualm with it, really.
Captain, what's happening? What's trapped in that bag?
What's trapped in that bag? So it's not. They're not singing low, but that's a much darker timbre there.
Captain, what's happening? What's trapped in that bag? Something
Could totally be a baritone just making a dark sound. It might not be a natural bass voice. That's neither here nor there.
Captain, what's happening? What's trapped in that bag?
Something dangerous, friends, we mustn't lag.
It's treasure.
You little. What?
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
The bag. Let's see what you got.
No, do not! Everybody listen close.
Yeah.
See how this bag is closed, that's how it's supposed to be. This bag has the storm inside, we cannot.
Dude lost an eye. Look at this dude. That guy's got to be a bass. Come on now.
Let the treasure rumor fly.
We'll try.
Keep your friends
They're not
close
happy.
and your enemies closer.
Never really know who you can trust.
Now we wanna get the bag open so they can have closure.
Sometimes singing is a must.
I love these. I love these harmonies and these melodies. The harmonies on top of the melodies. We got everyone chiming in, right? We got Odysseus singing. We got the soldiers chorus. We get the little wind creatures. We get Aeolus. It's fun. We're having fun. We're delivering hard news in a very fun way.
We cannot let the treasure rumor fly.
We'll try.
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Never really know who you
Good
can
trust.
Now we wanna get the bag open so they can have closure.
Sneaking is a must.
Cause the end always justifies the means.
Everything's changed since polity, so
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
never really know who you can trust.
Nice flip. All the way up to that E flat 5. It's about the highest we've heard anyone do anything in the show so far. I think Athena actually belted her face off up to a high E flat. I want to say in My Goodbye, she was really ripping way up there. But we haven't heard anything up above tenor high C very much. I mean, there aren't that many female characters. For one, this is cool that he made Aeolus a female character. I think surely in the mythology it was a guy. So really we only would have had Athena so far. So good on you, Jorge, changing things up and giving a little more range and kind of dynamic contrast, vocally, timbrely, whatever, to the show. It's great.
Justifies the means.
Everything's changed since polity, so
Keep your friends close and your
See, everything's changed since polities. Like, dude got clubbed to death by a giant cyclops, and we're just writing a jingle about it.
everything's changed since polity, so
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
never really know who you can trust.
For 9 days I've stayed wide awake, trying to make it home with no storm or tidal wave. I remain unopposed, the bag is still closed, and I'm getting closer to you.
9 days without sleep? Are you good, my dude? I'm pretty sure if you force someone to stay awake for 9 days, they just die. Like, at some point, your body will you'll just die if you don't have sleep. I'm pretty sure 9 days is beyond that limit. But he is like, is he part god? Is Odysseus got a little god blood in there? I don't remember if he's a demigod or not. I think he's just a guy. Yeah, just a man. We heard it in the story. Nah, he'd be dead. 9 days, no sleep. You're dead, my dude.
For 9 days I've stayed wide awake, trying to make it home with no storm.
Meth. That's how he did it. That's the only way to do it. You gotta have meth to stay awake for 9 days.
For 9 days I've stayed wide awake, trying to make it home with no storm or tidal wave. I remain unopposed, the bag is still closed, and I'm getting closer to you. I can't wait to make some new memories.
Does he really want to go home?
Time for me to be the father I never was.
Just keep your eyes open.
Why are my eyes and my heart and my soul so heavy?
Just keep your eyes open.
Hey, who's singing now? Is that his son? Or is it Polites? It sounds like the voice of Polites. Yeah, very chill and very dreamlike vibe right now, right? With the breakbeat party with Aeolus is now over. We're in dream mode. We're back on the ocean. He's talking about getting home to Penelope. Does he really want to go home? I don't know. TBH. TBD. TBH.
I can't wait to make some new memories. Time for me to be the father I never was.
Just keep your eyes open.
Why are my eyes and my heart and my soul so heavy?
Just keep your eyes open.
Because you haven't slept in 9 days. Your eyes are going to be very heavy.
Why are my eyes and my heart and my soul so heavy?
Just keep your eyes open.
I keep on trying to embrace you both. Why won't you let me?
Just keep your eyes open.
So much has changed, but I'm the same. Yes, I'm the same.
Just keep
Hey! There's some big belting up to B flat. The same, I'm the same. Yeah, all the way up to high B flat. So again, he knows where his money zone is, and that's about that feel. From what I've heard so far, I have not heard him full chest to high C. I have heard him full chest to B flat, which is what we just heard. I feel like that's Jorge really stretching out those vocal folds to give you that full belt up to that B flat.
You both, why won't you let me?
Just keep your eyes open.
So much has changed, but I'm the same. Yes, I'm the same.
Just keep your eyes open.
Keep your eyes open.
Wake up. Wake up! Odysseus, they're opening the bag! Wake up! Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Never really know who you can trust.
Where's the storm taking us?
I said to keep the bag closed, but you weren't compliant. If I had to guess, you're headed to the land of the giants.
This is absolute chaos. You sailors. He had a huge belt though. I want to flag that first.
Wake up! Odysseus, they're opening the bag! Wake up!
Yeah, there's that high C. And it sounds mixed. It sounds mixed again. You can tell there's a little bit of. Let me listen carefully before I plant my flag. Yeah, to me that sounds mixed. So there's just a little bit less of that yell quality. It sounds a little headier. It sounds a little less chest connected. It's definitely a very strong mix, a very powerful mix, but it doesn't sound like a full on primal yell. Which basically, unless you, that's often what it sounds like. Unless you're training in like a specific style, like an opera singer will make it a little less yell sounding. But there's just like a heft and a weight and a gravity to it that makes me think this is just a slightly mixed version of that tenor high C.
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Never really know who you can trust.
Where's the storm taking us?
I said to keep the bag closed.
So this is cool. We're getting this weird mix of F minor and A flat major, and they're relative keys to one another. So the relative minor of A flat major is F minor, but we're getting them weirdly at the same time. It sounds like a Charles Ives piece or something. Right here.
Friends close and your enemies closer.
Never really know who you can trust.
Right? It's like two songs going on at the same time.
Where's the storm taking us?
I said to keep the bag closed, but you weren't compliant. If I had to guess, you're headed to the land of the giants.
It's interesting and cool, I think, how this text from Aeolus is truly like dialogue. Like it's not, and I know that the tonality and the harmonics are weird behind it and underneath anyway, but it is very much just like, it's just text. And so we get that once in a while, right? Sometimes the dialogue parts are sung, and sometimes we actually get pretty much true dialogue, which we get here from Aeolus.
Where's the storm taking us?
I said to keep the bag closed, but you weren't compliant. If I had to guess, you're headed to the land of the giants.
who I am.
Hey, I will play the ending. Don't worry. I will not skip the ending just in case. I just want to go back a little bit. So we get this driving music, right? We're back in the storm. We're back in the ship blasting across the water. We're back to like war drums and kind of the more epic feel, right? More driving. Whereas we were on an island party up with Aeolus, right? Just got chimes and we got these cool break beats and we're dancing and we got the weird wind creatures. And then it goes complete chaos where really it is like a Charles Ives piece where you've got basically two keys happening at the same time. And we get blown across the ocean into whatever the hell is next. Right, kind of like a storm reprise from the first song of this saga.
Help me close the bag!
But sir, it's too late!
We can save whatever wind is left to use another day, come on!
It's more like non-pitched dialogue, although way up in his range, up in that belt range, but still unpitched. Nothing melodic there, really true dialogue.
Oh, this is Ithaca!
Do you know who I am?
Oh, shit. Oh, okay, there's nothing left. Oh, my God. Okay. All right, well, I've done first saga in one take, second saga in one take, third saga now also in one take. So I'm about to see the next one. If you guys want to see my video that I'm about to make, head over to my Patreon. It'll be available now. Me talking to you literally like 3 months into the future, and hoping that everything on my channel goes well between now and then. Chaos. Hope you guys enjoyed. Hope you learned something. Hope you heard something you hadn't heard before. Hope you just enjoyed listening to me talk extensively about the music. It's what I love to do. So thanks for being a part of that. And I'll see you guys for the fourth and final song in the third saga, the Ocean Saga of Epic the Musical. Goodbye. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. My name is Peter Barber. I'm a professional singer and music producer, and today we are back with the fourth and final song of the third saga, the Ocean Saga of Epic the Musical by Jorge Rivera-herrans. Super excited. Guys, I have heard nothing contextually about this song other than the fact that this is a favorite of the whole Epic the Musical for a number of people. So that's intimidating, being a part of this community now. I'm super excited to dive into it. Super excited. So, before we get into it, guys, early access to all future Epic videos will be on my Patreon. So, if you want to see all these videos before anybody else, go check that out. I will also be doing a video for Gigi's animatic of this song as well. Probably not as in-depth with the musical analysis, because I'll do it here. But if you want to see my reaction to Gigi's animation as well, also another reason to join Patreon. That'll be available either now or in the coming days. I say 3 months before I'll be releasing any of this as I record it. Guys, this is a reaction and analysis, so I will be pausing to talk about vocal technique and music production and audio engineering and arrangements and sound design and all that good stuff, as that's where my expertise lies. Without further ado, let's check it out. Ruthlessness, Epic the Musical. Let's go. Oh, and this animatic is by Annie Flama, I believe. Annie Flama. Shout out to you.
Poseidon.
I was like, that's a big dude. And looking like a horse. There he is. The man, the myth, the legend. Poseidon. Here we go. Surely about to deal with Poseidon, right? One can only assume. They're on the ocean. Poseidon's got to make an appearance. Okay, this is super epic. I keep catching myself saying the word epic. I can't help it. It's aptly named. We're in 4/4, but we get a lot of triplet action. Kind of like a Stranger Things vibe here right at the start. We get a super buzzy synth doing that triplet motif. We also get piano, so we've got We got these epic drums, we've got piano, and we've got this buzzy synth lead working in triplets together here. And strings. We have violin section as well, violin strings here. And we get these huge impacts and kicks here. We have like a wall of synths, a wall of orchestration. We have this choir conjured by Poseidon. The gods can do that, right? They can create these choirs, as is, you know, traditional in theater. You have like the chorus, right? In these plays or in operas, you have the opera chorus, that kind of thing. They help tell the story. Poseidon obviously has conjured one for this moment. So we have big strings, big orchestra, big chorus, big kick drums, big impacts. Big. It's all very big and profound.
Poseidon. In all my years of living, it isn't very often that I get pissed off. I try to chill with the waves, but damn, you crossed the line. I've been so gracious, and yet you hurt the son of mine. That's right, the Cyclops you made blind is mine. No.
That's right. And he did get his name right at the end of that episode, right at the end of that song. You know, he got his name, Odysseus, and then the Polyphemus smiled. He was like, "Oh, I got you now. I got you now, boy." All right, so for Poseidon, this is really interesting. Still a tenor voice. A lot of tenor voices in the show, but this is a much more rocker style tenor voice, and he's even got the hairband hair going on here. There's a lot of grit in the sound, right? There's a lot of edge to the sound. There's a lot of gravity and weight and kind of raspiness, all in his singing voice, especially when he gets up into the more belt range, which we get a little bit of in these first moments with him here. But it's much harsher. It's a much harsher vocal than we get pretty much ever in musical theater at all. You know, that is the grit style singing is not common in musical theater or opera. It's really reserved for the rock scene. So very cool to hear a rocker voice in a musical theater piece.
And it isn't very often that I get pissed off. I try to chill with the waves, but damn, you crossed the line. I've been so gracious, and yet you hurt the son of mine.
We've heard a similar pattern of drums before. So instead of having that constant kick, we have kick, 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 break, and then a lead in with more percussive sound effects to the next downbeat. Break. It's a really good. It's like if you want to make like the most powerful driving motion, like intense driving motion, it's a great pattern to use in the percussion.
I've been so gracious, and yet you hurt the son of mine. That's right, the Cyclops you made blind is mine. No, I'm never.
E minor, I believe, we're in here. I think Poseidon just ripped up to a high B, tenor high B. B4, which is, I think, the highest fully chest-connected belt we've heard by anyone but Athena so far.
The son of mine, so gracious, and yet you hurt the son of mine. That's
No, high A, okay. Was there a B? I thought there was a B there. One second.
to chill with the waves, but damn, you crossed the line. I've been so gracious, and yet you hurt the son
High A,
of
okay.
mine. That's right, the Cyclops you made blind mine. No. I'm left without a choice and without a doubt. Yes, the back of wolves are swimming with the shark now. I gotta make you bleed, I need to see you drown. But before you go, I need to make you learn how ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves.
So by being ruthless, you're taking mercy upon yourselves. Is that what he's saying here? We get this amazing assortment of toms. You know, these like pitched drum sounds. All those are toms, and we get a really cool stereoscopic image of those tom sounds going all around. It really is creating this very intense atmosphere as Odysseus is having this one-on-one with the god of the sea.
Without a doubt, yes, the back of wolves are swimming with the shark now.
And just great rock vocals, all gritty, all the way up to that high G is about all the way up to that high A rather, in these full gritty rock vocals, which I think is just, I love this dark version of Poseidon.
And without a doubt, yes, the back of wolves are swimming with the shark now. I gotta make you bleed, I need to see you drown.
Damn.
But before you go, I need to make you learn how ruthlessness is.
Make you bleed, gonna watch you drown? Savage.
Mercy upon ourselves. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. You are the worst kind of good, 'cause you're not even great.
Oh, he is big.
A Greek who reeks the false righteousness, that's what I hate.
Damn, not only is he gonna make him bleed and make him drown, he's gonna just rip him apart from the inside out. Just call Odysseus out on his false righteousness. Just right in the emotional nards, right in the gut with that. That's woo, savage.
It's kind of good, 'cause you're not even great. A Greek who reeks the false righteousness, that's what I hate.
Oh.
'Cause you fight to save lives but won't kill and don't get the job done. I mean, you totally could have avoided all this had you just killed my son. But no.
Story heating up. All the plot is coming together. Damn. And I want to talk about this. The musical construction of this section is really, really cool.
You are the worst kind of good, 'cause you're not even great.
Look at that full break where it's just vocal before everything else comes back in. Probably Mortius' favorite moment. I obviously haven't seen him do this because no spoilers, but Mortius loves it when all the instruments cut out and it's just voices, then all the instruments come back in. Even if those instruments are like backing voices in an a cappella song. It's a great effect.
You are the worst kind of good, 'cause you're not even great. A Greek who reeks the false righteousness, that's what I hate.
So we get that piano that comes in once in a while. We get these strings going. We get this constant kick drum driving us forward. We get this toms creating the stereoscopic image, and we get this keep constantly going as well. Oh, it's such good musical construction.
Greek who reeks the false righteousness, that's what I hate. 'Cause you fight to save lives but won't kill and don't get the job done.
Aeolian cadence, we get flat 6, flat 7, 1. It's an E minor, so we get C major, D major, E minor. Sorry, let me scroll up a little bit. Here we go. It's my favorite cadence in the world. It has such, like, that's the most powerful driving cadence you can possibly make, because you know where it's going. When you're in E minor and it goes to that C major, you know it's going back to that E minor.
False righteousness, that's what I hate. 'Cause you trying to save lives, but won't kill and don't get the job done. I mean, you totally could have avoided all this had you just killed my son.
Sick.
But no, you are far too nice. Mercy has a price. It's the final crack, we're about to break the ice now. You reveal your name, then you let him live. Unlike you, I got no mercy left to give. Cause ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves.
Oh, yeah. They're up to that high B. That's what we were waiting for. Yeah, there's a lot of action happening. These drums are absolutely popping off. It's a wall of sound, the rock vocals, the storytelling, the plot points, the plot all coming together. Oh, God. Yeah, I see why people love this one. It's powerful. Very powerful. No, he goes, no, no.
Said you just killed my son, but no.
No.
You are far too nice. Mercy has a price. It's the final crack. We're about to break the ice now. You reveal your name, then you let him live. Unlike you, I got no mercy left to give. Cause ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves.
Just building.
Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves.
There it is.
And now it is finally time to say goodbye. Today you die. Unless, of course, you apologize for my son's pain and all his cries.
I love how that text was delivered. It wasn't what you'd expect. This line here, and now it is finally time to say goodbye. Today you die. It was delivered. Let me see. I want to see what he did again because it was delivered in a unique and kind of unexpected way.
And now it is finally time to say goodbye. Today you die. Unless, of course,
Super cool.
you apologize for my son's pain and all his cries.
A few extra ornaments from our Poseidon here, and not just all his cries, right? Little riff in there. We've got a number of those so far.
For my son's pain and all his cries.
Poseidon, we meant no harm. We only hurt him to disarm him. We took no pleasure in his pain. We only wanted to escape.
The pleading again. That whenever the emotions soften up, any kind of pleading or innocence or all those things, falsetto is a great way to invoke that. Like it's a sign of like weakness, like I am, or submission rather, like I'm submitting to you. Like, don't kill me, don't hurt me, whatever. Like whatever. Really great. I just love this. I love the delivery of this text in this line.
Poseidon, we meant no harm.
Because he gets, I mean, he comes out strong, right? Poseidon, we meant no harm. All the way up to that high A, full chest belt. And then we get all the way down in his range. And then he goes back a little higher, but floats it in that falsetto. So we get a lot of contrast here, both color-wise, range-wise. It's a very, it's a strong showing in this line for sure.
We only hurt him to disarm him. We took no pleasure in
pleasure.
We hurt him to disarm him. We took no pleasure in his pain. We only wanted to escape.
It goes the leading tone to the one. What are we in again? D sharp. So normally in E minor, you'd get a D natural, but we have a 5 major here. Sorry. E minor. So we get that D sharp there, and it really feels like suspension in this key, especially like suspension before going up to that E.
We only wanted to escape.
If you wanted to go there, so we'll see.
The line between
And it does.
The The line between naivety
Naivety.
and hopefulness is almost invisible. So close your heart. The world is dark and ruthlessness is die. What have you done?
Still can't kill this guy.
43 left under your command. Does a man become a monster? I am your darkest moment. The monster that always draws near.
Wow. Yes. Ruthless. So 43 out of 600 are now left. And also just the animatics by Annie Flamma are just so good. This like creepy giant dark horse coming to drown all you MFs. Absolute savage. Damn. And of course the music during it's perfect. Just like insane war drums, wall of sound. The soldiers are shouting, "Captain, Captain, Captain," right? Pleading for mercy. And sounds like, nah, you're all gonna die. That's it. So we've got the dark choir of Poseidon singing, right? Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. And then we have the real person choir screaming "Captain." Ugh. Yeah, animatic is sick as.
What have you done?
That's about as low as we've heard him sing ever. Jorge really bottoms, I would say probably around an A-ish. Maybe A flat G if it's super breathy, but you can already tell when he's down to that B3. That is or B2, excuse me. That's like very close to the bottom of his functional chest range.
What have you done? When does a ripple become a tidal wave? 43 left.
Harkening back to Curse Saga there musically.
Does a man become a monster?
Nice, that's nice.
And your darkest moment.
Creepy ass horse.
The monster that always draws near.
I love that line. Monster that always draws near. Up to that G and just gritty, belty. Oof.
That always draws near. Any last words?
All I gotta do is open this bag.
What? Remember me.
Wow. Odysseus says that to everyone, doesn't he? He says, "Remember me" to everyone when he's leaving, when he's bested them. That was a crazy shift. The open this bag sounded like a little too positive, a little too happy-go-lucky, given almost his entire army just got drowned. But I guess he's pumped. He's pumped to get out of there. And I guess he did manage to save some of the bag. I thought the bag was fully used. What you got in that bag? What you got in that bag? Ludicrous. I think we linked it. We would have linked it on the last video. Yeah. Big shift. Big shift. Really dark to really not so dark. Very quickly.
Last words?
do is open this bag.
What?
And like, I don't know what kind of music this is. This is crazy. We got the sampled brass, very clearly sampled brass. Trumpets blasting away. Still got the war drums, right? That's like the going across the ocean vibe. Is the we got the war drums back.
Remember me.
I do not honestly know what to make of this last section musically. It's very, very sufficiently thrown me off. It's odd. It's very odd to me to go from this to that. And then musically, what's happening in that last section is also very odd to me. Just the chord progression, the assortment of instruments. Maybe that's the point, is to like throw us off. Success, if that is the goal here. Let's listen to it again.
Any last words?
Any last words?
All I gotta do is open this bag.
What?
So we do get back to E minor through an odd assortment of chords.
Remember.
What is this chord?
Remember me.
Crazy crunchy chord there at the end. Dope. Okay, is this everything? Oh, I love these drawings. All right. That's it, y'all. Done with the third saga. Done with the Ocean Saga for Epic the Musical. So if you want to see me, you want to see the video I do for Gigi's animatic, I'm about to do that right after I finish recording this one. That'll be on Patreon. And all future Epic videos will be on Patreon as well. And I am planning to do the entire show. So I know only Act 1 is out right now. So in the coming days, I'm going to also shoot all of those videos in one take as well. And yeah, really excited to keep going down this journey with you guys. Thanks for the support. Head over to Patreon to support me, either to get early access or just to support me, because it helps keep the lights on, for real. It's a big reason of why I can have a house and have this studio, and for real, it's extremely helpful. So thank you. This has been awesome, guys. I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. My name is Peter Barber. I'm a professional singer and music producer, and today we are back with the fourth saga of Epic the Musical. This is the CIRCE saga. This is by rivera-herrans, amazing composer. We got an animatic by Gigi, I believe. Yes, the great Gigi on the animatic. Guys, we are back. I'm going to be recording this saga in one session. As far as releasing, I'm probably going to release 2 videos at once. Instead of 1, like I've been doing in the past. So probably do Puppeteer and then the next one together, and then the last 2 like that as well. Super excited, guys. This is such an amazing piece of music. A couple of my good friends in the community are you know, the big creators here, Mortius and Casper. Shout out to those guys for really kind of pioneering the reaction space around this series. I've become good friends with Tegan, the voice of Athena. We had a Zoom call and just chatted for 2.5 hours yesterday. We might have some things in the works as well, so that's very exciting and super fun. But yeah, it's been such a joy to become a part of this community and this epic family, and I'm really enjoying continuing my journey. So guys, this is a reaction and analysis. I will be pausing primarily to talk about vocal technique and audio engineering and arrangement and all other musical elements that are so amazing about this piece, truly. All those things. So, if you'd like to watch the original, which I'm sure you already have, but if you want to watch the original video, I'll leave a link below. And without further ado, let's get into it. Puppeteer, first song, fourth saga, the CIRCE saga of Epic the Musical.
Captain, I have something that I must confess. Something that I must get off my chest. Until it is said, I cannot rest. Captain,
You really gotta make sure this island is secure.
but Captain,
There's only so much left we can endure. Whatever you need to say can wait some more. Of that I'm sure.
okay.
So I think they just got blown back across the ocean right after facing Poseidon Ruthlessness. That was what we just were left with. And so I believe now they've ended up on the island with CIRCE, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think CIRCE is one of the minor goddesses who can turn people into animals. And so I think they're about to fall into that trap if this follows the original storyline. Gosh, musically, how different is this from Ruthlessness that we just came from? We've got this harp, plucked string instrument playing. We've got these basically big block chords of strings, but it's essentially like a full upper string section of an orchestra. I'll have to listen back to see if they were the low strings like cellos or double basses or anything, but certainly violins, violas, that kind of treble section of the string section. And in addition to these higher treble strings, we also have Eurylochus singing higher in his range as well, and lighter. I mean, that's not really something we've heard from him before. So I just want to run this all back again, thinking about those things. We got the harp sound, we got the lush string section, treble string section. We have Eurylochus singing up higher. Just such a departure, both physically and mentally and emotionally and musically, from what we just heard in Ruthlessness.
Captain, I have something that I must confess.
I mean, that's all the way up to high F sharp. I don't think we've heard him sing that high, even there. And that's challenging to sing that high and sing light while still being connected in your chest voice. That's why the sound gets a little breathy and airy up there. The vocal folds aren't quite staying together. Because that's a really, really tough thing to do. Usually when you sing that high in chest voice, you need to maintain good vocal fold closure, or you might just pop into your falsetto. But he's maintaining the chest voice, but it's an airy version of the chest voice.
I have something that I must confess. Something that I must get off my chest. Until it is said, I cannot rest.
He kind of floated up into a mix there, actually. On that third, I think the third high F sharp. That was really lovely. Yeah, right there.
Until it is said, I cannot rest. Captain,
You really gotta make sure this island is secure.
but Captain,
There's only so much left we can endure. Whatever you need to say can wait some more. Of that I'm sure.
okay.
We have some nice motion in the piano as well. That's kind of giving us a little driving force going forward. We've got the strings, we've got the harp, but we have a pretty constant movement in the piano. I won't go back, but that's another thing to listen for in that section.
Eurylochus, back so soon.
There's the low
Where's
strings.
the rest of your crew? And by the gods, what happened to you?
We came across a palace. Inside we heard a voice. It seemed to show no malice. To greet it was our choice, but nothing could prepare us for the power that awaited inside.
What did this palace hide?
Sir,
Hold on, this is... Oh, yeah, give me that beat. What another just radical departure. This is fantastic. I'm loving this section musically so far. Lush strings, right? This weird string transition.
Eurylochus, back so soon. Where's the rest of your crew? And by By the gods, what happened to you?
We came up.
Staccato strings with, we got some low orchestra strikes coming from cellos on the bottom. Really, really nice. And just like you can, what a great way to capture like a movement. Like it feels like there's movement happening. Eurylochus running back from whatever he's just been doing. But also like something is wrong. Like something is up. That's like harmonically, that's what we're feeling here. It's like it definitely puts you on edge. So there's movement, there's action, but it's also like we're on edge about whatever's about to happen in the plot.
By the gods, what happened to you?
Also vocally, it's very much dialogue, at least for a few moments here. I mean, just speaking, not even speaking on pitch. I mean, true dialogue, which you don't hear very often. You hear it in musical theater occasionally. You also hear it in opera occasionally, although very, very rarely. It's far least common in operatic performance. But you do hear it some in musical theater. But as far as epic goes, there's more sung dialogue than true spoken dialogue. We got some true spoken dialogue in Keep Your Friends Close, I think was the last one where we really heard true spoken dialogue. But we get some of that here. So it's cool. It's a nice contrast.
Eurylochus, back so soon. Where's the rest of your crew? And by the gods, what happened to you?
You can see how it's notated, though. Apologies for I keep pausing this section, but it's interesting. You can almost, I mean, I can like see the rhythms, how they were written, because he's speaking rhythmically. He's speaking in time with what's happening musically, like the tempo. There's no precise pitch to it, but listen to this. So we have
Eurylochus, back so soon.
Eurylochus, back so soon.
Where's the rest of your crew?
Where's the rest of your crew? Eurylochus, back so soon. So he's taken these rhythms. He's obviously written clear rhythms for this part, and then you stretch them to make them organically. And that is very common. You do that in recitativo or recit in opera, where you have very specific rhythms, very specific notes you sing for the dialogue. But once you have learned it really carefully and you know it extremely well, you will give a little push and pull, a little stretch, a little rubato to make it sound much more like the natural Italian language. If you're doing recit in Italian, for example. So here we have the same thing. There are clearly very structured rhythms, but he's stretching and compressing them to make it sound more like organic English speech.
Eurylochus, back so soon. Where's the rest of your crew? And by the gods, what happened to you?
We came across a palace. Inside we heard a voice. It seemed to show no malice. To greet it was our choice, but nothing could prepare us for the power that awaited inside.
What did this palace hide?
Sir, since we left home, we faced a variety of foes from a wide range of places. Gods, monsters, you know the roster. Hostile creatures that we could resist. But this was a hell of a twist, cause we are weak to a power like this.
What was it?
A woman.
What?
She had us in just 2 words.
Come and shine.
Okay, Hamilton. I actually, believe it or not, I have never seen Hamilton, but I've heard segments of it, and this moment with the beat and the rap, but we're talking, it's like not modern day, thematic material, just reminds me of Hamilton. So Hamilton people, you can leave a comment. I might do videos for Hamilton at some point because I've never seen it. What a bop! So we have this nice, what kind of drum do we have?
Prepare us for the power that awaited inside.
What did this palace hide?
Sir, since we left home, we faced a variety of foes from a wide range of places.
We pretty much have, we just have kick drum and strings, and then Eurylochus doing very much, it's bordering on rap, right? It is rhythmically delivered text without really specific pitch, without really intentional melody. Really, it's amazing. It's so simple, but how much drive urgency does that kick give? And we have the same string motif that was happening before, but now we've got the kick and the rap delivery. Really, really a cool transition there.
That awaited inside.
What did this palace hide?
Sir, since we left home, we faced a variety of foes from a wide range of places. Gods, monsters, you know the roster. Hostile creatures that we could resist. But this was...
Now he's following a melody actually much more clearly than, say, the dialogue in this section before. There's like, there is pitch in there, but it doesn't have to be super precise. Again, making it a little more organic sounding. But there were probably, like, when Jay's writing this, now I don't know if he demoed it, I don't know if he wrote sheet music, I don't know his whole compositional process for this, but if he wrote sheet music, there are probably specific pitches for all this that he just is allowing Eurylochus to kind of dance around and make it feel more natural. Following the line, but not specifically the notes.
Sir, since we left home, we faced a variety of foes from a wide range of places. Gods, monsters, you know the roster. Hostile creatures that we could resist. But this was a hell of a twist, cause we are weak to a power like this.
What was it?
A woman.
What?
She had us in
What?
just 2 words.
Come inside.
Damn.
Welcome to the best part of your life. Go ahead and rest wherever you like. I've got
Hey.
you. Don't worry, Sassy's got you now.
Only I stayed outside, but the rest went in.
Take a seat.
Tropical House, baby, let's go. Yeah, that's tough to resist, isn't it? Sorry, boys. You've got no chance. You've got no shot. Why don't you just fall down? Yeah, let's talk about Circe's voice. A new voice in the cast here.
Just 2 words.
Come inside.
Damn.
Welcome to the best.
I think, pause. I took a brief pause to look up who was singing Circe and Talia Spindle. Talia. Talya. Talya. I knew a Talia in high school, which is Talia. So maybe that's how you pronounce it. Talia Spindle. Shout out to Talia. Welcome to the crew.
Best part of your life. Go ahead and rest wherever you like. I've got you. Don't worry, Sassy's got you now.
Only I stayed out.
Where's she from? I can't place the accent. So that's up to tenor high B there. So this is getting up for sure into belt range, but you know, nothing crazy yet.
Go ahead and rest wherever you like. I've got
That riff, like, really, really nice. We don't get a ton of riffing throughout this musical. There's not a whole lot of vocal fireworks in that way. So it's cool when we hear some riffing going on.
Damn.
Welcome to
Damn.
the best part of your life.
Retweet, brother.
Go ahead and rest wherever you like. I've got you. Don't worry.
Got you.
Sassy's got you now.
UK?
I stayed
Got you.
outside, but the rest went in.
Take a seat. Let me bring you all something to eat. I bet you're tired from the years spent on your feet. I've got you. Don't worry, Sassy's got you now.
By the time they ate, it was far too late.
She brought out a pig. Doesn't she turn people into pigs? So maybe they're eating somebody else that came before them. Brutal. That is so sinister. This beautiful, charming woman is like, come inside and eat the people I turned into animals. That's wild.
Go ahead and rest wherever you like.
Sorry, I'm just trying to dance a little more.
Don't worry, Sassy's got you now.
Only I stayed outside,
One,
but the rest
two,
went in.
3, 4.
Take a seat. Let me bring you all something to eat. I bet you're tired from the years spent on your feet.
Yeah, this is straight up Tropical House. I love it. I just think it's so amazing that like this could be on a Tropical House playlist. Like this beat, you've got the kick where it's mostly low frequency, a really like subdued kick. You've got this very specific kind of clap/snare that happens in Tropical House. You've usually got snaps going on. you've always got like light plucked whimsical instrumentation and atmosphere happening, and you pretty much in most tropical house you have a lead female vocalist right there in the front of the mix. This is checking all the boxes of tropical house. Not sure tropical house has ever been made about Circe from the Odyssey, but yeah, genre wise, like absolutely on the nose tropical house.
Take a seat. Let me bring you
So that specific kind of clap snare.
You're tired from the years spent on your feet. I've got you, don't worry, Circe's got you now.
By the time they ate, it was far too late. For inside the meal,
Think of your past,
she had cast a spell.
and your mistakes.
They began to squeal
They'll be the
and
last
grow snouts and tails.
mistakes you'll make.
She changed them.
I've got all the power.
All the power.
I've got all the power. No, I'm not a player, I'm a puppeteer. No, I don't play, I'm puppeteer, yeah.
They transformed.
She does sound from somewhere in the UK, right? Must be. I love this duet that's happening. She's singing about whatever's happening. He's retelling, like Eurylochus is still on the beach right now, retelling Odysseus about this. This is a memory, right, that he's reporting back. I love that her eyes go green, like evil, when all of this starts to take place as well.
It was far too late. For inside the meal,
Think of your past,
she had cast a spell.
and your mistakes.
They began to squeal
They'll be the
and grow
last
snouts and tails.
mistakes you'll make.
She changed them.
I've got all the power, yeah. I've got all the power. No, I'm not a player, I'm a puppeteer. No, I don't play, I'm puppeteer, yeah.
They transformed.
This is the price.
And it wasn't quick.
We paid a live.
She turned our men
The world is not
from men to pigs.
and to forgive.
She changed them.
I've got all the power, yeah. I've got all the power. No, I'm not a player, I'm a puppeteer. No, I don't play, I'm puppeteer, yeah.
We have to go.
This is cool. We've got our standard. We got our tropical house kick still, but we also have like light war drums in the background. The strings are moving more. And what I love about this section is that Circe is fully singing melody, like full on straight up singing. And then Eurylochus, because he's storytelling, he's actually having a conversation with Odysseus, is just speaking. So you have this interesting dichotomy of true dialogue, true text, and true singing happening in a kind of weird duet way. That is really not something you hear very often, where like two main characters in a scene, one is full on singing and one just has dialogue. That is highly unusual and very interesting.
To forgive.
She changed them.
I've got all the power, yeah. I've got all the power. No, I'm not a player, I'm a puppeteer. No, I don't play, I'm puppeteer,
We
yeah.
have to go save them.
No, we don't. Look at all we've lost and all we've learned. Every single
Back to D major.
So much more than what we've earned. Think about the men we have left before they're none. Let's just cut our losses, you and I, and let's run.
Of course.
We got a nice 1-4-6-5 chord progression. Ba 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 ba. Yeah, D G B minor A. This is a classic, like nostalgic kind of chord progression, which is really cool. A, that a chord progression can make you feel nostalgic, and B, really is good for what's happening here, because he's saying like, look, we don't have to go back. Look at all this shit we've been through, man. Like we've been through so much. We can let this one go. Let's like cut our losses, right? No sunk cost fallacy here. And it's really nice that they have this kind of I've heard so many songs. If you think like listening back to a song from like the 90s, which is the decade I grew up in, there are a lot of songs with this chord progression. And so I think for me too, specifically, it's more nostalgic. But you guys let me know, does this chord progression make you feel nostalgic? Because I'm pretty sure that's a thing. The 1-4-6-5. It also is the chord progression for a lot of songs, a lot of really popular songs. So that's another thing. So that's another way it kind of ties back into our, musical education and evolution over the years. But yeah, cool.
Think
don't even know where I started that.
we have left before they're none. Let's just cut our losses, you and I, and let's run.
Of course I'd like to leave now. Of course I'd like to run. But I can hardly sleep now, knowing everything we've done. There's no length I wouldn't go if it was you I had to save. I can only hope you'd do the same.
I can hear her still,
No one will find
and her voice deceives.
their way between.
What if she can't be killed?
My nymphs and I.
Will you choose to leave?
Their love and queen.
I don't
So
know.
we're back to this. We're back. It's so interesting. We have two scenes happening, right? We have Eurylochus, who was describing his memory of interacting with Circe and what she did to his men. And we have the dialogue happening on the beach. And I think now this is like, we're now up to present, but we still have the dialogue happening and we still are bouncing back over to Circe. So we again get this duet between dialogue and singing. We're back to parts of Tropical House. We don't get a lot of the high whimsical content here, but we do get some kicks and toms and things like that, you know, they've brought the beat back going into this final section.
I can hear her.
Classic Tropical House drum fill. Doom, da, doom, ga, doom.
Hope you'd do the same.
I can hear her still,
No one will find
and her voice deceives.
their way between.
What if she can't be killed?
My nymphs and I.
Some more action in the kick drum.
I don't know.
I've got all the power, yeah. I've got all the power. No, I'm not a player, I'm a puppeteer. No, I don't play, I puppeteer.
She's a clever witch,
This is the price.
and she's hard to slay.
We paid it all.
It's a game of wits,
We draw the line.
but you don't have to play.
Watch from above.
I have to try.
I've got all the power, yeah. I've got all the power. No, I'm not a player, I'm a puppeteer. No, I don't play, I'm puppeteer, yeah.
Circe has a really great musical theater voice. It's really lovely. We've got so many. I mean, like with Tegan singing Athena and Talia singing Circe. It's just really great, just strong singing. And like the high belt, she didn't belt super high, but she got up to a high D there above tenor high C, and just rock solid. No struggle there. Really good vocal fold closure. Nice power. Just a really lovely voice and cunning and inviting, right? I think is really good casting on Jay's part for Circe here.
I've got all the power, yeah. I've got all the power. No, I'm not a player, I'm a puppeteer. No, I don't play, I'm puppeteer, yeah. Come inside.
Damn.
Welcome to the best part of your life. Go ahead and rest wherever you
Making sure I'm not missing anything.
I've got you, don't worry.
Hell yeah. All right, give this one a like. All right, and we're on to Wouldn't You Like? All right, song number 2 of the 4th saga of Epic the Musical. This is Wouldn't You Like? Animatic by Jimena Natzel. Not sure how to pronounce that. Leave a comment. Let's do it. That's disconcerting.
I must say, what a brilliant speech you gave.
Who goes there?
Just a friend who could help you save your men. A fairy like Circe.
Must be Hermes.
You want to beat her, you'll need the blessing of a certain god. Divine intervention, someone who's not afraid to send a message.
Are all like the features in this saga British or from the UK? I swear I swear Circe was from that area, and it sounds like, I think it's Hermes. He's got the wings on his hat. We start this one kind of similarly to how we started the last one. We've got this nice harp plucked string situation happening. We've got a very high floaty voice, right? I feel like this makes sense. This actually makes a lot of sense for Hermes. Creepy version of Hermes, though. Is he creepy in the original story? I don't remember.
I must say, what a brilliant speech you gave.
Who goes there?
Just a friend who could help you save your men. A foe like CIRCE's not to be messed with. You want to beat her, you'll need the blessing of a certain god. Divine intervention, someone who's not afraid to send a message.
So this is a nice example. Remember in the last one I was talking about how there was very straight dialogue, like really no melody at all for most of the part. This is a great moment where there is clear melody, but again, it's being kind of stretched. It's not super precise. It is dialogue plus singing. And it's a nice balance and combination of that. Do, do, do. We're in G minor, and this one we were in D major most of the time for the last song, B minor a little bit, which is the relative minor of D major. Now we've gone to G minor, and very much a tenor voice, right? Eurylochus was singing pretty high in the last song, but Hermes is up there, is far higher up there.
It's not to be messed with. You want to beat her, you'll need the blessing of a certain god. Divine intervention, someone who's not afraid to send a message.
Send a message.
Wouldn't you like a taste of the power? Wouldn't you like to use more than words? Deep in the night, the fight lasts for hours. You can be hurt or you can beat her. Wouldn't you like to have some of the magic? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conquer her. She can turn you to...
We are just in a club in Barcelona in this saga. It's fantastic. I have spent time in clubs in Barcelona. Spent a whole week there. A summer many moons ago. Absolute blast. Not a whole lot of sleep. And yeah, I feel like Hermes is just rolling. He's rolling up to the beach at sunrise after going to the clubs all night. Really, I mean, obviously I love this production. I have a huge background in electronic music production and house music and all other kinds of electronic music, and I'm all for it. It's a vibe.
An intervention, someone who's not afraid to send a message. Hermes? Wouldn't you like a taste of the power? Wouldn't you like to use more than words? Deep in the night, the fight lasts for hours. You can be hurt or you can beat her.
All we have is this moving synth and kick drum and voice. That's it. And then vocals. These light vocals. It's really nice. We have these Hermes with this light, airy vocals with this kick and like low modulating bass underneath. It's a really cool combo.
Hermes? Wouldn't you like a taste of the power? Wouldn't you like to use more than words? Deep in the night, the fight lasts for hours. You can be hurt or you can beat her. Wouldn't you like to have some of the magic? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conquer her. She can...
A little bit. We had another higher instrument come in the second part of this verse, but otherwise, so's the main three elements.
Wouldn't you like
right
to
here.
Have some of the magic? Wouldn't you like your
The harp, that harp instrument.
Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conquer her. She can turn you to an animal that'll end up on her plate.
God.
She can all but make you fall in love like you're on your 100th date.
Up to tenor high B. I told you knew he was higher than Eurylochus. Up to tenor high B flat, full chest connection, a little bit of grit, a little bit of air in the sound, right? Really stretching that voice to get up there. But that's a very, very high belt. Hermes is a wild character. This is crazy.
She can turn you to an animal that'll end up on her plate. She can all but make you fall in love like you're on your 100th date.
100th date. Stop singing for a minute, does a little voice acting. I love this moment right at the start of this chorus where everything cuts out pretty much when he goes up to this first B flat and then the elements come back in.
She can turn you to an animal.
That's a really nice touch. Listen, I want to get into that so you guys can hear it.
Magic, wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conquer her. She can turn you to an animal that'll end up on her plate. She can all but make you fall in love like you're on your 100th date. She can conjure up a monster that'll grind you to the bones. She has all the ways to hurt ya when you take her on alone. Wouldn't you like a taste of the power? Wouldn't you like to use more than words? Deep in the night, the fight lasts for hours. You can be hurt or you can be turned. Wouldn't you like to have some of the magic? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conquer her. Oh.
Is this Hermes summoning voices to harmonize with him, or is this supposed to be Circe harmonizing with him? But there's clearly a female voice harmonizing with Hermes in this section. I really love his going back and forth between singing, but once in a while throwing like a real like voice acting moment in there. On your 100th date, like he goes from pure singing to adding little flares of voice acting. Really, really nice and entertaining.
Deep in the night, the fight lasts for hours. You can be hurt or you can be turned. Wouldn't you like to have some of the magic? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic.
Wait, the first two harmonies there were wicked cool. Add some really nice crunch and dissonance. That makes me think it is Circe harmonizing with him.
You can be hurt or you can be turned. Wouldn't you like to have some of the magic? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conquer her. Oh, oh. Here in the root of this flower, there lies such a power to take her on.
Oh.
You must consume and digest it, then you'll manifest a being of your creation. All you need's imagination, though it's only for a moment. Till you've beaten your opponent.
He is a seductive god, ain't he? Both Circe and Hermes are like just laying the mac down. Laying it down. What did I want to talk about? I got so distracted by Hermes being sensual.
Wouldn't you like to have some of the magic? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conquer her. Oh, oh.
Nice belt.
In the root of this flower, there lies such a power to take her.
That right there, that line. Why is that interesting, guys? Because it's a triple versus a duple in the beat. Triplet. And we haven't heard him do that in this song before, or in this saga before. We have heard this triple versus duple before in Epic the Musical. I can't remember when. But that's just really nice, and also flowing down really nicely in this seductive way. Really, really nice motif.
Wouldn't you like to have some of the magic? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conquer her. Oh, oh. Here in the root of this flower, there lies such a power to take her on. You must consume and digest it, then you'll manifest a being of your creation.
Nice little jump up to that falsetto. Up to the high A. I love the background too. It's just like seductive Spanish guitar. This is like what Giovanni, would be playing to the ladies in Seville. Really, I mean, sexy. Sexy song.
Digested, then you'll manifest a being of your creation. All you need's imagination.
It's that brass coming in.
A being of your creation. All you need.
Synth brass.
Though it's only for a moment. Till you've beaten your opponent.
It's more of a keyboard, but it's got you can see that, right? It sounds like a muted trumpet. It's not, but it sounds like that.
Though it's only for a moment. Till you've beaten your opponent.
And I call this route Holy Moly.
Wouldn't you like a taste of the power? Wouldn't you like to use more than words? Deep in the night, the fight lasts for hours. You can be hurt or you can be turned. Wouldn't you like to have some of the magic? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conquer her. Wouldn't you like
these huge 80s power drums? Like, I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Like, and then Mike Tyson comes in. Anyone that's seen The Hangover. So what we got here, we got a final chorus, classic final chorus. We have basically all the elements of music we've heard previously in the song have now all come together. So we've got the tropical house, we've got the harp, we've got this cool piano going all the way up and down. I think we got claps. Let me see what else is going on. We have one piano going, and we have other piano going, da, 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 laying the chords down. So double piano. Kick snare. Really subdued low bass line, just outlining the chords basically.
Wouldn't you like to have some of the magic? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conqueror. Wouldn't you like a taste of the power? Wouldn't you like to use more than words? Deep in the night, the fight lasts for hours. You can be hurt or you can be hurt. Wouldn't you like to have some of the magic? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conqueror.
Hermes!
Major belting up to that high B flat. Keeps coming back to that B flat. Really, really, really nice. We love a high B flat belt. We love that. So, kind of serving like a descant, which is something in sacred music where you have the choir singing and then you have a soprano usually singing a different melody above the choir. I love when we get that in a final chorus of a song where you have everything's still happening from before, the chorus is going, all the instruments are going, but then you have this, like a Hermes, where Hermes is just belting above everything. It's such a great way to take that intensity of the final chorus up one more notch before bringing it down in whatever, outro section there is. Really great technique, super, super nice.
Wouldn't you like to use more than words? Deep in the night, the fight lasts for hours. You can be hurt or you can be hurt. Wouldn't you like to have some of the magic? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conqueror.
Hermes! Thank you.
Don't thank me, friend. You very well may die. Good luck.
Oh my gosh. That is so funny. This little, and then he kisses him on the cheek and he's gone. So Hermes is a party animal. I love this take. I love that. I truthfully don't remember much about Hermes from the story or from the mythology. Messenger for the gods. That's about all I know. Real fast, this guy. Real fast, sneaky, smart. Didn't know he's a big party animal, but I'm definitely getting that vibe from this. So that there must be at least a nugget of truth in there. I love this final section. So funny.
Thank you.
Don't thank me, friend. You very well may die. Good luck.
And then Odysseus' face. Mason, can you zoom in on Odysseus' face right now and blow it up on screen? Thank you. Fantastic. Alright guys, that is the first half of the fourth saga of Act 1 of Epic the Musical. Thank you guys for joining. Hope you enjoyed this double feature. Guys, if you want early access, first of all, to these videos, I should have said that at the start, head over to my Patreon. You'll have early access to all my future Epic uploads. And that is also the best place to support me. If you like what I do here on the channel, if you like the analysis, if you learn things, if I enhance your musical experience is my whole goal. I want you guys to love music more and more. Support me on Patreon. You can also do a one-time donation, no commitment, to buy me a coffee, also in the description. And guys, check out my affiliate links. I have a lot of really cool sponsorships for this channel. If you want to make yourself a custom jersey, get a discount. If you want to join Big Brev's vocal studio, seriously, like one of the best, most talented singers and singing teachers I've ever met in my life. You can get a link to his affiliate program in the description below. There's a lot of good stuff down there, guys. Go check it out, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. My name is Peter Barber. I'm a professional singer and music producer and Epic the Musical enthusiast, and I'm so stoked to be back reacting to and doing a musical analysis for the 4th saga of Act 1. This is the CIRCE saga. I've just done the first 2 videos in one recording. That would have released a few days ago as you're watching this, and now for songs 3 and 4 of this saga, this is done for. And you guys are familiar at this point, but this is a reaction and analysis, so I will be pausing primarily to talk about vocal technique, audio engineering, and any other musical elements that I find interesting. If you guys would like to support me, if you'd like to get early access to these videos, please do consider joining my Patreon family. We'd love to have you over, hanging out in the Discord server, interacting every day. It's a lot of fun. Without further ado, guys, let's get into it. This is Done For, Epic the Musical. Oh, animatic by Any Flamma did the incredible animatic for Ruthlessness that I released as this comes out probably about a month ago. If you guys want to go check that out. Actually, I'll leave it right here. All right, here we go.
Lady of the Palace.
There are 2 things I already love about this song. One is this big impact we get right at the beginning that goes. I love an impact that goes down into that subwoofer range. And we also get, do you guys recognize this tune? Doom, 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 doom. This is how the habanera starts from Carmen, one of the maybe my favorite opera of all time, and one of the most iconic opera songs ever written. The habanera from Carmen. Doom, 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 doom. Super iconic. If you guys haven't heard it, actually, I'm sure you've heard the tune somewhere, but go look up a good. You know what? I will leave a great recording of this aria in the description below, so you guys know what a great recording of this sounds like.
Lady of the Palace, sorry that I asked this, but I hope that I've been misinformed. I sent out some scouts to take a look around through here, and they wound up at your doors. Through the years we seldom get a warm welcome, so I must ask just to be sure. Did you do something to them?
Who, me?
Oh, he knows what's coming. There's about to be a scrap. You know, this is a scrappy dude. Scrappy dude. He's like, hi, I was just wondering, what the f did you do to my friends? Fantastic. Love it. Love the music. It's perfect. It is like the perfect setup for like a battle, you know, like a fight where it's like, it's the perfect music for like, I'm just going to put on a nice smiley face, but there is like deep shade layered in with that. We're in B minor. I want to see if, because low B is getting down towards the bottom of J's range. I want to see if he gets down to that low B in this section.
Palace, sorry that I asked this, but I hope that I've been misinformed.
Gets to the C sharp, so not quite down to the B yet.
I sent out some scouts to take a look around through here, and they wound up at your doors. Through the years we seldom get a warm welcome, so I must ask just to be sure. Did you do something to them?
Who, me? All I did was reveal their true form.
You turned them into pigs.
I don't know who you are nor why you're here, but let me make this one thing clear. I've got people to protect, nymphs I can't neglect, so I'm not taking chances, dear. If you make one wrong move, then you're done for. Anything I don't approve, then you're done for. I could put a spell on you and you're done for. Boy, you better run or soon you will be done for.
I don't mean to tip.
Dang. That escalated real fast. that. She's like, boy, get the out of my house. So nice. Let's talk about this vocally here. What's going on? Again, so sweet. Reveal their true forms. Nice little vibrato. Easy and not escalating anything yet.
Who me? All I did was reveal their true.
Who me? That's so funny.
Do something to them.
Who me? All I did was reveal their true form.
You turn them into pigs.
I don't know who you are, nor why you're here.
Black eyes though already like that. She's not playing around.
Into pigs.
I don't know who you are, nor why you're here. But let me make this one thing clear. I've got people to protect, nymphs I can't neglect. So I'm not taking chances, dear. If you make one.
I've never heard that effect. That's really so. Goddess, she can conjure voices, she can conjure instruments, other sorts of things. We get the choir in the background. We get this driving kick that is a theme in this whole saga, aka the Tropical House Saga. We get this like driving kick drum underneath. We get all this movement, but listen to this choir. It has a really cool. It goes in and out really fast. So it's like what do you call that? It's like flashing, basically. There's a word for it's a device where I'm not even going to try to explain it. Another really cool thing you can do which is similar to this, is you can put a helicopter panning method on where it sends the voice really back and forth super quickly to each ear, and it sounds really choppy. It's called a helicopter effect, and it's used as a panning tool. Panning is where you arrange the instruments and sounds from left to right in a mix. So that's how you pan things. But this isn't that. This is really just the sound going off and on and off and on and off and on. So it gets this crazy choppy choral sound. And we've gotten plenty of choral, backing throughout Epic the Musical, but I've never heard that effect put on it. So that's really cool. Maybe to, go along with the building rage and kind of chaos that it feels like is about to ensue. That kind of choppy choir feel definitely adds to that. It's like a jagged kind of intense thing.
Pigs.
I don't know who you are, nor why you're here. But let me make this one thing clear. I've got people to protect, nymphs I can't neglect. So I'm not taking chances, dear. If you make one wrong move.
Listen how chesty that is. If you make, like that just gets thicker and more intense in her voice in that moment.
So I'm not taking chances, dear. If you make one wrong move, then you're done for. Anything I don't approve, then you're done for. I could put a spell on you and you're done for. Boy, you better run or soon you will be done for.
I don't mean to.
How easy that high C sharp is for her. I could put a spell on you. No problem. Now, C sharp's not particularly high if you're a trained female vocalist, but still, it just sounds so comfortable in her voice. I wonder if she's gonna really take up the belting in this piece if it gets more intense throughout. I hope so. I would love to hear her really stretch it.
Or anything I don't approve, then you're done for. I could put a spell on you and you're done for. Boy, you better run or soon you will be done for.
I don't mean to tip your scale, but you will fail.
Wait. We got rock guitar Odysseus coming out. Hell yeah.
I don't mean to tip your scale, but you will fail at placing any spells on me. I just ate a flower, one that claims your power, so you better cower now and flee.
Actually, this is an interesting. I don't know if I've heard this guitar because it's like a distorted, heavier, thicker guitar sound, but it's also like muted. It's like the strings are being held, which is brilliant, right? Because that's like we have Rage Odysseus, we have like Ready to Fight Odysseus, but like intentionally keeping a lid on it for the moment. But like you take that mute off and then it's full on like metal guitar. Really interesting. This is why I need to have Jay on my podcast. I want to dig into so many details and nuances and thought processes and audio engineering and all of that. I want it to be a long episode someday. When I'm done doing videos for it, so no spoilers.
But you will fail at placing any spells on me. I just ate a flower, one that claims your power. So you better cower now and flee.
You must be a liar, mortals can't acquire money without dire consequence.
Then I must be a god like you, cause I got this root from the ground with my bare hands.
Hermes gave it to you, didn't he?
Okay, fine, yes. Well, regardless.
You
That's funny. Jay will do these like ice-breaking moments where it's a really intense thing, and then there's like a funny little quip, which I can kind of take or leave. I mean, I'm all for really sitting in the drama, but also I think when he does it really well and really tastefully, like this moment here.
I must be a god like you, cause I got this root from the ground with my bare hands.
Absolutely nailing these E's. I know that's not a high note, but he's just really putting these high E's in the perfect spot in his voice, where he's getting really nice clarity. The text is really nice and clear. Good vocal fold closure. It's not getting up into his high belt range, but just like really, you know, something that's underappreciated is like a note that's kind of high, but not super high. Really, really well done, Jay. You sound fucking awesome, man.
Be a god like you, cause I got this root from the ground with my bare hands.
Hermes gave it to you, didn't he?
Okay, fine, yes. Well, regardless.
You and I are now evenly matched. Our fates are intertwined, they're attached. I've got people to protect, friends I can't neglect. So now there is no turning back.
I like hearing that when they're singing the same words, you can hear the different accents. Like Odysseus is a very American can't turn back, or what do you say? Can't neglect. And she goes, can't neglect, can't neglect, can't neglect. And you can hear that very clearly. This da, 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 is a musical theme in this song. Now it was originally just the choir, but now we get it for multiple instruments. That kind of on off, really quick pulsating, motif here. Really interesting.
To you, didn't he?
Okay, fine, yes. Well, regardless.
You and I are now evenly matched. Our fates are intertwined, they're attached. I've got people to protect, friends I can't neglect.
Can't neglect.
There is no turning back. You've made your one wrong move, now you're done for. I will be the one to prove that you're done for. Not even a spell saves you, cause you're done for. Oh, you better run, or soon you will be done for.
You've lost.
My nymphs are like my...
Wait, what just happened? Did they actually turn into those creatures? Didn't last very long. And did Odysseus choose a Cyclops? That's interesting. In it.
You've made your one wrong move, now
Okay, so she turns into a chimera, I believe. He turns into a Cyclops. They duke it out.
done for. I will be the one to prove that you're done for. Not even a spell saves you.
Just a left hook right to the jaw, the chimera, dude. Southpaw coming up in here.
Will be the one to prove that you're done for. Not even a spell saves you, cause you're done for. Oh, you better run, or soon you will be done for.
Cuts off that. Oh, what, did they summon them? They didn't turn into them. I thought they turned into them. Isn't that the animatic? Well, the animatic's not necessarily what's actually happening. It's this autistic interpretation, right? Not really sure what's happening here.
You've lost.
You've lost. That's as low as I've heard Jay ever sing / phonate. You've lost. A down around to a low F, I think. You've lost. Lost. It's in like a kind of a gravelly, low speaking voice, but that's definitely the lowest I've heard him phonate. Like that wasn't fry or something. I don't think he's done any vocal fry in this whole show. There was a written low E flat in Polyphemus's thing. Ba 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 ba. That was the low note, and I remember it was like he didn't really get down to it, even the octave up. But low F, I think he gets down to like a low F here.
No, soon you will be done for.
You've lost.
You've lost. I mean, that sounds like a different voice.
You've lost.
My nymphs are like my daughters, I protect them at all costs. The last time we let strangers live, we faced a heavy loss. You've given me no reason to bestow you with my trust, but everyone's true colors are revealed in acts of lust.
Oh, shit. I'm not sure I follow. Pff, boy, come on. I just love the strings, and I love the bounciness and the dance-like feel to this whole scene. It reminds me of those scenes in movies where there's like an elegant ball scene, and there's this beautiful music, but like some bad shit's going on. Like there's a plot. There's a heist, or there's some bad people trying to do something. There's some good people trying to stop them. But meanwhile, this beautiful party is happening. Or, oh my God, have you guys ever seen the movie Casanova with Heath Ledger? R.I.P. Oh my God, I love you and I miss you. Casanova, phenomenal movie. And there's this great ball scene where Casanova's trying to deal with being with like multiple women. He's like courting one. He's trying to be this rich guy that he's pretending to be. But meanwhile, everyone's in these masks. It's this beautiful party, and Casanova's just a total renegade. Oh, phenomenal. That's what this music reminds me of.
Costs. The last time we let strangers live, we faced a heavy loss. You've given me no reason to bestow you with my trust, but everyone's true colors are revealed in acts of lust.
I'm not sure I follow.
Liar.
There are other ways of persuasion. There are other modes of control. There are other means of deceit. There are other roads.
Good Lord, the level of seduction in this saga is fantastic, first of all. But this is like, before it just kind of, it was like hinting at seduction, right? This is actual seduction. Phenomenal. Okay, we're going to go straight on. Which one did Mortius tell me to watch? This one. Okay, so guys, I'm going to be doing There Are Other Ways by Gigi for the public release, and I'm going to make a video for Annie Flammas for Patreon. So flipping what I did with the previous saga, where Annie's was public and Gigi's was for Patreon. So we're going to go straight into it, though. I mean, clearly these two videos are meant to be consumed together. Love it.
There are other ways of persuasion. There are other modes of control. There are other means of deceit. There are other roads to the soul.
What is this theme? Is this theme also from an? Because we've heard a lot of Carmen-like motifs. We've heard some. There might have been like a nod to Carmina Burana somewhere in there in this saga. We got, of course, the Tropical House, but I'm loving this full-on like classical stuff. I've really, for a long, like years, I've been like probably almost a decade, I've been thinking about writing an opera, but with like EDM elements, very much like this, but instead of musical theater, it's opera. Might have to take that on. It'd be an absolutely gargantuan undertaking, but this is inspiring. A lot of this work by Jay is really inspiring, and I think it could be done. And I think operatic singing would be really cool to figure out how to get it into a live space. And okay, I'm not going to go down that whole train of thought right now, but if you guys are interested in that, leave a comment. That'll be 3 years of my life. Anyway, here we go.
There are other ways of persuasion. There are other modes modes of control. There are other means of deceit. There are other roads to the soul.
Still in B.
There are other actions of passion. You have so much left to learn. Want to save your men from the fire. Show me that you're willing to burn.
This is definitely, this musically, this is very similar to something I've heard, and I can't place it. I can't place it. If it comes to me later, I'll leave it up, or if Mason knows. Mason studies music. He might know where it's from. That big string section that comes in on the repeat of this material, fantastic.
So there are other actions of passion. You have so much left to learn. Want to save your men from the fire. Show me that you're willing to burn.
Who's to say with the mistakes I've
Key change.
that they will be the last mistakes I ever made?
Don't break them.
There is so much power, but there's no puppets here.
This is the price
I'm
we pay
just
love.
on
There is no line,
I'm
never
just
enough. So
on
much power, but there's no puppet here.
Whoa, okay. I don't remember at all how this happens in the original, so this is very entertaining to watch this play out. Yeah, good luck resisting that, Chief. I mean, for real, best of luck. I guess he's battling now, right? He's made mistakes. He's trying to get home. Doesn't want to make another big one that he's going to have to go home and either tell his wife or live with the guilt of that. So yeah, this is a brutal situation. Here, it's interesting. So previously in this saga, we've gotten this really interesting duet where one person's singing and the other person's speaking. We had this with CIRCE and Eurylochus. Now we have them both singing, totally in their own kind of worlds. Like Odysseus is thinking about guilt and does he want to make a mistake? And she's trying to get him to make that mistake, right? They're in kind of separate thought patterns here, but they're both singing. And so it functions more like a kind of standard duet than we have gotten previously.
Don't break them, there is so much power, but there's no puppets here.
This is the price
I'm
we pay
just
love.
on
Just a man. Throwback to first saga.
So much power, but there's no
Damn, she's sneaky.
I can't. Back at home, my wife awaits for me. She's my everything, my Penelope. And she's all my power. But it's been 12 long years. Oh, 12 long years since I have seen my wife. And now the god of tides is out to end my life. So I beg you, Circe, grant us mercy and let us puppets leave.
Yes, the falsetto coming out for the pleading. It makes so much sense. It's like, I submit. Wow, I mean, he just opens up to this sorceress. Just like, all right, shoot my shot. Really fascinating. Yeah, doesn't try to kill her, doesn't try to trick her, just is like, look, I am desperately trying to get home. Just like, show us this act of mercy and we'll be gone, we'll never come back. Interesting plot thickening.
Back at home, my wife awaits.
Also, some nice high belts from Jay. That's a high G, and I think he gets up higher a bit later. He sounds really nice here. I mean, this is a really beautiful melody. So many melodies from this saga are really gorgeous. I mean, I'm a sucker for the leaning towards the more classical. Just thrown in here, like I've got one foot in the electronic world, one foot in the opera world, but I love both of them so much. It's nice to hear kind of like raw classical in the middle of the big blending that we're getting in this piece that is epic. Cool to hear just like strings, you know, just like a string section doing something and a voice. There's something beautiful about the simplicity of just like strings and voice, or piano and voice, or like acoustic guitar and voice. Like very simple. Maybe not simple musically, but simple in how the orchestration is set up.
Back at home, my wife awaits for me. She's my everything, my Penelope. And she's all my power. But it's been 12 long years, oh, 12 long years.
Hey, high B flat. That is as high as Jay has gotten, as far as I know, in the fully chest connected. We've heard him do a great mix belt up to a tenor high C, but that high B flat is as high as we've heard him connected. So I love hearing him really stretch it up there.
It's been 12 long years, oh, 12 long years since I have seen my wife, and now the god of tides is out to end my life. So I beg you, CIRCE, grant us mercy and let us puppets live.
Poseidon, eh? There might be a way to evade him. There might be a way to get home. Though this other way's very dangerous, it might be your one final hope. I know of a...
This is a bossa nova, I believe, at its core. I'm just trying to figure out if I've heard... I just feel like the bossa nova plus the chord progression is from something. I swear it's from something. And it works perfectly here, and I'm glad he used it. And if it's not from something, then I don't know why it's so familiar in my brain. But yeah, bossa nova. I mean, what a vibe. With this chord progression, with the strings, with CIRCE, it's wonderful.
Evade him. There might be a way to get home. Though this other way's very dangerous, it might be your one final hope. I know of a brilliant prophet. Problem is this prophet is dead. I can't get you home, but I'll get you to the underworld instead.
Oh, shit. Awesome. Awesome. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, I just wanted to comment on Talia's vocals. Just like so clean, such good vocal fold closure. It's just like it's just a really beautiful, easy, efficient sound. And I have really enjoyed her presentation of CIRCE. Really just big shout out to Talia.
Might be your one final hope. I know of a brilliant prophet. Problem is this prophet is dead. I can't get you home, but
Great animatic.
the underworld instead. I'll release your men and I'll get you to the underworld instead.
Wait, you're helping us?
There are many ways of persuading.
Oh my god, such a vibe. I like how she drops. They're going to the underworld. It's cool when a vocal line kind of text paints a little bit. So she says, underworld instead. Da 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 da. Drops down, right? If she had gone, underworld instead. Then it's like, huh, it doesn't. Okay. But stead makes more sense because they're going down to the underworld. That's called text painting. Light use of text painting. Very cool technique, very commonly used in the Romantic period of the classical world. If you listen to Schubert or you listen to Fauré, These kinds of romantic composers were just absolutely geniuses with text painting, which making the melody evoke the image of what you're actually saying. Really, really cool.
I'll release your men and I'll get you to the underworld instead.
Wait, you're helping us?
There are many ways of persuasion.
The kick drum coming back.
Many modes of control. Maybe showing one act of kindness leads to kinder souls down the road. I remember actions of passion.
Yeah, bring back the tropical house on the way out.
Once before. Maybe one day the world will need a puppeteer no more.
Odysseus really changed her whole scene with opening up to her. Bring back the tropical house. You know, that's been such a common mode throughout this saga. It makes a lot of sense to finish it that way. I love it. It reminds me so much. I have to just tell you guys a quick story. When I went to University of Miami for 2 years down in Florida, quick story, I promise. We discovered a place called Key Biscayne, which is basically like the locals' version of South Beach. It's like there's no tourism there, but it is there's no buildings, there's no like restaurants, it's just a beach. And white sand, palm trees, clear water, and we would go there on Saturdays and get absolutely smashed under the sun on the white beach with the clear blue ocean, and we would just be bumping this kind of music. I mean, absolute paradise. Probably truly my fondest memories, some of them rather blurry, from going to University of Miami was Key Biscayne on the weekends, Tropical House. So Tropical House, for a number of reasons, but especially that reason, is a very, very fond place in my heart. I mean, I can't listen to it without being in a good mood, for real.
Maybe showing one act of kindness leads to kinder souls down the road. I remember actions of passion.
Yes.
I have been in love once
And the big strings.
Maybe one day the world will need a puppeteer no more. Or maybe one day the world will need a puppeteer.
So much power, but there's
Yes. Yes.
no puppeteer, yeah.
I'll play it out, but didn't I say earlier I was really hoping she would get up because I could tell she could belt really freaking high because of how easy those C sharps were earlier? G? Did she get up to a G? No way.
So much power, but there's no puppeteer.
High F, totally connected, great vocal closure, great edge to the sound. That is how you belt super, super high as a female in your chest voice. That's it. Listen to that phrase. That is just textbook high belting. And it's great because you hear her go from like mid belt, like she goes from like a high C all the way up to that high F, and you can hear the minor changes in how she's navigating that shift up into that really high part of her chest belt range.
Maybe one day the world will need a puppeteer.
So much power, but there's no puppeteer.
Great use of vowel modification on her way up. I talk about this a lot in these videos. She really starts with more. She really starts by singing more because on a high C for her, it's easy enough in her range to where she doesn't have to vowel modify. But as she goes up, it goes more and more towards ah, which is what you want up there, especially when you get up to that high G. Like physics want an ah vowel on a high G. And there's another thing called formant tuning, which is a whole can of worms I won't get into that we think about in opera. But listen to her vowel choice going from more. It starts on more, true more, all the way up to that F, and it gets to like mar. And that's because that's going to be better for her voice and the sound up there.
Puppeteer.
So much power, but there's no puppet here. No, she's not a bear, she's a puppeteer. No, she's not a bear, she's a puppeteer. Yeah.
Brilliant. Talia, brilliant.
That you're willing to burn.
Who's to say with the mistakes I've made
Don't be
that they will be the last
Think of your
mistakes I
flaws.
ever made?
Don't break them.
There's so many nice moments of duetting and so many beautiful handoffs between the motifs and the string sections. We got the kick drums in the tropical house. We got the harps happening a lot earlier in the saga. We get some cool balance of dialogue and singing. We get a lot of range. We got Jay going up to the B flat. We got Talia going up to the high F above that. We get Hermes being an absolute club animal. Barcelona party animal for sure. What a great saga. This was really fun. Really fun. And I am particularly excited for the sagas coming up. We got Underworld, right? And then we have Thunder. And then we have Wisdom, where I believe, if Athena's the god of wisdom, I believe my dear friend Tegan will be playing a big role there. And I'm always down to chat about Tegan's wonderful singing. More updates on things that we might be doing together soon. Maybe you'll know by then. By the time I get to the Wisdom Saga, almost certainly, because that'll be a minute. Guys, thanks for joining me. Thank you for welcoming me into this wonderful community. Hope you guys are enjoying the double features. I think it's better. I think it flows better. I think it's better for the channel as well to do it this way. If you enjoyed this, please do consider joining me and my Patreon community, and I'll see you guys for the Underworld Saga of Epic the Musical. Peace. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. My name is Peter Barber. I'm a professional singer and music producer, and today we are back with the 5th saga of Epic the Musical. This is actually the final saga in Act 1. Of course, this is by Jorge Rivera-Herrans. It's been such a journey. It's been such an odyssey getting through this amazing piece. It's been so fun to comment on and analyze, and I thank you all for bringing me into the fold of the Epic the Musical family. Guys, this is a reaction and analysis, so I will be pausing primarily to talk about vocal technique, audio engineering, cool chords, other musical stuff that I find interesting and I think you guys will appreciate. And without further ado, let's check out the Underworld, and this animatic is by The Artist. Recommendation from Mortius and Casper, of course. I take all my video recommendations from them. 3, 2, 1, here we go. Boom, boom.
Friends, CIRCE's instructions were clear. No matter what we hear,
Full speed ahead.
until we find the prophet, my comrades. This land confuses your mind, so no matter who we find,
Full speed ahead until we.
So we've got a lot of reprises happening. Obviously, the full speed ahead. Is that where that guitar is from? Chung, 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 chung. I knew I recognized the guitar. I couldn't remember where it's from. It was actually, it was months ago when I watched the first couple sagas of this, so I definitely cannot remember all the details from those initial songs. But we have a certain flavor of guitar here for Odysseus's mood. What is it? It sounds like it's a heavier guitar sound, but it's very muted. We heard a very similar guitar sound in his face-off with CIRCE. And I was saying how it felt like there's rage ready to come out, but he's keeping it under wraps. And so it's like a heavier guitar, but it sounds very muted and dulled. And yeah, we are on our way to the Underworld here. So I bet he's got a lot of feelings about that. Also, really nice full choir in the background. This is Odysseus, so I believe this is supposedly his crew, right? Odysseus doesn't have the power to summon summon choirs like the gods do. So I believe this is actually his, his crew singing these background harmonies, which are really nice, and some nice low notes in there as well.
Friends, CIRCE's instructions were clear. No matter what we hear, full speed ahead until we find the prophet. My comrades, this land confuses your mind. So no matter who we find, full speed ahead.
Ooh. So down to F sharp 2. So that's nice getting down in that nice lower bass range.
So no matter who we find, full speed ahead until we find the prophet. Good.
We're in C sharp minor.
All I hear are screams. Every time I dare to close my eyes, I no longer dream. Only nightmares of those who died. Nothing's what it
Yo, all I hear are screams. Isn't that I think I remember seeing the thumbnail for Mortius's video for this. Obviously I haven't watched it yet, but I will after I make my own video for it. I think his title is All I Hear Are Screams in all caps. Which is so funny. Funny because it's so on brand for the kind of Mortius reaction style. I was telling him that the other day. I was like, dude, your titles are perfect for the way you react to music. Yeah, so all right. So we're getting pretty dark pretty quickly. So this is interesting. We're all black and white. Then we go into this, I guess they're entering the pool of souls or whatever, and our artist here, the artist, has given it a green hue, very much like in Hercules, that pool of souls is green. Unless they have a profundo singing in this choir. Yeah, low A flat 1. I don't know. I mean, maybe they recruited a profundo. It sounds like a modulated sound, like an octavizer, or just modulated down pitches to get that. But if not, shout out to whoever is the low bass in the choir singing the A flat 1. That's baller. C sharp 2, B, A flat.
All I hear are screams. Every time I dare to close my eyes, I no longer dream. Only nightmares of those who died. Nothing's what it seems. Nothing's what it seems.
Before we go on, I do love that there are actually scream sound effects and yelling agony sound effects in the background. So it's not, we don't have to imagine what Odysseus is hearing. We're actually getting to hear the screams here, which is just a nice touch and really adds something to the atmosphere, doesn't it?
I no longer dream. Only nightmares of those who died. Nothing's what it seems. Nothing's what it seems. And here in the underworld, the past seems close behind. This land confuses your mind.
I love the bell chiming sound effect he put in the mix here. Like the bell tolling, right, for people who have died. That's really excellent. Getting up to some nice high A flats here from Jay. I've said this a bunch of times. I think he's really good at writing for his own voice to where he knows what's money for him. And that high A flat, he has had so many belts, high chest belts on high A flats throughout Epic the Musical. I feel like if you were like, Jay, sing like a really big, loud note for us, he would sing an A flat on an ah. And you'd be like, yep, that's baller. Baller, that's the word of the day. All right.
Underworld, the past seems close behind.
That bell chiming.
Confuses your mind. When does a man...
Man, listen to that cool subwoofer effect that kind of like gets us into that transition.
Seems close behind.
This land confuses your mind. When does a man become a monster? 558 men who died under your command. Captain, Captain.
Oh, God.
Captain, why would you let the Cyclops live when ruthlessness is mercy?
All I hear are screams.
Wow, so his dead soldiers are singing at him from the river or the pool of souls, whatever it is. That's just a horrifying thought. And like questioning his choices. As if his imagination wasn't harrowing enough. Now he gets the real thing that he's probably been fearing. There's this great line in Troy. There's this moment when Achilles is talking about how he sees the people he's killed, like piling up over the decades, over the years, and they're waiting for him at the river Styx, saying, "Welcome, brother," when he finally dies. That's a more welcoming thing, like welcome, like respect, you're the greatest warrior of all time. This doesn't seem quite so welcoming. This is like, why'd you let us die, you psycho? Yikes.
558 men who died under your command.
We have a very Athena-like piano motif happening. Like piano, the Athena instrument for the Epic the Musical has been piano, very virtuosic, moving piano. And we're getting that here, which we usually don't hear that without her. Occasionally we do. I find this is an interesting spot for it. I would not have expected that motif to be here, but there is some hearkening back to Act 1, where we first meet Athena, with some of the themes here. He's bringing back some of the themes from Act 1. I mean, from first Saga. And so perhaps it's a little nod there to Athena.
Who died under your command? Captain, 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 why would you let the Cyclops live when ruthlessness is mercy?
All I hear are screams. Every time I
Dare to close my eyes,
I no longer dream. Only nightmares
of those who die. No.
It's weird. He's getting lower harmonies from his crew or the dead soul, probably the crew, on parts of this line. So they're in there. They're feeling something similar as him. They're having a similar experience being here in this place.
Every time I
Dare to close my eyes,
I no longer dream. Only nightmares
of those who die. Nothing's what it seems.
Nothing's what it seems.
But in the underworld, the past seems close behind.
I keep thinking of the infant from that night. I keep thinking of the infant from that night.
This life is amazing.
Oh, rip Polyphemus. I had to go back because Jay just sang a high B. And maybe full chest connected, which would be the new record for him in this show. We've heard full chest connected high B flat. We've heard really strong mixed belt high C. Never heard the high B or the high C in full chest. So I want to see if I can see what he's doing here.
Nothing's what it seems.
Of those who die, nothing's what it seems.
Nothing's what it seems.
But
Very possibly. It's short, right?
he's close behind.
I keep thinking of the infant from that night. I keep thinking of the infant from that night.
This life is amazing when you greet it with open arms. Whatever we face, we'll be
Steven.
fine if we're leading from the heart. No matter the place where we can light up the world, here's how to start. Greet the world with open arms. Greet the world with open arms.
It's really beautiful, and we get the same instrumentation, or very similar instrumentation that we get during that first time we heard Open Arms. Really nice nod to Polyphemus. Hard to believe. I mean, he's been gone for a while. he was gone first half of second Saga. So, like, relatively very early on in the journey, but that was such an impactful loss. We still feel it.
The world is out to start. Greet the world with open arms. Greet the world with open arms. Apologies.
That voice. It can't be. Mom?
Odysseus, when you come home, I'll be waiting. Even if you're the last thing I see, I'll be waiting.
I'm right here, Mom. Can't you see? I'm waiting. I took too long.
Not to break up this very intimate moment, but I did see the pinned comment on this video that says the ghosts look like sperm, which is really funny, and I definitely would have thought that even without that comment, but someone already opened that can of worms, so it does look like sperm. Also, I was looking at the Epic Wiki before this, and I can't remember the first name, but last name of the singer for his mom is Herran. So is his mom actually voicing, or a family member of his actually voicing this character? Leave a comment. That would be real cool to have confirmed. I actually, my mom plays cello, and I recorded her for a few parts on some upcoming songs I'm doing. So it's really cool to be able to include your family in the music making.
Mom?
Odysseus, when you come home, I'll be waiting. Even if you're the last thing I see, I'll be
I'm right here, Mom. Can't you see? I'm waiting. I took too long.
I'll always love you.
And ventured too
I'll
far.
stay
While you were
It's really beautiful. The captions were struggling a little bit. It was like, why? Didn't know what was happening. We've got the soft, innocent, pleading, sad vibe, and it's all in this really light, high falsetto. We've seen that. He's really good about sparingly using that really light head voice falsetto for moments like this, for moments when he's talking about the child, for moments when he's at someone else's mercy. He waits to use this really particular style of high, soft singing for those moments. And this one, of course, is just perfect and really matches the kind of color, timbre, and power of the voice for his mother, which is also, in that lighter mechanism. It's coming from a female position, so it's a little different, but, light, airy, intimate, very soft. Yeah, really nice. Nice use of that vocal technique.
Bye, Mom.
Wow, bye.
All I hear are screams. Every time I dare to close my eyes, I no longer dream. Only nightmares of those who died. Nothing's what it seems. But in the
Let's go.
your past is always close behind. Your past is always close behind. Down in the underworld.
This is wild. I mean, we basically got 3 full choruses in this song. The All I Hear Are Screams motif, I think we get that 3 times. And I don't know if we've never gotten 3 repeats, because that is like proper Now this sounds much less like pop or house than some of the other songs we've heard, but that structure of having 3 choruses is interesting and more like, you know, modern pop music than you normally get in a musical. So that's interesting to get that motif twice. The verses, of course, change a lot, and there's a lot of variation throughout this, but that motif, that all I hear are screams, I think we got 3 times in this song. And if I'm wrong about that, forget everything I've just said. Some really high belting here from Odysseus. I think a bunch of high A's, and I think he touched that high B again for a hot sec. This is some of the highest, most raw belting we've heard, which makes sense. I mean, he is upset right now.
I hear her scream. Every time I dare to close my eyes, I no longer dream. Only nightmares of those who've died. Nothing's what it seems. But in the
A fully connected high B on an eval, which sucks. Like, that's really, really hard to do that fully connected. It's hard anyway, but on that's not a great vowel for the high B. You want to be more like way up there, not E. And he modifies a little bit to like scrims instead of screams. But that's way up there. I think this is the highest we've heard Jay sing in full chest voice, I believe.
nothing's what it seems. But in the underworld, your past is always close behind. Your past is always close behind. Down in the underworld.
Sick. All right. Great, guys. So in this video, I am going to be doing the first 2 of this saga back to back in one video. So that's Underworld and No Longer You. And then I'm going to do the Act 1 finale and the finale of this saga, Monster, as the second video. So as this is releasing, talking to me and people in the future, you'll probably be watching this on a Monday, if not a Thursday, and the next one will be the next Monday or Thursday. So I'll see you back here in a few days. But first, we have this entire second song to do in this video. So let's go. No Longer You, Epic the Musical, Song 2, Saga 5, Act 1 by Jorge Rivera-Herrans. Shout out.
I am the prophet with the answers you seek. Time, I've unlocked it. I see past and future running free. There is a world where I help you get home, but that's not a world I know.
What?
I really like the vocal choice for the prophet's very cool. I'm going to pop over to the wiki for a hot second. Mason, you can cut this or not. Mason Olshavsky. Shout out to Mason Olshavsky. Really nice. You know, timbrally, color-wise, he sounds a lot like Jorge. Like, when he first started singing, I was like, that's a very similar color and lightness and airiness and rain, what it sounds like his voice type is. Very similar to Jorge, to Jay. So I was like, is that Jay singing the prophet too? It's not. Also, love the piano just the basically arpeggiated piano and the strings and the backing choir. Really nice foundation. I'm actually super interested to see where this one goes, just because the prophet is such a, that's an idea across like so many stories and genres of storytelling, the prophet. And so I'm interested to see how musically, you know, he captures maybe the prophet being told or something like that. Anyway, we'll find out shortly. Arpeggiated strings with light choir. Really nice.
I am the prophet
the piano.
with the answers you seek. Time, I've unlocked it. I see past and future running free.
I think we're in C minor here. I think he got up to a high G there. Nice belt. Otherwise, yeah, this really nice, breathy, soft, speech-like delivery, which is very similar to a lot of what we've heard from Jay throughout this and the softer moments. So interesting to hear the similarities there.
But that's not a world I know.
What?
I see a song of past romance. I see the sacrifice of man. I see portrayals of betrayal and a brother's final stand. I see you on the brink of death. I see you try a final breath. I see a man who gets to make it home alive, but it's no longer you.
Wow. Okay. Whoa. So some great. This is exactly what I was wondering. He's telling him the prophecy essentially right now. Really, and also that's crazy. He's like, there's a world where I help you get home, but that's not a world I know. That's whew. And Odysseus is like, well, what am I doing here then? Some really nice high belting from our prophet. Really, really nice. All the way up to high B flat, and there's good vocal fold closure, and he's allowing vibrato to come in, usually on the longer final notes of each phrase. All the while, very clear text, right? Easy to understand. I don't need the closed captions, but I like having them just in case. But very easy to understand both of these singers. No problem whatsoever. Really nice. And I like how the prophecy builds. Like the high note gets higher throughout as he's telling this to Odysseus.
What? I see a song of past romance. I see the sacrifice of
high G.
man. I see portrayals
F again.
of betrayal and a brother's final stand. I see you on the brink of death.
F.
I see you try a fight.
High B flat.
I see a man who gets to make it home alive, but it's no longer you.
He really pulls off vocally in this last thing. Home alive. We have a big, powerful note with a lot of vibrato there, and then this final phrase, but it's no longer you. Very breathy and ghost-like and prophety, right? Very different from the line before.
I see a man who gets to make it home alive, but it's no longer you. This can't be. We've suffered and sailed through the toughest of hells. Now you tell us our efforts for nothing. I see your palace covered in red, faces of men who had long believed you're dead. I see your wife with a man who is haunting, a man with a trail of bodies. Who? I see a soul.
What? Okay. Wow, this is wild. Is she not talking about him? Man who is haunting the man with a trail of bodies? That sounds a whole hell of a lot like Odysseus. I love how everything cuts out in the background. Almost all the musical elements completely cut out when he's talking about Penelope and this new man. Really, really cool, and it really draws you in, right? Everything cuts out and it's just the voice. No distractions.
Covered in red, faces of men who had long been.
Like there's more movement going into the Faces of Man section, and then it all pulls out for the following section. Listen to this.
Motion.
Motion.
I see your wife with a
Synth pad.
man who is haunting, a man with a trail of bodies. Whoa! I see a song of past romance. I see the sacrifice of man. I see portrayals of betrayal and a brother's final stand. I see you on the brink of death. I see you try your final breath. I see a man who gets to make it home alive, but it's no longer you.
I gotta go back and see what they're saying in the background. I love that. Also, he's really opting for that ass bass as he gets up to the high belting. We really heard it. I'm gonna wind this back and just listen for all those ah vowels as he's belting. That's a very good. It's like open E, and ah is a really good place to be belting up there. Between like high F and high B flat, even all the way up to high C. Really, really nice. So nice use of vowel choice. It doesn't take much modification. Jay wrote this really well, so the words are already, the vowels are already pretty good for singing already, but our prophet here does modify a little bit to help with the placement and resonance.
I see a song of past romance. I see the sacrifice of man.
Sacrifice. I mean, that's perfect. On that high A flat, sacrifice.
Of past romance. I see the sacrifice of man. I see portrayals of
Portrayals, right? Not portrayals. Portrayals. Just slightly. It's already a really good word for it, but just slightly to bring out that resonance more.
the sacrifice of man. I see portrayals of betrayal and
And he closes that one. Portrayal of betrayal. Then he uses the actual vowel on betrayal. Because that's not really high anymore, so he can be really true to the vowel there.
I see portrayals of betrayal and a brother's final stand. I see you on the brink of death. I see you try your final breath. I see a man who gets to make it home alive, but it's no longer you.
Is he saying what's coming next? I mean, that makes sense. He's a prophet, right? But also, title-wise, I know Scylla is a title. I know Mutiny is a title. Thunderbolt could almost certainly be a title in the Thunder Saga. Whirlpool Poseidon, maybe that's how it ends. I don't know. But really, really cool. And I love the animatic, by the way. Shout out to oh wait, who's our animator? Gwendy. Sorry, Gwendy. Forgot to give you a shout out at the beginning. Gwendy, NS2D Studios. Excellent work. This is really wonderful. These background shades are so good, and the prophet as well with the glowing eyes. It's just this especially this moment is just excellent.
No longer you.
Those are definitely real brass instruments, and this sounds like real voices too. I mean, he was using a lot of samples earlier, but maybe by this time the musical had blown up enough to where he was hiring like full choirs or full orchestras to make this music. Because if that's not real brass, please point me to those samples because it sounds excellent. And the big epic choir too. I mean, I haven't heard choir sampling that sounds truly like big epic choir. Maybe I haven't done my research, but really excellent. I mean, and you need it for this moment because it's very exposed. The choir is pretty easy to hear. The brass is really exposed. It's really good to have a high quality sound, whether real or sampled. Fucking awesome. The big brass is so epic. God, I just got to watch two of the biggest, best Wagnerian singers in the world sing Act 3 of Valkyrie by Wagner. One of the most incredible musical experiences of my life. And some of the coolest moments were when the brass section was just hammering away and you couldn't, 100-piece orchestra. Unbelievable how loud those brass instruments, and unbelievable that the Wagnerian singers can be heard while that's happening. I mean, it's crazy, absolutely superhuman. Anyway, big brass, big awesome. Unresolved. Ba, 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 ba. Stops on the 2. Yep, stops on the D. Stops on the D. Awesome. Guys, hey, that's the first 2 of the Underworld saga. So I'll see you guys very soon for Monster. And again, check out the Bass Gangs EP. Keep an eye out for that. Really, really extremely proud of the music we're making there. If I enhanced your epic experience, please consider joining my Patreon. We'd love to see you on the Discord server and also get you early access to all future epic content. If you'd like to make a one-time donation with no commitment, feel free to buy me a coffee, also in the description, and check out all my affiliate links, like for Studio Brev, the greatest voice studio in the world, or custom jerseys. Get your big discount on an amazing custom jersey. I think that's it. There might be one more in there that I'm forgetting. Anyway, guys, I'll see you in a few days. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. My name is Peter Barber. I'm a professional singer and music producer, and today we are back with the finale of Act 1 of Epic the Musical. This is the 3rd song in the Underworld saga. This is Monster Animatic by Gigi, music by Jorge Rivera-Herrans. What a journey this has been, guys. I'm so excited. A few days ago, I released the first 2 to this saga. Now we're getting the finale, the final song in Act 1. Let's see how the part of this story wraps up.
How has everything been turned against us? How did suffering become so endless? How am I to reunite with my estranged? Do I need to change?
Okay, so we're in C minor, but we do get a major 5 chord, which is really, really cool in C minor. First of all, music nerds, what up? All right, so we immediately can think about Odysseus's mood because we get this light guitar. It does feel very pensive and internal, right? Cool. We get kind of this aggressive intro. Yeah, this like more like distorted guitar or like buzzy synth intro, but then it goes into this very light guitar that really does feel thoughtful.
How has everything been turned against us? How did suffering become so endless? How am I to reunite with my estranged? Do I need to change?
I love his vocal approach here. It really perfectly matches the vibe, I assume, that's being gone from him. First of all, we're in C minor, okay, sad key, generally. And we have just this plucked guitar that just feels like thoughts kind of bouncing around. Tons of reverb, so the thoughts and delays, so the thoughts have a lot of space to go. They're like washing out. And he's got this really soft, breathy, intimate, thoughtful approach, aside from just a moment when he goes up into this belt range. You know, just a moment he gets up into that higher part of his range. And I actually want to see what he says when he does that, because that might be illuminating.
With my estranged, How am I to reunite with my estranged?
How am I to reunite is the word where he goes up into that more powerful singing, really questioning, like, how do we make this work?
How am I to reunite with my estranged? Do I need to change? I'm surrounded by the souls of those I've lost. I'm the only one whose line I haven't crossed. What if the greatest threat we'll find across the sea is me? What if
Ooh, the greatest threat we'll find across the sea is me. Those I've lost, I'm the only one whose line I haven't crossed. That's wild. This is beautiful. I love on the second verse, we still get this guitar, reverbed out guitar, but we also get these nice strings coming in as well, putting a little more support, a little more groundedness to the sound underneath Odie.
do I need to change? I'm surrounded by the souls of those I've lost. I'm the only one whose line I haven't crossed.
Like how line is a longer held note, kind of a little text painting, just thinking about a line, and it's the one word in that line that's like long and straight, right? The only one whose line I haven't crossed, or whatever the notes are. Cool that it kind of, the phrase kind of sits on line for a second.
I'm the only one whose line I haven't crossed. What if the greatest threat we'll find across the sea is me? What if I'm the monster? What if I'm in the wrong? What if I'm the problem that's been hiding all along? What if I'm the one who killed you every time I cave to guilt? What if I've been far too kind to foes, but a monster to ourselves?
We do have choir backing here. Someone leave a comment. How is this possible? At least what I've been led to believe is that only the gods can summon choirs, and I don't think his crew is with him now. Otherwise, that would make sense. But we do know Odie is like, what, 1/4 Hermes? Or something? 1/4 god? Maybe he's got a little choir power? A little choir power in there? Fire power, choir power? I don't know. Leave a comment. I'm always thinking about that because that was one of the first things I learned about this musical was like instrumental motifs for each character, what the gods can do as far as music versus what mortals can do. Aside from that, this is really just stunning and beautiful and so introspective and thoughtful and, yeah, questioning if he's the monster. Like, he's been battling all these foes and these monsters, at least on surface level, but, like, am I the worst of all of them? Fascinating.
Monster, what if I'm in the wrong? What if I'm the problem that's been hiding all along? What if I'm the one who killed you every time I cave to guilt? What if I've been far too kind to foes, but a monster to ourselves?
So he gets down to a low B flat, which is actually, that is towards the very bottom of Jay's comfortable chest range, the B flat, and you can feel it. It starts to get breathier, and he starts to lose resonance going down there. I mean, really a true tenor voice, and you really hear it when he's just belting these glorious high G's and high A flats and high B flats. It's like, yep, that's a very real tenor voice. So actually, pretty solid range, given that he's still making pretty good sound down in that low B flat. I mean, that's low for tenor.
What if I've been far too kind to foes, but a monster to ourselves? What if I'm the monster? Is the Cyclops struck with guilt when he kills? Is he up in the middle of the night? Or does he end my men to avenge his friend and then sleep knowing he has done him right? When the witch turns men to pigs to protect her nymphs, is she going insane? Or did she learn to be colder when she got older and now she saves them the pain?
That's a really interesting thought to think about. Very healthy, by the way. We could use probably a lot more of this in the world. Trying to adopt the perspective of someone you kind of fundamentally disagree with, I think is extremely important to be able to do that. There's not a whole lot of that going on. There's a lot of hot button triggers for everyone, and there's not a whole lot of hearing information, letting it sit, and then reacting. There's a lot of just knee-jerk reacting to so many different things. So this is a really healthy message, I think. I mean, Odysseus is here thinking about people who and things who have like really fully wronged him and things he really disagrees with, but he's taking the time to think like, I wonder how they feel about what they do. Like, do they think they're right? Do they feel like they're right when they're doing things? Really, psychologically, this is a very interesting song. There's a lot of interesting psychology in this whole piece, but this one particularly is really sticking out to me.
If I'm the monster, is the Cyclops struck with guilt when he kills? Is he up in the middle of the night? Or does he end my men to avenge his friend and then sleep knowing he has done him right? When the witch...
So musically, we get these nice kick drums adding to the drive, it makes it feel like his thoughts are revving up, and we get a more consistent da-do-do-do-da-do-do-do-da-do-do-do-da-do in the guitar part. So both of those things adding motion. The choir, the backing choir, I believe is very similar, but those two things, we're getting the ball rolling.
Meant to avenge his friend and then sleep knowing he has done him right. When the witch turns men to pigs to protect her nymphs, is she going insane? Or did she learn to be colder when she got older and now she saves them the pain? When a god comes down and makes a fleet drown, is he scared that he's doing something wrong? Or does he keep us in check so we must respect him and now no one dares to piss him off? Does a soldier use a wooden horse to kill sleeping Trojans cause he is vile? Or does he throw away his remorse and save more lives with guile? If I became the monster...
I just love this. This is so good. Really revs up, and I love the big room drum sounds, right? There's a lot of space and atmosphere around these drum sounds, and some of the percussive sounds are not so traditional. Like we get a kick, low frequency kick, and we get a big like a big powerful snare hit, but the other percussive elements are pretty cool and interesting. And then Jay's voice too is rising. He's getting into that belt. He's adding a little grit into the sound as he gets more questioning, as his thoughts get revved up, and he kind of gets on the hamster wheel thinking about this concept of being the monster. Am I the monster? Are they who's the monster, right? Really well orchestrated, and the instrumentation and the singing is really synchronizing nicely with the psychology and the voice, and it's all really working together beautifully here.
She saves them the pain. When a god comes down and makes a fleet drown, is he scared that he's doing something wrong? Or does he keep us in check so we must respect him and now no one dares to piss him off? Does a soldier use a wooden horse to kill sleeping Trojans cause he is vile? Or does he throw away his remorse and save more lives with guile? If I became the monster, threw that guilt away, would that make us stronger? Would it keep our foes at bay? If I became the monster to everyone but us, and made sure we got home again, who would care if we're unjust? If I
like the slight variations going into this choral section.
Save more lives with guile if I became the monster.
So we get a moment of just his voice. I became the boom, and then the rest of the elements come in. No kick drum, but we still get those newer percussive those unique kind of percussive elements I was talking about a minute ago. And I like the pulsing choir in the background. We get a big choir pulse. Whatever it is. And then it goes away. And so that creates intrigue, right? That creates a push and pull. And then I think the kick drum comes back in the second part of the chorus. So we get variation between sections of the chorus itself.
Threw that guilt away, would that make us stronger? Would it keep our foes at bay? If I became the monster
Yeah.
to everyone but us, and made sure we got home again. Who would care if we're unjust? If I became the ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. And deep down I know this well. I lost my best friend, I lost my mentor, my mom, 500 men gone. This can't go on, I must get to see Penelope and Telemachus. So if we must sail through dangerous oceans and beaches.
This is going through a lot of sections here. Something Jay did more in this saga is there's a lot of motifs used earlier. He's done that before for sure, but in this one we're getting a lot of it. And I think in the CIRCE saga as well. I guess, I mean, once you get far enough into a show, there are more things you can refer back to. Maybe that's part of it. Like there are more memories that he can refer to connect with us on. That's possible, but I've just noticed it's been happening more. We get like Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. We got the full speed ahead earlier. We've gotten just a man. We've gotten the reference to the horse and the infant. A lot of references.
I became ruthless.
Again, the choir. So is the choir there? Is this just a memory? Right? As far as I know, Odysseus can't conjure a choir out of nothing. And it sounds like his crew. I mean, that sounded like Eurylochus and the rest of them singing.
I became ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves.
Or maybe Luke Holt.
I know this well. I lost my best friend, I lost my mentor, my mom, 500 men gone. This can't go on, I must get to see Penelope and Telemachus. So if we must sail through dangerous oceans and beaches, I'll go where Poseidon won't reach us. And if I gotta drop another infant from a wall in an instant so we all don't die, then I'll become the monster.
I love this build up. Also, we get full Odie heavy metal guitar here. I'm about to blow your minds with a connection here. This pattern he does, the rising triplets. I will include a link, Mason, remind me, to an aria from Le Nozze di Figaro. It's Figaro's third aria. It's called Aprite un poco gli occhi. And there's a passage in there that, I can't remember if I remember the words, but Malignie maestre d'inganni e amiche de fane che fingono mentre d'amore non sentono. Malignie maestre d'inganni non mentono. Malignie maestre d'inganni a mento da fane di fingono mentre d'amore non sen. The point is, there's a triplet, all the way up to this big long line of high E flats.
Colombe, maline, maestre di inganni, amiche di affanni che fingono vento, l'amore non sento pietà, non sento pietà, It is a fiendishly difficult aria for bass voice. I did Figaro about 5 years ago at University of Southern California. One of my favorite roles, but that aria is brutal. And I just want to make that connection for you guys you can hear pretty much this exact same motif. Now, if that's where Jay got inspired to write this part, that would be so shocking. And like, shout out to Jay for referencing a wonderful moment in opera. But if not, it's a really cool passage to hear done in this context. And it's cool to hear it in an operatic setting as well, if you guys are interested. So I'll include a link below. Again, Mason, remind me.
Telemachus, so if we must sail through dangerous oceans and beaches, I'll go where Poseidon won't reach us. And if I gotta drop another infant from a wall in an instant so we all don't die, then I'll become the monster.
The main difference is that Odie here is more speech-like. There's not super clear, accurate pitch. It's more yelly and just emotional rather than very clear pitch. But all the same, that vibe, that motif, if there was written notation, it would probably look very similar. I don't know Jay's writing process. I don't know if he writes everything out with sheet music or just demos it. I don't know how he does it. If there's sheet music for this vocal line, I bet the two look quite similar. So just a connection from the musical theater world to my world of opera.
And Telemachus, so if we must sail through dangerous oceans and beaches, I'll go where Poseidon won't reach us. And if I gotta drop another infant from a wall in an instant so we all don't die, then I'll become the monster. I will deal the blow, and I'll become the monster like none they've ever known. So what if I'm the monster lurking deep below? I must become the monster, and then we'll make it home. Penelope, Telemachus. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. I'll become the monster.
Damn. Hey, yo. All right. Finale. I'm going to go back, actually. Ha, you thought I was done. You fools. I'm never done analyzing. So many, just a train of high B flat belts. I mean, that's a really great way to end this act vocally. We got some war drums and we got some wicked high belting. We've got a few references to some older themes like Ruthlessness. That one keeps coming back. And then at the end, he's like, I will become the monster to get home. Like, I will do anything to get home. Really, really cool. Let's get some of those high, just a few of those high B flats. And also, I love how he puts some grit in there too. I mean, really yelly, really powerful. So cool.
I must become the monster, and then we'll make it home.
I must become the monster.
Penelope, Telemachus. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. I'll become the monster.
With a brass / heavy synth / heavy electric guitar / impact. Right there at the end. Yeah, big choir, big belting, big plot, big war drums. Really, really epic finish to Act 1 of Epic the Musical. Guys, that's it. I will probably throw together a supercut, inspired, of course, by Casper and Mortius, of all of my reactions and analyses of Act 1 back to back. In the meantime, because it'll be, you'll have to wait another, I don't know, probably a month till the next saga. I'm doing about a month between sagas ish. Anyway, guys, hope you've enjoyed this journey. I certainly have. Again, keep an eye out for the Bass Gang's new EP, May the Bass Be With You Volume 4. If I've enhanced your epic experience, please do consider supporting me on Patreon. It means the world, keeps the lights on, and gets you early access to epic content as well as a bunch of other benefits if you join. Yeah, guys, thanks for welcoming me into the community. I look forward to seeing you for the premieres for the next saga, all the way to the end of the show. All right, peace.